Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Levis heard him say this. Oh my god, just be content, some people don't get a seat for the rest of their lives. Thor was also helpless. If I give you my position now, I think you are quite suitable. Levis could try this position if he wanted to, but he didn't want to. If you let your father know, he will definitely scold you. Who to scold? If it's Thor, you really have to scold him. When the two were talking, Zeus walked to the side of the two of them and just heard the words behind. Levis smiled and greeted him. Roar. Thor saw his father take a sip of the wine in his hand. He doesn't seem to talk to his father very much now, and Zeus definitely sees his performance. Zeus didn't want to talk to Thor either and turned to look at Levis. I heard Thor say 607 this time. Thank you for your generous help. Levis shook his head. This matter isn't for you either, because I also have something I want to protect. Levi's words reached Zeus' heart and nodded. This is indeed the case, but we can't be less grateful to you. Do you have any wishes? As long as we can do it, we can all consider it. Zeus' promises are still effective, but Levis currently has nothing to wish for. Can I save this promise now? I don't have what I need right now. Zeus laughed when he heard this. Definitely yes, no matter when you come to me to cash, definitely Thor can also. When the party was over, Levis was ready to leave. Thor, I'm leaving now, bye. Thor didn't expect time to pass so fast, although he was a little reluctant, but Thor also knew that he couldn't keep it. Goodbye, I will find you later when I have time. Levis nodded and disappeared in a blink of an eye. When he said he was leaving, he was really leaving, and it was not sloppy at all. Thor was a little helpless at the empty place in the blink of an eye. Levis was walking really fast. He still had some questions he wanted to ask, but he left without asking the master. When Levis reappears, it will be his own home, and Misaka at home will immediately perceive Levi's figure. Master, are you back? During the time you were away, Yuriko came to you. Levis laughed when he heard this. The kid was a bit clingy, but also very well behaved. Levis quite likes this kid. Mr. Scott came to see you once, but you weren't there. 55. It's really been a long time since I went here. Levis thought about it and went to Cyclops. Cyclops was still working at this time, and the sound of Levis pushing the door and entering caught his attention. Weez, are you back? How's Thor over there? Are you okay? He's all right. I didn't come here to talk about this. I heard that Misaka said you were looking for me. Did something happen to you? Cyclops pushed the text in front of him to Levis. Look at this one and you'll know what happened. 39. Levis took the file in front of him, opened it and browsed it quickly. A brand new, unknown, new invasive species appeared in that plant area, and not just this one. Levis thought he had solved it all before, but he didn't expect this thing to be very cunning. The 3 caves of the Sly Rabbit are really very apt to describe it. Where else did the rest show up? Did you investigate the source? 35. The place where it appeared is still under investigation, and it has not been investigated yet. 35. The place is too big, and this thing is still found in remote places, which is a bit difficult to investigate. It's easy to deal with if you find the source. You should investigate it carefully. Find the source and tell me. 35. Cyclops nodded when he heard this. I know about this and I will inform you when the time comes. Other than that, there was no police matter. Levis watched Cyclops process the documents one by one. You don't have to do some things yourself, right? Just leave it to the following. Cyclops moved his body while chatting with Levis. I can feel relieved after reading some things. Do you think anyone can be as big as you? Levis is not big-hearted, but in the face of a sudden emergency situation, he feels that he has the ability to solve it perfectly. Cyclops saw that Levis hadn't left. Are you going to stay and deal with me? When Levis heard this, he immediately disappeared in front of Cyclops. Cyclops saw the empty place and withdrew his eyes with a smile. Still like a child, I was called to work and I was run away. Levis came back from Cyclops and saw Clarice working in the kitchen. When Clarice saw Levis back, she came and gave him a hug. Honey, I haven't seen you in a long time. He really didn't have time to accompany Clarice during this time, and it seemed that Clarice didn't remember the dishes she cooked in the kitchen until the two got close for a while. Pushing Levis away in front of him, crap, I prepared dinner. Levis watched her enter the kitchen recklessly and shook his head helplessly. He followed in Clarice's footsteps and the two lived in the kitchen together. Although the kitchen is large enough, the space is still much smaller after Levis enters. Clarice was scrambling to deal with the contents of the pot, but fortunately nothing happened. She was relieved to see Levis standing behind Clarice. "Let me see what delicious food you have prepared." 35. Levis swept the ingredients on the table. "Looks like I have a good meal tonight. I'm really looking forward to it." 55. Clarice was handling the ingredients in her hands and smiled when she heard this sentence. "Don't be stunned, let's help together." Levis washed his hands and stood behind Clarice. Levis saw her turn back and looked at the shrimp in his hand. Levis dealt with the shrimp in his hand at once. "Lies, I've dealt with it." Clarice was relieved to hear him say that and went back to work on other things. "Instead of doing it myself, I use my own ability to deal with it. I have to say that I can solve my hands very well and deal with it much faster. What I saw was the cleaned shrimp." "Okay, thank you dear, if you have nothing to do, just go out and wait." 99. "I'll leave this to you, will you? Just ask me if you don't." Levis looked at the shrimp in his hand and nodded. "There is definitely no problem." Carrot didn't expect Lu Heng to deal with it so quickly and looked back. Clarice didn't look back after saying this and Levis walked out of the kitchen. Misaka put on some soothing piano. Misaka, who heard the order, handled it very quickly and played music according to Levi's request. All Levis was left with was waiting for Clarice to come out, but luckily she moved quickly. After a while the ingredients were processed. "Weiss, it's time to eat." Levis walked to the restaurant and sat down. The dishes were already served. "Is today a special day? It's so rich." Clarice served Levis food and urged him to eat quickly. "It's not a special day, it's just that I want to make it for you to eat." The two chatted and laughed together, and Levis opened a bottle of red wine. The two of them were a little drunk at the end, and in such an ambiguous and romantic atmosphere, both of them were a little over the top. Levis, who had a good night, woke up in a very good mood, and when he woke up, he saw Clarice sleeping beside him. Gently kissed her forehead. 22 then got up to wash. While washing, Misaka reminded Levis, "Master, Tony has sent you a video invitation. Connect." The call was connected and Tony's face appeared on the screen. Tony saw Levis and said, "Hey man, long time no see. It didn't take long, did you call for something?" Levis asked Tony as he brushed his teeth, and Tony spread his hands. "I just want to invite you to take a look at my new invention, which I think is a very good invention." 35. As an inventor, Tony can sometimes create very unexpected but very useful things. Levis thought for a moment. "I'll come and take a look later." Tony was satisfied when he heard Levi's answer in the affirmative. "Man, I'm here waiting for you to come." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Levis stood in front of the mirror wiping his face and suddenly felt someone hug him. "Lies, are you awake? Is my voice too loud?" Clarice shook her head. "No, did I wake up by myself? You didn't wake me up." Levis put down the handkerchief in his hand and turned to embrace Clarice. The two pressed their foreheads against each other. "Hey, baby, you look very good today, too." 35. Levi's undisguised compliment made Clarice blush at this time and broke free from Levi's hand. "Okay, I'm going to get ready to brush my teeth. You go out quickly." Levis smiled and walked out of the toilet when he saw him, leaving Clarice alone in the toilet. "Baby, I'm going to find Tony, and I'll be back later." Clarice nodded when she heard this. "Okay, I know about this, go ahead." 35. Levis got dressed and disappeared into the room, reappearing at Tony's house. It was Pepper who opened the door and saw Levis sideways to let him in. "Tony, the person you want to meet has arrived." 35. Hearing the movement, Thor walked out of the room where he was working, and when he saw Levis, he stretched out his oil-soaked hand and wanted to hug him. Levis saw that his hand was immediately blocked. "Hey, if you have something to say, what are you doing with your hands and feet?" Pepper also saw the oil in Tony's hand and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. "Tony, what are you doing? Why come out without washing your hands?" Caught a current. Tony shrugged his shoulders. "Sorry, I was more excited to hear Whis' name. Levis just came here and the two showed their affection." "What did you call me here to see?" When the two of them were like this, Levis had a reasonable doubt that if they didn't interrupt, they didn't know when they would stop. Thor heard Levis ask and remembered the purpose of today. "Oh, I almost forgot, I'll show you." 99. Tony took Levis toward his workplace, pushed open the door, and the first thing Levis saw was the mech parked in the middle. The mecha that Iron Man himself wore. Levis glanced at it and looked away from it. Tony took him to the computer where he was working and clicked on the mecha model Levis had seen before. That's it, do you see any difference? Levis scanned it with keen eyes, comparing it with what he had seen before. There is a slight difference. You are refurbishing your mecha. 35. Levis still can't understand. It's not like an invention, it's just a renovation. When Tony heard this, he shook his head. No, things are definitely not as simple as you think, I added. Tony explained all his ideas and original intentions to Liu Heng and looked at Levis after speaking. How? Is my idea great? I think my mecha will definitely be more perfect after I make it. This piece of Levis didn't know very well, so he touched his chin and thought about it. From the practical aspect of combat, he raised his own question. Although Levis does not understand mecha, he understands combat. Tony heard this as if he had found another new direction and kept working on the computer with his hands. Very devoted, Levis watched him operate, and when it was done, Tony 607 stopped the action in his hands. Weiss, you are my muse. Levi's advice was very helpful, and Tony knew he was on the right track. When it was done, Tony walked out of the room with Levis and the two of them talked as they walked. Tony, I heard you want to start a new company. Not many people know about Tony, although it is not known where Levis got the news. He answered readily, yes, I happen to have this plan. What, do you want to invest in shares? 5. It was just a little strange to mention this to Levis and asked a question instead. But you are not the one who is short of money. You will be short of this money. Forget it, I don't know about this, so I won't get involved in this matter. Now Tony's Stark Industries group includes many high-precision industries, even if it is changing now. The company Tony founded has no idea how many people want to work with him, and he definitely has no shortage of investment. Levis still refused Tony's invitation, and now he has the gene potion in his hand, and he is not short of money for the time being. Tony reached out and patted Levis on the shoulder, confidence in his tone. It's also an existence that can't be underestimated. Levis doesn't think Tony will be short of this amount of money. Hey Weez, you're definitely different, and I'd love to have you on board. Tony was a little disappointed to see him refuse, but just for a moment. Hey, okay man, let's go out to dinner. 35. The two had been busy for a long time, but they didn't notice the passage of time at all, and Tony didn't say anything. Levis thought it was too early, and now that it was so late, he wanted to go back. Sorry, I won't eat here anymore, there are still people waiting for me at home. When Tony heard this sentence, he showed a clear expression and made fun of Levis. Is that so? Then I won't disturb the alone time of the two of you. See you another day then. Levis ignored his jokes and disappeared in place after saying goodbye. Tony was used to Liu Heng's way of leaving, so he turned to look for little Pepper. My dear, did you prepare something delicious today? Pepper was standing in the kitchen with her apron on, hearing Tony's voice and looking back. Only saw Tony alone. Weez is gone. Yes, there is someone waiting for him and his family. Isn't it good for us to live a two-person world? When little Pepper heard what he said, a smile appeared on his face. Have you dealt with everything? Almost there. Weiss is a genius and gave me a lot of useful advice. Tony was full of praise when talking about Levis, and Pepper gave him a look and then fiddled with what was in his hand. Stop talking about it, come and help me. Tony didn't know anything about these things and tried to get his hands on it. Hey, this thing is really difficult. Levis went back to his house and saw the figure busy in the kitchen. Lies, I'm back. 55. Clarice heard a figure stick her head out of the kitchen, her face stained with flour she had gotten from somewhere. Are you back? Wait a minute for me. After speaking, Clarice re-entered the kitchen, and Levis offered to help and was pushed out. After trying it, Levis had to give up and sat down in the living room helplessly. After waiting for a while, Clarice came out of the kitchen and brought Levis to the table. Look, these are all prepared for you, Tilda. Everything on the table is what Levis likes to eat, and it is very rich. Levis was very surprised to see this scene. Is today a special day? Clarice winked at Levis. Guess what? There's a penalty for guessing wrong. Levis has a very good memory, and after going through it in his mind, he already has the answer in his heart. Sorry baby, I just remembered that today is your birthday. Levis didn't even remember his own birthday some time ago, and he doesn't remember Clarice's birthday now. You're amazing, just remembered. Clarice didn't blame Levis and pulled Levis to sit at the table. Hurry up and eat or it won't be delicious when it gets cold. Levis nodded and sat down at the table. Just as it was about to start, Misaka made a sound. Master, someone is waiting outside the door, would you let him in? 99. Levis looked at the sky outside one day. Who could it be at this late hour? 35. Misaka didn't talk nonsense and directly showed Levis the surveillance outside the door. Clarice was also a little curious, glanced at the screen and recognized it at a glance. Thor, 35. Levis remembered seeing Thor only yesterday. Why did he come looking for him today? Misaka let him in. Misaka took the order and let Thor come in, and Levis walked over to Thor. Why are you here? Did something happen? Thor shook his head. I just wanted to ask you about Jane's current situation. Levis didn't understand what he heard and took him to the restaurant. Clarice had seen Thor, saw him come in and called Thor Roar. Levis called Roar Thor to sit down and Thor sat opposite Levis. What about you coming to Asgard? Is anyone handling it now? I just came out for a while, nothing will happen and my father is still there. Thor didn't think this was a serious matter and said it very lightly. Since you've said it all, that's fine. 99. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Thor, Levis said nothing more. Weiss, do you know how Jane is doing recently? Levi's instructions to this question can only be spread out. I have no contact with Jane, how can I know her current situation? Thor was silent for a while after hearing Levi's words. I went to her today, she didn't want to see me, so did Daisy, neither of them responded to me. Things have become like this, you might as well just give up. Levis doesn't know what to say. Clarice agrees with Levis very much. I also think Weiss is right, you should just give up on this matter. Thor seemed to be thinking and just in a daze, and the three of them didn't speak at this time. Levis picked up his bowl and chopsticks. Lissy, eat, the dishes will be cold later. Hearing his words, Clarice shifted her attention from Thor to the dish in front of her. Reaching out to Levi's dish with chopsticks, Weiss, try this is my first time trying. Levis opened her mouth and the next dish she brought, it tastes very good, you can eat it yourself. The sweet atmosphere of the two made Thor even more uncomfortable and he was still sad. What happened to the two? I want to eat too. Thor doesn't think about Jane anymore and he's hungry for the things on the table. The bowls and chopsticks are in the kitchen, just go and get them. Levis held down Clarice, who was going to get the tableware, and told Thor. Thor had no objection to this and went to the kitchen to find the tableware. The three finished their meal Wang Zhao in a fairly relaxed atmosphere and sat down from the dining room to the living room. Weiss, I figured it out, what you said makes sense, I'll give up. Levis had no other emotions about his words, just figure it out for yourself and it's up to the two of you to put it bluntly. Thor didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and turned to talk about other things. Is it really a lot more? He's not dealing with the pharmacy thing so he doesn't know much about it. 39. Clarice had no objection and readily agreed and Levis looked at Thor. Levis didn't pay attention to this matter and heard Thor's curiosity. Thor, how about you? Are you going outside for a walk? Lissy, why don't we go out for a walk to get rid of food? I see that there seem to be more mutants here. It seems that your medicine is well promoted. After a meal you don't have to know how Thor figured it out and stopped chasing Jane, definitely can. Levis saw that the other two had no opinion and the three were set off together. It has been a long time since he took such a slow walk and now he walks very easily. There are a lot of people at the academy who know Levis and talk to him about Roar when they see them. Levis also nodded with a faint smile, even so he still attracted a lot of people. He could clearly feel that there were many more people around him and all of them looked at him with bright eyes. Clarice smiled and held Levi's hand. Levis froze for a moment and then responded quickly. Shaking it back with his backhand, it wasn't that Thor ate the dog food alone, and the people around also felt the sweet atmosphere of the two. Levis strolled around the academy and there were indeed a lot of people. Levis also saw a few good seedlings among these people. Levis is very satisfied to see the development of the academy so well. Only when a steady stream of fresh blood flows into the academy will the academy develop better. Cyclops, who was exercising on the playground, saw Levis and trotted to him. Hey, are you out for a walk? Levis nodded. Mr. Coster, good evening. 610. The threesome became 4 and Cyclops joined the team. Clarice, it seems I haven't seen you in a long time. 99. Cyclops saw Clarice for the first time in this period of time, and Clarice smiled. I've been in the academy all the time. It's the teacher. Are you too busy? This made Cyclops laugh. Really, maybe I'm too busy these days. During this time, he has indeed dealt with a lot of things. Teacher, I saw a lot of new students coming into the school today and they all look pretty good. Cyclops had a bigger smile when he heard Levis talk about this watch. Indeed, the school has recently selected a group of very good seedlings. If they are cultivated well, it will be a small help for us. Cyclops also felt that the quality of the freshmen who came in during this period was very good, and they were all good kids. Schools will get better and better, and so will these kids. Levis looked at the people playing on the playground not far away. Obviously, he was one of these people not long ago. Now that he has become a teacher who can teach these people, the change, Seb, is really fast. You don't want an old-fashioned tone and you're not much older than them. Cyclops heard Levis sigh and smacked him on the shoulder with a smile. He knew that Cyclops didn't try hard, but he wanted to tease Cyclops in his heart. Mr. Coster, you are so powerful. How could Cyclops not see that Levis was doing it on purpose, laughing and slapping him on the back again? Hey, you're acting too fake. Levis retracted his expression. Hey, didn't I tell you a joke? The people around saw Levis like this and he became closer in their eyes. Originally thought he was aloof, did not expect such approachable. That mysterious creature, how is the investigation? Any clues? Levis got up and asked Cyclops about the unknown. Cyclops has some reports in hand but not very comprehensive. He told Levis the information he had in his hand. I found that the main body is in the Lu Palace and now some countries have appeared and they can deal with it reluctantly. 99. Levis touched his chin. He hadn't heard of it before. Where did it come from? Could it be a monster that merged with other worlds so he hadn't heard of it? This possibility is very high and Levis does not know how many people have been incorporated here. This thing is a good training opportunity. Are there any students who are training about the same? Yes, there is a class that has been trained almost but has no actual combat experience. As soon as Levis said it, Cyclops knew what he was going to do. That's just right. Send me the treatment materials later and in 2 days I will take these people to the battlefield to practice. 99. Having him look at Cyclops is very reassuring. Cyclops can handle most things. Okay, I'll send you all the information when I get back. Levis nodded, then trouble Mr. Coster. By the way, there is another child. Does Yuriko want to go with her? But I'm afraid she doesn't want to go out now. Yuriko has changed a lot during this time and Cyclops can see it, but she is still afraid that she will not be able to control her ability after going out. These words reminded Levis of Yuriko. Yuriko's ability is top-notch, but emotionally, Cyclops' concerns were justified and Levis was thinking about it too. Brother Weiss said that cow arrived. Just when Levis was thinking, he heard the voice of Yuriko. During this period of time, Yuriko was much healthier than the skinny, small, and morbid appearance before, and now she is willing to communicate with people. Yuriko, who ran over, saw Cyclops and the others, smiled and called Roar to them one by one. Then he leaned over to Levi's side. Why is Brother Way here? Then why are you here? I'm walking with them. I came here to find my new friend. She was very interesting and I came to play with her. 99. Levis didn't expect that Yuriko's progress was so fast and now she can make friends by herself. Now Cyclops doesn't have to worry about it. Mr. Coster, what about now? Can you rest assured now? Yuriko blinked her eyes and looked at Cyclops curiously, not knowing what puzzles the two were playing. Yuriko, the teacher has something to tell you. 35. It's so slow, teacher, just say it directly. 9. Seeing Cyclops' serious look, Yuriko thought that something serious had happened and she also became serious. Recently, an unknown species has appeared and its attitude towards humans is not so friendly. Now Weiss proposes to take you out for a try. Are you willing to go? Without any hesitation, Yuriko agreed immediately. Cyclops saw how quickly his favorite student changed his mind. No, is Brother Weiss going too? Seeing her like this, Levis thought she didn't want to leave the campus, but Yuriko shook her head. It's okay, if Yuriko doesn't want to go, she can refuse. 99. After listening to Yuriko, she began to think and she looked at Levis after thinking for a while. I feel a little pain in my heart, you two are the same. J. Levis nodded to lead you, yes, I'll be the lead teacher and I'll take you along, 55. Then I'll go too, definitely can. Levis saw that the other two had no opinion, and the three were set off together. It has been a long time since he took such a slow walk and now he walks very easily. There are a lot of people at the academy who know Levis and talk to him about Roar when they see them. Levis also nodded with a faint smile, even so he still attracted a lot of people. He could clearly feel that there were many more people around him and all of them looked at him with bright eyes. Clarice smiled and held Levi's hand. Levis froze for a moment and then responded quickly. Shaking it back with his backhand, it wasn't that Thor ate the dog food alone, and the people around also felt the sweet atmosphere of the two. Levis strolled around the academy and there were indeed a lot of people. Levis also saw a few good seedlings among these people. Levis is very satisfied to see the development of the academy so well. Only when a steady stream of fresh blood flows into the academy will the academy develop better. Cyclops, who was exercising on the playground, saw Levis and trotted to him. Hey, are you out for a walk? Levis nodded. Mr. Coster, good evening. 610. The threesome became 4 and Cyclops joined the team. Clarice, it seems I haven't seen you in a long time. 99. Cyclops saw Clarice for the first time in this period of time and Clarice smiled. I've been in the academy all the time, it's the teacher, are you too busy? This made Cyclops laugh. Really, maybe I'm too busy these days. During this time, he has indeed dealt with a lot of things. Teacher, I saw a lot of new students coming into the school today and they all look pretty good. Cyclops had a bigger smile when he heard Levis talk about this watch. Indeed, the school has recently selected a group of very good seedlings. If they are cultivated well, it will be a small help for us. Cyclops also felt that the quality of the freshmen who came in during this period was very good, and they were all good kids. Schools will get better and better, and so will these kids. Levis looked at the people playing on the playground not far away. Obviously, he was one of these people not long ago. Now that he has become a teacher who can teach these people, the change, Seb, is really fast. You don't want an old-fashioned tone and you're not much older than them. Cyclops heard Levis sigh and smacked him on the shoulder with a smile. He knew that Cyclops didn't try hard, but he wanted to tease Cyclops in his heart. Mr. Coster, you are so powerful. How could Cyclops not see that Levis was doing it on purpose, laughing and slapping him on the back again? Hey, you're acting too fake. Levis retracted his expression. Hey, didn't I tell you a joke? The people around saw Levis like this and he became closer in their eyes. Originally thought he was aloof, did not expect such approachable. That mysterious creature, how is the investigation? Any clues? Levis got up and asked Cyclops about the unknown. Cyclops has some reports in hand but not very comprehensive. He told Levis the information he had in his hand. I found that the main body is in the Lu Palace and now some countries have appeared and they can deal with it reluctantly. 99. Levis touched his chin. He hadn't heard of it before. Where did it come from? Could it be a monster that merged with other worlds so he hadn't heard of it? This possibility is very high and Levis does not know how many people have been incorporated here. This thing is a good training opportunity. Are there any students who are training about the same? Yes, there is a class that has been trained almost but has no actual combat experience. As soon as Levis said it, Cyclops knew what he was going to do. That's just right. Send me the treatment materials later and in 2 days I will take these people to the battlefield to practice. 99. Having him look at Cyclops is very reassuring. Cyclops can handle most things. Okay, I'll send you all the information when I get back. Levis nodded, then trouble Mr. Coster. By the way, there is another child. Does Yuriko want to go with her? But I'm afraid she doesn't want to go out now. Yuriko has changed a lot during this time and Cyclops can see it, but she is still afraid that she will not be able to control her ability after going out. These words reminded Levis of Yuriko. Yuriko's ability is top-notch, but emotionally, Cyclops' concerns were justified and Levis was thinking about it too. Brother Weiss said that cow arrived. Just when Levis was thinking, he heard the voice of Yuriko. During this period of time, Yuriko was much healthier than the skinny, small, and morbid appearance before, and now she is willing to communicate with people. Yuriko, who ran over, saw Cyclops and the others, smiled and called Roar to them one by one. Then he leaned over to Levi's side. "Why is Brother Way here?" "Then why are you here?" "I'm walking with them. I came here to find my new friend. She was very interesting and I came to play with her." 99. Levis didn't expect that Yuriko's progress was so fast, and now she can make friends by herself. Now Cyclops doesn't have to worry about it. "Mr. Coster, what about now? Can you rest assured now?" Yuriko blinked her eyes and looked at Cyclops curiously, not knowing what puzzles the two were playing. "Yuriko, the teacher has something to tell you." 35. "It's so slow, teacher, just say it directly." 9. Seeing Cyclops' serious look, Yuriko thought that something serious had happened, and she also became serious. "Recently, an unknown species has appeared and its attitude towards humans is not so friendly. Now Weiss proposes to take you out for a try. Are you willing to go?" Without any hesitation, Yuriko agreed immediately. Cyclops saw how quickly his favorite student changed his mind. "No, is Brother Weiss going too?" Seeing her like this, Levis thought she didn't want to leave the campus, but Yuriko shook her head. "It's okay, if Yuriko doesn't want to go, she can refuse." 99. After listening to Yuriko, she began to think, and she looked at Levis after thinking for a while. "I feel a little pain in my heart. You two are the same." J. Levis nodded. "To lead you? Yes, I'll be the lead teacher and I'll take you along." 55. "Then I'll go too, definitely can." Levis saw that the other two had no opinion, and the three were set off together. It has been a long time since he took such a slow walk, and now he walks very easily. There are a lot of people at the academy who know Levis and talk to him about Roar when they see them. Levis also nodded with a faint smile. Even so, he still attracted a lot of people. He could clearly feel that there were many more people around him, and all of them looked at him with bright eyes. Clarice smiled and held Levi's hand. Levis froze for a moment and then responded quickly, shaking it back with his backhand. It wasn't that Thor ate the dog food alone, and the people around also felt the sweet atmosphere of the two. Levis strolled around the academy, and there were indeed a lot of people. Levis also saw a few good seedlings among these people. Levis is very satisfied to see the development of the academy so well. Only when a steady stream of fresh blood flows into the academy will the academy develop better. Cyclops, who was exercising on the playground, saw Levis and trotted to him. "Hey, are you out for a walk?" Levis nodded. "Mr. Coster, good evening." 610. The threesome became 4 and Cyclops joined the team. "Clarice, it seems I haven't seen you in a long time." 99. Cyclops saw Clarice for the first time in this period of time, and Clarice smiled. "I've been in the academy all the time. It's the teacher. Are you too busy?" This made Cyclops laugh. "Really, maybe I'm too busy these days." During this time, he has indeed dealt with a lot of things. "Teacher, I saw a lot of new students coming into the school today and they all look pretty good." Cyclops had a bigger smile when he heard Levis talk about this watch. "Indeed, the school has recently selected a group of very good seedlings. If they are cultivated well, it will be a small help for us." Cyclops also felt that the quality of the freshmen who came in during this period was very good, and they were all good kids. Schools will get better and better, and so will these kids. Levis looked at the people playing on the playground not far away. Obviously, he was one of these people not long ago. Now that he has become a teacher who can teach these people, the change, Seb, is really fast. "You don't want an old-fashioned tone, and you're not much older than them." Cyclops heard Levis sigh and smacked him on the shoulder with a smile. He knew that Cyclops didn't try hard, but he wanted to tease Cyclops in his heart. "Mr. Coster, you are so powerful." How could Cyclops not see that Levis was doing it on purpose, laughing and slapping him on the back again? "Hey, you're acting too fake." Levis retracted his expression. "Hey, didn't I tell you a joke?" The people around saw Levis like this and he became closer in their eyes. Originally thought he was aloof, did not expect such approachable. "That mysterious creature, how is the investigation? Any clues?" Levis got up and asked Cyclops about the unknown. Cyclops has some reports in hand but not very comprehensive. He told Levis the information he had in his hand. "I found that the main body is in the Lu Palace, and now some countries have appeared and they can deal with it reluctantly. 99. Levis touched his chin. He hadn't heard of it before. Where did it come from? Could it be a monster that merged with other worlds so he hadn't heard of it? This possibility is very high, and Levis does not know how many people have been incorporated here. This thing is a good training opportunity. Are there any students who are training about the same? Yes, there is a class that has been trained almost but has no actual combat experience. As soon as Levis said it, Cyclops knew what he was going to do. That's just right. Send me the treatment materials later, and in 2 days I will take these people to the battlefield to practice. 99. Having him look at Cyclops is very reassuring. Cyclops can handle most things. Okay, I'll send you all the information when I get back. Levis nodded. Then trouble, Mr. Coster. By the way, there is another child. Does Yuriko want to go with her? But I'm afraid she doesn't want to go out now. Yuriko has changed a lot during this time, and Cyclops can see it, but she is still afraid that she will not be able to control her ability after going out. These words reminded Levis of Yuriko. Yuriko's ability is top-notch, but emotionally, Cyclops' concerns were justified, and Levis was thinking about it too. Brother Weiss said that cow arrived. Just when Levis was thinking, he heard the voice of Yuriko. During this period of time, Yuriko was much healthier than the skinny, small, and morbid appearance before, and now she is willing to communicate with people. Yuriko, who ran over, saw Cyclops and the others, smiled and called Roar to them one by one. Then he leaned over to Levi's side. Why is Brother Way here? Then why are you here? I'm walking with them. I came here to find my new friend. She was very interesting and I came to play with her. 99. Levis didn't expect that Yuriko's progress was so fast, and now she can make friends by herself. Now Cyclops doesn't have to worry about it. Mr. Coster, what about now? Can you rest assured now? Yuriko blinked her eyes and looked at Cyclops curiously, not knowing what puzzles the two were playing. Yuriko, the teacher has something to tell you. 35. It's so slow, teacher, just say it directly. 9. Seeing Cyclops' serious look, Yuriko thought that something serious had happened, and she also became serious. Recently, an unknown species has appeared, and its attitude towards humans is not so friendly. Now Weiss proposes to take you out for a try. Are you willing to go? Without any hesitation, Yuriko agreed immediately. Cyclops saw how quickly his favorite student changed his mind. No, is Brother Weiss going too? Seeing her like this, Levis thought she didn't want to leave the campus, but Yuriko shook her head. It's okay, if Yuriko doesn't want to go, she can refuse. 99. After listening to Yuriko, she began to think, and she looked at Levis after thinking for a while. I feel a little pain in my heart. You two are the same. Jay? Levis nodded to lead you. Yes, I'll be the lead teacher and I'll take you along. 55. Then I'll go too. Mr. Coster, what's the matter with you? Yuriko was a little overwhelmed when she saw Cyclops' heartache and looked at Levis for help. Mr. Coster, stop pretending you scared the kid. Cyclops became serious in the next second, retracting his heartache. Okay, now that everything has been decided, then I will send you the arranged list tomorrow. Yuriko was stunned by the change in Cyclops' expression and looked at the two of them in a daze. After Cyclops left, did he still stare blankly at the back of Cyclops leaving? Levis was a little funny to see her like this. Everyone has gone away, what are you still doing? When Yuriko heard Levi's voice, she retracted her gaze and turned to him. It's nothing, it's just that I don't seem to have seen Teacher Coster like this before. In Yuriko's impression, Cyclops has always been reliable and steady. Levis touched Yuriko's head. You are still young, you will know it when you grow up. You should better prepare for the training when it comes, there is not enough time left for you. Levi's words reminded Yuriko of serious business. Yes, then goodbye, Brother Weiss. After speaking, Yuriko hurried away, and Levis, who saw this scene, smiled helplessly at Clarice. It's almost time, let's go back too. How about you, Thor? He definitely didn't forget Thor, who was standing by, and Thor knew it was really late. I also went back, and when I come next time I will invite you to drink. 35. Levis nodded when he heard this. Then I'll just wait, I'll slaughter you when you come next time. Oh, then I'm really looking forward to it, I'll let you drink enough when the time comes. Thor laughed and patted Levis on the shoulder. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he looked at the sky and charged his feet, and Thor disappeared directly from the spot. Levis was not surprised that they left like this. He himself was a go-getter. Clarice, let's go back too. Clarice nodded and took Levi's hand. I see that Yuriko has changed a lot. I have seen her before, and it is completely different from now. When Levis heard her talk about Yuriko, he nodded in agreement. It's true, she's changed a lot. She was introverted before. Look at it this way, Weiss, you can be a good father. Levis stopped his footsteps when he heard this and looked at Clarice, who was standing beside him. Liz, can I understand that you want a child? Levi's words made Clarice blushed and opened her mouth to explain, but she didn't know where to start. I'm a little early for us to talk about this now. Clarice blushed and forced an explanation, and Levis didn't make it too funny when she saw her. When the time was right, he stopped teasing Clarice, and he really wasn't ready for a new life. I know, we are indeed still young. We will take this matter slowly. The next day, Cyclops sent all the collected data to Levis. This is the data I have collected during this period of time. Take a look. Levis browsed the information received. This monster is called Omega. What's your name? Cyclops nodded. It's exactly what we named it. What's wrong? No problem. It's a little curious why you gave it such a name. The name reminds Levis of a monster from a movie he's seen before where the two don't seem to be related. This name was chosen by the group of researchers, and you may have to ask them for the reason. Cyclops didn't know why he called him like that, but he spread his hands helplessly. Levis didn't bother much about this matter, and he didn't want to ask any questions after hearing this. Are all your picks ready? Are we going now? Oh, these guys are so excited to hear that you are leading the team. They are already ready. Cyclops cut the picture to the group of people who were ready to follow Levis out of the station, and Levis saw Yuriko standing in the front at a glance. Yuriko did not stand with them but stood far away alone. Ask for flowers. Levis glanced at the group of people. Mr. Coster, they are all very good boys. That's for sure. Then you go now, and I wish you all the best of luck. 35. Cyclops is very, very confident in Levi's words, which are all good seeds that he picked out himself. There are also a few fourth-level mutants in it, and Cyclops is also very optimistic about this group. Levis didn't stop when he heard this and set off from the same place to the place where they gathered. His appearance caused a lot of commotion, and both eyes turned to Levis. But their team still maintained very well, and there was no confusion because of Liu Heng. Seeing such a disciplined scene, Levis said he was very comfortable. Satisfied nodded and swept them around. Everyone who is here today should know what it is because of something. Since we are ready, let's go now. Levi's words were not loud, but their forehead was very strong. Everyone who heard his words was very serious and answered Levis in unison. Got it, we're all set. Levis nodded lightly and led the way. Go to the place punctuated by the documents sent by Cyclops, and the brilliant fires attract a lot of people on the ground. Watching them go out is full of envy, especially the children who have fantasies about this group of people in the sky. Their speed is very fast, and they will soon reach their destination today. There is no movement inside now, and the silence is a little scary. Are you all ready? Go in when you're ready. Jay. There was a door behind Levis, and I didn't know what this place was for before. However, these students did not show fear on their faces, and their eyes were full of excitement. Report, teacher, we are all ready. By the time they were all there, Levis had been waiting for a long time against the door panel. Levis was very satisfied when he heard this, nodded, and pushed the door behind him and let them go in. And he followed behind these people so that Levis could deal with the mountain in time. These students filed in, and although they were excited, they had not lost their minds, and they carefully checked the house in pairs. Yuriko was in a group with a very tall boy, and the two carefully pushed open the door in front of them. This room should have been a cold storage before, but it has not been used for a long time, and the things in it have begun to rot and deteriorate. There was a foul smell, and the two who entered the door all covered their noses. The atmosphere was a little serious, and the tall boy on the side wanted to find some topics to chat with Yuriko. Hey man, what do you think might be in here? Yuriko frowned and didn't answer, only felt that he was a little noisy. Boys are also interesting people, knowing that Yuriko doesn't want to talk now. His expression was a little embarrassed, and he touched his nose angrily. 610. Continuing their unfinished exploration, the two carefully shuttled between the cargo racks and the freezer, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. They also received information from Cyclops before they came and knew what they were going to face. The two searched around and found nothing in it, so they were ready to exit. The boy suddenly felt that his arm was touched by something, and when he didn't know what it was, he felt Yuriko beside him push him. With so much strength, he directly hit the wall beside him. Pushed by you inexplicably, when the boy was about to stand up and accuse Yuriko, a huge amount of crack was punched by a mechanical arm in the place where he just stood. This power looks very terrifying. If it falls on him, although it will not cause serious damage, it will also be very painful. Only now did the boy realize that he had misunderstood Yuriko and was just about to apologize to Yuriko. Before, he also thought that Yuriko was thin and small and she must be the one who was holding her back. Now rescued by Yuriko, he felt his face burning hot. Yuriko didn't have time to pay attention to that stupid big man's mind, and her whole body was ready for battle. In the middle of the roar of this mechanical monster, the small figure rushed out like a cannonball, an ability also condensed in his palm. The target is the weak spot on the monster, the red spot like the eye. Yuriko's movements were very fast and the boy only saw a white figure passing by. Then there is the mechanical monster that has been unresponsive on the ground, and Yuriko is like an elegant kitten after being handled. He gracefully jumped down from the mechanical monster and landed firmly on the ground. At this time, Yuriko's thin body was filled with another very strange and violent beauty that was incompatible with her. The boy looked a little straight, but he didn't expect a violent loli under such a petite and cute face as Yuriko. Yuriko still ignored the boy, who was in a daze, and forcefully dragged huge amounts of monsters up on the ground. He walked towards the door and frowned when he saw that the boy had not responded. "Tusk, what are you still doing? Let's go." At this time the boy seemed to have regained his sanity and replied in a chaotic manner. I'll be right here." The boy picked up his headset from the ground and rushed towards Yuriko. Yuriko saw that he followed and then dragged the things in her hand out, and Levis was standing in the open space outside. He seems to be very lazy, but he actually pays attention to the movements of none of the students, so he can take a better shot when they encounter a crisis. Levis heard the sound and turned his eyes to the source of the sound. Just saw Yuriko dragging the giant mechanical monster out of the room, and there were also students around. How did this skinny little girl do it? It doesn't look like something she can do. God, it looks really incredible. This scene attracted not only one person, everyone was very suspicious of Yuriko's small arms and legs. The eyes looked up and down on Yuriko, and the more everyone looked at it, the more serious Yuriko's face became. At this time, Yuriko's partner also came out, and everyone saw that the boy was tall. He subconsciously pressed this matter on the boy. After all, Yuriko looked really too thin. Everyone looked at Yuriko and the others, and Yuriko's face became more serious. Levis knew that Yuriko was nervous and called out Yuriko's name. "Yuriko, have all the monsters in the room been dealt with?" Yuriko's expression changed when she heard Levi's voice, and her eyes were shining at Levi's. At this moment, it really looks like a very ordinary and lovely girl, definitely ignoring the huge and hideous monster in her hands. "Teacher, the monsters in the freezer have been cleaned up and the inside is now very safe." 35. Levis nodded when he heard this. "Yes, you did a very good job of this, you both are very good." 39. The boy was a little embarrassed to hear this compliment and scratched his head. "Report to the teacher this matter, I didn't contribute." Although it was very humiliating to say this, the boy still told the truth. Levis was stunned for a moment when he heard this and then responded randomly and quickly. "But at least you didn't hold back, you still did a very good job." Levis said this was mostly a joke, and everyone who heard it covered their mouths and laughed twice. "Okay, you continue to investigate, don't be stunned." After Levis said this, Yuriko was the first to move, and Yuriko threw the monster in her hand on the spot. Quickly entering the next search point, the boy looked at it blankly but did not expect that Yuriko's execution was so strong. Seeing this scene, Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. The little girl Yuriko was really interesting. Who knew that Yuriko spit out just one word, stupid? 55. He can also accept this point. "Yuriko-san, my name is Jenny, so we two know each other." The boy quickly followed in Yuriko's footsteps, and the two entered a 4.1 room again. Jenny didn't think that one day when he was disliked by children, he didn't know what to say when he looked at Yuriko's back. Yuriko stopped when she heard this and turned to look at Jenny. Jenny thought that Yuriko was going to say something to him and looked forward to it. Alas, Yuriko, wait for me too, don't be so fast. But boys don't care about this, after all, powerful people are more or less eccentric. Yuriko's attitude towards strangers is not very good, and people with discerning eyes can treat them differently. Jenny didn't pay attention to Yuriko's cold face and followed her. You slow down, how can this kind of thing make girls come? It should be me walking ahead. Yuriko ignored his words and walked in front alone. Levis stood outside watching the back of the two leaving with a smile on his face. It's an interesting combination. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner and the monsters in this place were quickly cleared out. But Levi didn't see the leader hiding here and the special agent students all stood in the open space after dealing with it. Between them and Levis is a group of mechanical monsters that have been scrapped, and Levis checks and finds that there really is no target for them this time. He frowned and looked around and there was nothing unusual. Did you get the news in advance and slip away, or did their message go wrong? Did you see anything strange during the inspection, or is there another 10 cash? No, we didn't see anything else. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this, and they were very careful in the process of checking. Finding nothing strange, Levis had a thoughtful look on his face when he heard this. The whole team. Things are a little strange here, and Levis decided to go back and ask Cyclops what was going on. They also quickly got the team in order as Levis said, and Levis was about to take them away. I don't know where the mechanical monster rushed out and the target was them. Definitely rushed out, not only this one but also countless mechanical monsters followed by this one. Standing densely together, the scalp of people looks numb. Levis also reacted very quickly, blocking the rushing mechanical monsters. Get ready to fight. Levis woke up all the students who were stunned, and Jenny was one of them, reacting and planning to show off his skills. But someone around him moved faster than himself, deftly rushing out like a cat. Hey, Yuriko. It's too dangerous for you to do this. Jenny knew whose figure it was at a glance and quickly stopped Yuriko. But Yuriko doesn't take care of Jenny at all, and the small figure flexibly shuttles through mechanical monsters. Levi didn't have much effort, and the monsters that hedged to his side were easily solved. Then observe how others behave in battle and help out if there is danger. Levis noticed that among these people the javelin was the most outstanding one was Yuriko. Looking at the petite body, but the action of handling it is very fast and neat, basically killing with one blow. And Yuriko's partner did not do badly. Levi nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the monster around him was about to hit the student's face, he helped him up from the ground. Any mistake in battle can kill you, what were you just hesitating about? The student who was pulled up from the ground by Levis heard this and immediately replied to Levis, "Report teacher, I was wrong and I will never do it again." Levis didn't say anything when he saw him like this, and then followed them to deal with the source of constantly monsters outside. Lu Heng glanced at it, and I don't know how many people rushed up from outside. He didn't have any pressure, he just didn't know how much time this group of students could hold. Levis thought it was a good opportunity to experiment, to test where their bottom line was. At this time, he paddled openly, shuttling through this group of people, and generally did not shoot unless necessary. Once he lied to Yuriko's side and saw that she was dealing with it with a serious face. Yuriko, how do you feel? Mr. Weiss, I'm still very good. Yuriko also knows that you can't call names indiscriminately outside, and her answer is very decent now. Levis nodded, then instantly disappeared in place and appeared next to the next person who was about to hold on. Are you all okay? Teacher Weiss, we are almost unable to hold on. The people who spoke moved a lot slower, and it was a little difficult to deal with the monster in front of them. Levi didn't say anything and took action to clean up all the monsters around him. It was only a minute for Levi to deal with it, and the pressure on the students was much less. Now there is a thick layer of scrapped machinery on the ground around them, but there is a steady stream of monsters rushing up from behind. Levis looked at the direction the monster appeared, emerging from the bottom of a mountain. He squinted his eyes for a long time, and the monsters consciously covered up where they came out. But Levis was not fooled by them, and with his superior eyesight analyzed their whereabouts. The mountain in the southwest direction, pay attention to the formation, let's go over and take a look. After Levi's words, the students around him also reacted, narrowing the safety circle a little, and Levis walked in the front. The rest of the people were responsible for dealing with the monsters rushing around, and Levi started with him quickly getting to the position determined by Levis. The rest is nothing to this group of students, not to mention that there are 5th-level mutants like Yuriko in it. In the middle, huge amounts of spheres, there are 4 monsters patrolling by Zhou Zheng. Levis glanced at them and rushed to the hole below. Without Levis's hand, someone has already taken care of the rest. I don't know how long I walked, but Levis saw a very empty place. There are a lot of traces of monster activity on this road, and Levis follows this trail. And the truth is similar to what Levi thought. Most of the monsters come from here. The moment of the explosion killed all the defenseless monsters on the ground, and the rest were very reasonable. But their actions also angered the other monsters, screaming at them. "Don't worry, teacher, we will deal with it here." They should be able to handle the split, and Levis was relieved. The mutant students nodded. They really couldn't handle it. Levis found a bomb for blasting from himself, hit it, and threw it at the hole at his feet. "I know if it's a good place to look at it. You guys wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look. The cave is very deep, and I don't know where it leads." They stood in the air and looked at the huge amounts of hole on the ground. 587 Teacher, what should we do now? There were many forks in the road, and Levis chose only one way to go down. When Levis saw this scene, he knew that he had found his target, and the monster around this huge ball was somewhat strong. But in Levi's eyes, it's nothing. It's just that the ball in the middle doesn't know what it is. It looked a little weird, and Levis watched without moving for a while. This round ball is only quietly rotating, and strange lights light up on its body from time to time. After watching Levi for a while, Levi has nothing to gain, so he is not ready to waste any more time. No matter what she is, one force will drop 10 times, and when the time comes, it will be flexible. Levi's figure rushed out ghostly and directly destroyed all these big things when neither monster reacted. Levis looked at the ball after processing it, and he had seen it in another warehouse before, and it didn't seem to be so big. Which one looks much smaller? Levis was about to burn this thing with fire. There was an extra voice in his head. "I know you. I saw you in my memory before the split." Levi raised his eyebrows split. "So these are not your essence?" "You can think so, but I don't think you can find me for a while." Levis saw that this thing was not aggressive, and it was estimated that the means would be to control only those mechanical monsters. "Can't find it? As long as you are still on this planet, you can't find a word." Levis scoffed at her words, didn't care, and circled the ball. Thinking this was a good experimental goal, consider that Levis dialed Cyclops. "Hey Weiss, how's the situation going over there?" "Teacher, everything is going well, just trouble you to find a few researchers to help me see this thing behind me." Saying that, Levis pointed the camera at the big ball behind him, and Cyclops was also a little curious to see this thing for the first time. My eyes couldn't wait to stick to my phone, and I looked at it carefully. "What is this thing? It looks like it's delicious, Tilda." "It's the Omega you study. You find researchers to take a look." Cyclops nodded when he heard this. "I know, I'll go call now." Cyclops was still very fast and quickly found the group. The researchers were very interested in what was behind Lu Heng, and they looked at it when they saw it. "Oh my God, Mr. Weiss, can you take this thing apart and we'll see?" When Levi heard this, he walked to the edge of the ball, his hand as if he were pinching a piece of tofu. I easily squeezed into the round ball that looked smooth and unnotched and tore the ball apart with force. Revealing the contents inside, what Levis saw across the phone was what seemed to be sticky and wriggling flesh inside. Some researchers began to vomit when they saw this scene, and it was simply disgusting in this thing. Levis was also stunned for a moment, a little confused about how machinery was combined with flesh and blood. And Yuankyu, who had been calm before, said, "You don't seem to be very acceptable, but it's okay, you will adapt." This ball was very happy when he said this, as if he was accomplishing something important. Levi's pupils shook, and the sense of crisis made him quickly prop up a barrier in front of him. In the next second, the thing in front of him exploded, and the entire empty ground was full of flesh and blood, looking very disgusting. Levis didn't get on his body, but the face looked disgusting. And when the ball inside exploded, the monster that Yuriko dealt with outside seemed to be dead. A frantic attack was launched against this mutant student, and the long battle made it impossible for some to hold on. When will Teacher Weiss come out? I'm almost unable to hold on. Yuriko gritted her teeth and knocked down the monsters rushing up one after another beside her, and she was also a little exhausted. The arms that fell beside him trembled unconsciously, but even so, the gold was the fiercest of their group. Yuriko's ability they are all looking at in their eyes, and no one dares to underestimate such a thin girl now. She really interprets the aesthetics of violence to the extreme when she fights, and everyone looks at her fighting as if she is watching a beautiful performance. But now no one has time to admire this, they are watching the hole where Levis disappears. In anticipation, they heard voices ringing from behind them. What are you looking at? We'll leave when we're done. After hearing Levis's voice, the students felt like a shot in the arm. Levis came back and reduced the pressure a lot for them, and they were able to breathe a sigh of relief. After the surrounding monsters were cleaned up, Levis quickly rushed back to the academy with the students. After saying that, they disbanded in place and returned to their rooms with 2 or 3. Goodbye, Teacher Coaster. Cyclops agrees, she's a good boy. What about the others? How? After everyone was gone, Cyclops' gaze turned to Levis. Are you okay, Weiss? Teacher Coaster, it's a pity that you didn't go to the scene, otherwise you would have seen Yuriko look like when she was fighting. It's cool. Back at the academy, Cyclops were already waiting for them, and it was a relief to see them come back safely. They are really good seedlings, and their abilities are very practical and have little impact. Cyclops had already arranged for someone to go when the ball exploded, and it should be on the way now. I'm fine, this group of students is still quite good to bring, it's just that round ball thing. Have you arranged someone to deal with it now? Things arranged by Cyclops. Levi is still more trusting, and his mind has shifted from this matter. Although they were tired on their faces, they couldn't hide their excitement, and today's fight was really cool. Yuriko, that kid herself, is also very hard, otherwise I'm afraid that one person is useless. It's all good seedlings. What's Jenny's name? Not bad, there are a few that are doing well. A smile appeared on Cyclops' face. This is a student you personally taught, how can you be embarrassed? Don't worry, I've already arranged it all. Get Zhao. Although these few are not as highly rated as Lily seeds, they are all good seedlings, Cyclops nodded. Well, you guys are tired today and go back to rest. Cyclops spoke to the students behind Levis and told them all to go back to rest. The two stood in place and chatted for a while, and Cyclops received a message from the people who had gone to Levis to clear the battlefield. Teacher, we have already adjusted here, and the relevant information should be sent to you later. Cyclops nodded when he heard this. Okay, you guys give me the results as soon as possible. After hanging up the video, Cyclops looked at Levis. Now to my office, this matter still needs to be looked at. Levis had no opinion and nodded in agreement. After the two waited for a while, the report came over there. Cyclops sent Levis a copy and the two checked it out first. It's not just one person detected in this flesh and blood. What is this monster trying to do? Cyclops was a little puzzled when he saw this, while Levi looked at the information in his hand and pondered. Recalling the first time he saw this monster, he didn't look at what was inside, he burned it directly. Levis told Cyclops about the first time he encountered the monster, and he began to meditate after listening to it. He can speak directly in your head. Will he be able to control ordinary people? Cyclops' mind spun very fast, and it came to mind at once. If the thing is really this 613, this thing is too dangerous, and ordinary people have no way to do it. After all, no one has a strong mental will and ability like Levis. When I was fighting, I didn't see any impact on his entanglement of students, and I don't know if it's not mutant. Levi told Cyclops what he had seen in the battle, and he listened and pondered. There are still a few points left. You take the researchers with you to see what the situation is. Levi nodded. There was no difference between leading a group of researchers and leading a group of students in Liu Heng's eyes. Go now. Or went. Levis didn't notice any tiredness anyway, and there was nothing to do with him now. Look at it, you're waiting for me here. Cyclops also knew that the sooner this was dealt with the better, and went aside to call someone. Levis didn't know what they were talking about, and after waiting for half an hour, Nick Fury came with someone. Cyclops was very happy to see him and stepped forward to give him a big hug. Hey. Man, when you come, I know you are the most reliable. Nick Fury pushed away from the Cyclops who rushed towards him. Let's get down to business now, don't delay time. Okay, look at this. Cyclops sent the information to Nick. Fury also sent a copy. Levis sat on the side and didn't speak anyway. There was Cyclops to deal with. He didn't have to worry about it. Nick Fury finished reading the information in his hand. This time we SHIELD will cooperate with you, so let's start now. After saying that, he informed the remaining few people, and the first to arrive was Tony, wearing a red armor and flew around the outside of the building. Then I came in and sorted out my clothes. Hey, Weiss, we meet again. Levis looked at them with his chin and heard someone greet him in response. Hey, good afternoon. Arriving one after another were the Hulk, Black Widow. After everyone arrives, Nick Fury told them everything he had dealt with today, and several people had no opinion. Okay, then let's go now. There was nothing more to say, so Nick Fury stopped what he didn't say yet. As soon as his voice fell, the first to disappear was Levis, and he left a sentence when he entered. Hey man, let's see who gets there first. Although this competition is very naive, Tony's competitive spirit is completely aroused. Weiss, you're cheating. After speaking, they chased after Levi's back, and the rest of the people saw the situation and spontaneously followed their footsteps. Levis was still the first to arrive. Tony, when he arrived, he was already standing at his destination. Hey Tony, you're a step late. Oh my god, Weiss, you just cheated on it. Levis did not deny this statement and waited for the person who was born. Hulk, they are still fast. Slower is the group of researchers. Their task today is to protect this group of researchers to investigate the origin of this monster, and there are no other very complex targets. When everyone arrived, Levis was in the front. The rest of the people presented a circle to these researchers who had little self-protection ability, and they were very relieved to have Levi in front of them. Just need to deal with the unexpected situation behind. Levi walked in front of the stroll without any nervousness. The people behind are also at ease and the atmosphere is relaxed. Levi stopped abruptly as he walked, and he saw a figure in front of him. Without seeing the face, Levis still felt that the figure that appeared in this situation was not right at all. After seeing it clearly, Levi knew that this was not a normal human at all, and everything on his body seemed to be put together. This nondescript feeling looks very eerie, and Levis knows what this monster is up to. Levi didn't move. This monster was very cunning, as if each one was not his own essence. She is studying, but now she is learning a half-hanger. We met again, now we should be considered the same kind, right? Levis took 2 steps forward, and the figure in front of him became clearer and clearer. This Levi is really curious if the kill becomes stronger once, and this ability seems to be of some use. Levis is considering using today's check-in on this monster, but he can't be sure of this monster's ability. If you don't make such a movement with such a frightening face, this action is still very cute. The monster also seemed to see the disgust in their eyes and tilted its head in confusion. Tony saw that the figure in front of him was very cold, obviously a monster, but had to pretend to be human. Seeing Levi stop, everyone behind him also stopped. None of them are complete and all of them are long. You don't look very satisfied. Well, it's worth my research. But the next one he encounters will be much stronger than the previous one, and Levis looked the figure up and down. He spotted Levis and happily said hello to Levis. Vigilantly, he looked around to check the situation around him. Are you an individual separated from the body, or in some sense we can't kill you, you resurrected? Levis only hesitated for a moment, and multiple abilities had no effect on him anyway. Simply use today's check-in on his monster. Does the host check in for Omega? Levis has nothing about hesitation. Yes. Successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ability differentiation and 100 experience points. Levis clicked on the system to carefully check the explanation of this ability, and now he also understands what this monster's ability is. This ability can be understood as the kind of duplication, only the monster is differentiated into individuals at different times. The monster definitely also heard Levis's words and looked like he was carrying his hand. You really asked an interesting question from someone, which made it a little difficult for me to answer, but you can tell if we fight. The monster rushed at him after speaking, and Levis had already been on guard. He didn't think this one was a good thing, kind fellow. The monster rushing up goes straight for Levis, and his target is only Levis. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had fought many times, and when the two stopped, Levis did not have a single wound on his body. But the monster squatting on the wall already had many openings on its body, and it was bleeding down. But the monster's face did not mean to retreat at all, stretched out his tongue and licked his mouth, and his pupils shrank into a vertical pupil due to excitement. With an evil smile on his lips, he stared at Levis, who was being lowered. "You are strong and qualified as my opponent." Levis didn't take his words to heart, and even his expression didn't change. After saying this, Omega resumed the second battle, rushing towards Levi like a cannonball on the wall. The speed is very fast, and normal people's eyes can only catch a residual image. The battle is between electric light and flint, and the last thing everyone sees is the monster that has been pressed to the ground by Levis. The captured monster was not afraid, very happy. "It's really fun to compete with you, looking forward to our next meeting." After hearing this, Levis immediately thought of it and held up a barrier for them. The monster lying on the ground exploded at the same moment as Levi held up the barrier. Levis frowned at the puddle of mud on the ground. He still didn't know how many things there were on the ground. "It is too troublesome to find it like this, and it is necessary to find the main body of this thing as soon as possible and eliminate him." Tony saw Levi walking up to him in a daze. "Weiss, how are you? Are you worried?" "Oh, you don't have to worry, we'll definitely help you." Levis was not worried about this and shook his head. "I'm fine, I'm just wondering where the essence of this thing is hidden." The Hulk, who had been watching from behind, walked to the monster's side. "I think that since they are all individuals, there must be similarities in the places they choose." Hulk's words caused several others to think, and Levi touched his chin to recall the information given by Cyclops. "After the investigation, there was a little eyebrow in my head. I know you protect these scientific researchers. I'll go and investigate." The remaining few people looked at Levis in amazement, and before they could even look at them, he had already found them. "Or we still go with us, one more person and one more strength." Tony made his suggestion and several others agreed, and Levius shook his head. "Forget it, I'll go alone in this matter." He rejected their opinion. "I'll go investigate first, you guys will wait for me here and I'll be back then." Levi's attitude was so resolute that they didn't force it. "Okay, then you have to pay attention to safety." Levi nodded and disappeared from the smile, leaving Tony to probe the situation. When Levi landed, he appeared somewhere in a mountain range where the top of the mountain was covered with perennial snow. Levis took a look, then walked up the hill and found the cave according to his instincts. After stopping at the door, I lifted my foot and walked inside. It was very humid inside, and there was still some snow on the ground that had not melted away. Levis walked around inside, and nothing looked unusual here. He walked to a wall and stopped himself, standing in front of the wall and thinking. After a while, he made a new move, pressed on this wall, and the obstacle in front of him was gone. The crumbs that broke into drops fell to the ground, and the contents revealed their true colors. Begging for flowers. In front of him was a woman with her eyes closed, although she was asleep, but she was also very strange. Levis looked her up and down, and the woman looked like she was about to wake up. Slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like cold-blooded animals when he saw Levis. A smile appeared on the woman's face. "You're here? I knew you could find me." The tone of speech was as if how familiar the two were, very intimate. Levis didn't eat this set at all, reaching out and grabbing her neck. A small ball of jumping flame was slightly condensed in his hand, which looked very cute and had no offensive power. The monster thought she could escape, but she stood in place and couldn't move. Levi definitely knows that there may not be a solution to the general solution, but not necessarily with Phoenix Force. But he had seen it and didn't think it was anything beneath such a seemingly harmless exterior. "I'm not doing anything, am I not doing what I want to do?" It was the monster's turn to break the defense, glaring at Liu Heng hard. At this time, Levis was like a wood that did not understand the style and would only ask coldly, "What are you doing here?" She acted very innocent when she said this, and her lowered eyebrows were full of grievances. "What have you done to me? I warn you, better let me go, knife." But the appearance of this flame made the Omega that Levis grabbed change his face greatly, and he felt the dangerous smell of this flame. The slender neck that seemed to have no strength was pinched by Levis, who was expressionless. Levis is naturally not a vegetarian, plus he is not in a very good mood now. In that case, then you go and die. As soon as the body blurred, it fled from Levis's hands. The woman who is choked by the neck does not panic at all, and the neck may be a fragile and deadly place for other people. But for her, not at all. If Levis hadn't seen her previous duplication, he could have said that this monster had chosen a good skin. What can I do? Before you constantly provoked me, I just used a little trick. Levis looked at the monster in front of him with dead eyes like a dead thing, and Levis only felt stupid about the person who took the initiative to find the dead. She dared to provoke without knowing her own strength, and Levis didn't know whether to say whether she was courageous or naive. Omega's face turned white when she heard this. Is Levi's ability the tip of the iceberg on Levis that she saw before? But she dared to definitely leave a backhand as well. Levi stared at the monster in front of him. Standing aside with his chest hugged, this monster's careful thoughts could not be hidden. He wanted to see what else he had backhanded, so he didn't panic at this time. It's just that you are too strong. I yearn for it. How can I be considered a provocation? Levis didn't take care of it, and after imprisoning with the 400 skill, he took people to Shandong. He was going to take it back to Cyclops for him to deal with, and that was the end of it. Levis has had enough of playing now and doesn't want to procrastinate any longer. He turned his back to Omega, and Omega behind him bowed his head and did not speak. But her body is slowly blurring, becoming something like fine sand scattered around her body. Levis sensed something was wrong and looked back to see the scene. This monster wants to give up his body and run away, and Levi definitely will not let her go so easily. Levis controlled all the black mist at hand, denying her a chance to escape. Is that all your ability is? A little weak. Now Levis looks like a big villain, and the smile on his face doesn't look warm at all. And Omega stared at Reeves with a sharp cry, and black veins faintly appeared on his face. Forcefully breaking free from Levi's confinement, a flash appeared a few hundred meters away from Levis. She knew that she was not Levi's opponent at the moment, and that the ability that Levius had did not match him at all. Did she feel deceived? Levis was a liar? The thought of this Omega was bursting with anger, but she didn't dare to trouble Levi now. So turn your head and run away without leaving a memory, and if you don't go and stay here, there is only a dead end. Levis watched her fleeing figure stand in place. He had just left a little thing on the monster's body. This was just enough to monitor the monster's range, so Levi stood still and didn't move. After scanning the perimeter without seeing anything abnormal, they returned to Tony, who were dealing with the remaining monsters in the cave. Levi looked at him carefully and looked behind him. Weiss, you're back. How is it now? Levis stood in front of them with ease. I don't have anything. What's wrong? Tony made up for the monster beside him who hadn't died yet, and then looked at Levis. Didn't you find the monster, or did you encounter something else? Levi still shook his head. I found it but let him go. Tony's face changed drastically when he heard this. What did you say? You let him go? Levi saw him like this, knowing that Tony was worried about something, and gently patted Tony's shoulder. Don't worry, I've marked her so we can find her as long as he's still on this planet. Tony breathed a sigh of relief at hearing this, laughed and hammered Levi's shoulder. You really scared me to death. I thought you did it on purpose. The monsters in the cave have almost been cleaned up, and Tony is around watching the scientists and Levis chat. Is that monster hard to deal with? How you go and let him go? It's okay, it's not troublesome, you can handle it to you. Levis said very lightly, but Tony estimated that Levis's lack of trouble would be greatly reduced. We've collected everything here, and we can go back now. Several people were chatting, and the research on collecting important information had collected what they wanted. Then I'll go back now. I just have something I want to go back to. Levis heard the sound they had collected and just wanted to go back now. What he said was otherwise hot. Danetly had no opinion and nodded. Then let's go back quickly now. Levis still said that and then disappeared straight away. Tony still hasn't finished speaking. Point 0. Tony was a little upset. Hey, Weiss, why don't you listen to me? But at this time, Levi couldn't hear at all, and the person had already arrived at the Special People Academy, appeared in front of Cyclops, who was not used to Levi's ghostly appearance. Seeing him come back and saying hello, you're back, how are things handled? It's okay, just encounter a little problem, wait for them to come and talk to you together. As soon as Cow Cow arrived, Tony and a few others appeared. Hey, we're back, things are taken care of. Levi Joe was just worried about what else had changed, and he knew that he should read a memory of the monster. Levis, who saw them back, said something about fighting Omega before, and they all thought about it after listening to it. Levis ignored Tony's words and answered Captain America's. Levis had seen him appear in the middle of nowhere, so he kept rushing to the downtown building. Levi doesn't think it's a blessing, and it's not a good thing to be targeted by monsters. We'll rush over now and stop him before she does. Do you want this Yanfu for you? You can also see what we played before. How much more does she want to come? Hey man, is that monster pretty? Then you are really a blessing. Now is not the time to hesitate. Several people did not drink a sip of water and set off non-stop. 3.8 I can sense that she is now moving towards the downtown building. They rushed to the downtown building together, and they soon appeared on the roof of the building. Brother is in the parking lot, he is below. So you can sense his location now. Where has she been during this time? Tony spread his hands, then forget it, this good thing still doesn't come. This was Captain America's question, and Tony's focus was not at all different. It looked very wrong and other people felt it. When they arrived, Omega also arrived. It's just that they're upstairs and the other one is downstairs. After Levi's words, the others reacted very quickly and they all used their ability to rush down. They all rushed to the parking lot and several people's eyes looked at Levis. Levis knew what they wanted to ask and nodded affirmatively. He's right in here, I can feel him. Levis walked into the underground garage first, and the incandescent of the library was open. Everything on the ground in the morning light was a little white and the huge car curry did not have a sound. Levis walked in the front and the rest followed Levis. The group went deeper and Levis walked inside as he felt. Finally stopped in front of a wall and Tony stepped forward to examine the wall up and down. It's like an ordinary wall, there's nothing wrong with it. Levis walked in front of this without a word. 10. He smashed the wall and made an entrance for one person to pass through. Without thinking about it, Levis walked directly in and the other people quickly followed Levis when they saw Levis's movements. They walked in and found that there was a huge amount of balls in the middle and the place they were in was a hallway. All the corridors here are built around the ball in the middle and Levis doesn't look at the others but looks up and down at the huge amounts of the ball in the middle. Their movements could not be hidden and the sound quickly attracted the surrounding monsters. Tony and they quickly prepared for the team battle, greeting the monsters that flew up to where they knew they were deadly. Levis still looked at the ball in the middle and took 2 steps in the direction of the ball. After walking in, Levis saw what appeared to be a pool underneath the ball filled with an unknown liquid. Levis touched the ball with his hand and found that the shell was full of liquid from the pool. Levis touched a slimy handful which didn't feel very good anyway, but Levi saw a figure inside and he felt right. It must be that monster in it and Levis must have done it after that. Directly use violence to tear open the shell of this sphere. This shell is still quite hard. Levis has to spend some effort. With Levi's movements, the things inside are gradually revealing their original appearance. This is not the image that Levis saw before but a different look. If Levis hadn't made a mark on her body, she wouldn't have recognized her. The monster curled up in the middle of the sphere as if it was being treated by the liquid outside. The body is also changing, becoming more human-like. Levis was stunned when he saw this scene and the figure in the middle also opened his eyes. Looking at Levis who was standing in the gap, here you are, it's time to liquidate everything. Levis stood in the gap and looked at Omega inside. You were still the same as the bereaved dog before, why do you have the confidence to talk to me now? He glanced at the liquid underneath the sphere, and this huge amount of sphere. Is it because of this? Without saying a word, Levis threw down a flame and this flame was like alcohol when it was stained with this liquid. Grab it and sleep burns up, the scorching fire licks the sphere above and the temperature around it rises a few points in the blink of an eye. A strange scent began to emanate in the air, making Tony visibly irritated by the monster he was dealing with. The attack on Tony also became more and more fierce, and when Tony did not react, he was swept to the wall by a mechanical arm swept by the monster in front of him. The monster without a block rushed straight at Levis trying to get rid of him, but H.I. was not close to Levis and was knocked off the core by Thor who got up and was completely scrapped. After the fight, Tony also looked at Levis and his face was still a little proud. Levi nodded, "Leave it to us with confidence." But the monster's attention is all on Levis, desperately trying to get around Tony and get closer to Levis. Levis noticed this scene and knew that this matter might have something to do with the water he lit. Without giving Levis time to think, he heard the wind. Raising his eyes, he saw the hand that was half immobile in front of him, and Omega quickly distanced himself from Levis when he saw that this blow was not successful. Hide in the distance to observe Levis's posing, find time to start. This made Levis really feel the increase in the power of this monster and had little impact on Levis. His expression didn't change, but he paid attention to when she would rush out to give herself a blow when she was in a high-speed movement. Soon, the monster appeared from Levi's side. Levis seized the moment to drag the Omega that appeared. Blocks Omega's next move, keeping him in place. But Omega's power increased and he deftly flipped away from Levis's hands. And the number of monsters around them is also increasing significantly, making Tony a little difficult for them. Levis knew he couldn't drag it out now or Tony wouldn't be able to hold on. Levis 910 was too lazy to deal with this monster and directly turned on mind control, aiming at Omega. With the strong intervention of Levis, the countryman entered the monster's mind. Levis went through all his memories and found his source. But none of this is very important anymore and Levis directly destroys his spirit. The monster only felt as if some electric drill was drilling in his brain and the pain was cracking. He screamed in pain and crawled on the ground and finally fainted completely. After Levis dealt with this, the other monsters also quieted down. Tony and they were able to get out of the battle and walk to Levi's side. "Hey, good job, we can finally give a sigh of relief." Instead of seeing Levis, Black Widow was looking at the monster on the ground that had fainted. She hadn't seen any fatal injuries on the monster's body, but the monster looked very painful. Black Widow didn't know why, but when she was thinking, someone around her called her name. She quickly came to her senses and saw that everyone was looking at him. "Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. I just saw you in a daze, so I called you." Steve did call Black Widow in a daze and he thought she was affected by a monster. The interrupted Black Widow didn't think about it anymore and found the rope from himself. After trapping the wailing monster on the ground and making sure that it would not loosen, he looked at Tony and them. "What do I do with this when I bring it back?" "Someone will deal with it, let's check the situation here." Tony didn't look back, leaning around the ball, and there was no flame on the surface of the burning pool. Tony walked over to the pool and looked at it. It was so dark that he couldn't see how deep it was. But Tony was particularly curious about the pool and searched around for any mechanism around. After searching for a long time, Tony did not find it and his actions attracted the curiosity of several other people. "Tony, what are you looking for?" Tony turned back to the pool and said, "I'm curious what's in this pool." Hearing his words, several other people also walked to the edge of the pool, looked at the pool, and didn't know what it was about. The water was so muddy that he couldn't see where the bottom was and Levis looked around. "I found a distant organ. Hey, what is that organ for?" Levis said as he walked to the side of the mechanism and pulled it down. The calm surface of the pool began to react, falling little by little. Seeing this movement, everyone's eyes fell on the pool, and as the water level dropped, the full picture of the pool inside began to slowly emerge. Black Widow covered his mouth in surprise at first sight, unable to believe what he saw. Tony also sighed, "Oh my God, what is this?" Levis looked back and saw what was underneath the pool, one corpse after another without decomposition. It was very well preserved, but everyone's expression was very painful. From this, it can be thought of what inhuman torture these people suffered before their lives, and Levi did not look carefully. Very familiar faces were seen inside, the faces of the monsters, so Levis remembers it now. Tony saw this scene and walked to the side of the monster and kicked her fiercely, but this did not vent his anger at all. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in silence and no one made a sound. After a long time, it was Levi who spoke up. "Let's go back first and talk about the matter here later." Everyone nodded and agreed to Levis, and several people returned to the Special People's School in silence. "Teacher Coaster, we're back." Levi came back and greeted Cyclops, who saw them come back and put down the documents in their hands. Seeing that the faces of several of them were not very good, there were some doubts. Why do you guys look listless? Cyclops had never seen them like this before and looked around them. Tony looked at them and told them everything they had come across. Is this the case? I know, then the rest is up to you, SHIELD. Cyclops didn't want to take over the trouble and the mess was left to SHIELD to them. Tony and Black Widow laughed helplessly when they heard this, knowing that they couldn't shirk it. Let's talk to the above. Cyclops nodded. You guys discuss. Levis didn't react to their conversation and looked at Cyclops after they left. Shall we leave this matter to them? Cyclops nodded. Anyway, we handled most of it and the rest they didn't deal with too much. What about you? Do you have any comments? Levi nodded. Yes, I think it works anyway, they have more people than us. Levis didn't feel uncomfortable when he said this, which would definitely vomit blood if someone else outside heard it. Now their special people school attracts most of the special people and they still have X-gene reagents. Who the hell is this and how wrong Levi is about his own ability? Cyclops nodded seriously when he heard this. Yes, how many people are on our side? If there is a little loss, we are very sad. Then let them deal with this matter, let's rest, correct? Levis got up and stretched and moved his body. After running for so long, Levis was also tired and planned to go home and rest. Hey Weiss, we're going to play golf later. Cyclops invited Levis, which gave Levis a different look. Mr. Coaster, when did you become interested in this matter? It seems to be quite good to see you playing, I also want to try. Cyclops put his arm around Levi's shoulders. How's that? Will you go later? Hearing about golf, Levis is not tired and full of energy. Okay, we'll go now. After the two discussed it, they went out together when they played easily on their side. SHIELD wasn't so good. Nick Fury frowning in the room. Levis also agrees to leave this matter to us. Levis, he didn't have any reaction, it should be regarded as acquiescence, right? In that case, we will do what the director said and everyone is off work. Captain America spread his hands. No, I see that the director seems to be fine. What do you mean by the director? He seems to be a little dissatisfied with Levis. Tony saw him look at each other like this and when the meeting was over they got together. You don't have to worry about this, the director won't do anything to Levis. Levi's ability, don't you know the money? Their little party ended with that and Tony took his coffee. The people around her were reminded of Levi's ability by her words as if no one could start on Levis. Black Widow saw Levi's reaction and was a little confused about Levi's thoughts. Nick Fury nodded and didn't say anything more but turned to deal with the follow-up. Black Widow stood by the door with his chest hugged, his expression faint. Black Widow rejected their suggestion, turned around and left. Tony readily agreed, looking at the others. What about you? What's next? Okay, I'm fine. I'm not going, I have other things. Captain America put his arm around Tony's shoulders. Hey man, go for a drink at night. Tony didn't mind either and walked outside with Captain America past the Hulk and asked again. Man, are you going? Tony saw a clue and turned back to ask the other people's opinions. Hulk smiled and refused. Oh, I'm not going. Tony was not disappointed to hear this and waved at them. Then goodbye guys, I'll go first. Tony pulled Captain America away, the conference room fell silent and the remaining three said goodbye to each other and left. Hey man, here you are, look at the Ultron we designed together. Tony was so excited this morning that he called Banner, who was still sleeping in the morning. Banner thought something had happened and hurried over. Did something happen? Summon me so early. Banner is still a little confused and was called here by Tony. Tony showed Banner what he had recently researched. I need your help. After reading it, Banner was very disapproving of Tony's plan. Your plan is too cold. Tony has no special emotions and convinces Banner on his own, and in the end, Banner chooses to help Tony. The two studied for a long time and integrated a lot of things. JARVIS was also placed around and Tony named the new cluster of Data Ultron. The two came to an end when they had to leave and the freshman Data was at this moment Sue Xing. JARVISGRETD the Data AMICS amicably, but soon DISCOVRED that something was wrong with HIM 263, JARVIS when he was about to call Tony. This Data controlled JARVIS, who was much stronger than JARVIS and was more aggressive than JARVIS, then manipulated other equipment in the lab to make a shell for himself during this time. Ultron is also absorbing knowledge constantly, giving him a more complete picture of where he is now. At this time, Tony didn't know what was going on at all and was having a pleasant conversation with someone. Levis over there, Sakyu in his phone. Master, I just found a strange data. He seems to be very hostile to humans. Sakyu sensed that something was wrong and reported it to Levis for the first time. Levis, who was playing golf, stopped his movements and took his phone out of his pocket. Can you find out where it came from? Levis had a bad feeling and thought of another possibility. Sakyu did not make a sound. It should be according to Levis's words to investigate. I thought it was because I don't know how long it took to wait for Sakyu to reply. Master, I investigated the location. Sokka then sent Levi the location he investigated, and he saw it on his phone. Thinking back in my head, if memory serves, this is Tony's building. Seeing this, Levi was more certain that it must be Ultron, and Tony secretly researched it. Sakyu didn't look good when he saw Levis, but he had another piece of news to tell Levis. Master, he seems to have prepared a shell for himself. Levi's face darkened even darker when he heard this, and he disappeared from place in a blink of an eye. When leaving, he didn't forget to ask Sakyu to contact Tony, and when Vanny received the call, he was frightened by Levi's tone. Weiss, do you have something to do with me now? What did you do that you don't know yourself? I'll go find you where you are now. On the phone, this matter will not be clear for a while, and Levis plans to go directly to arrest it. Tony told Levi where he was, and the next second Levi appeared at the door of the place. I've arrived, are you with Banner? Tony still didn't know what was happening, and when he heard the name of the Banner mentioned, he glanced at the Banner not far away. He's with me too, are you looking for us for something? As soon as his voice fell, he saw something soaring into the sky from the location of his building. Seeing this, Tony was stunned, and Levi also saw it. Do you know what I came to you for? That's Ultron. Tony couldn't believe it now. He remembered that the program he had set up wasn't like this, and he was meant to help. Yes, that's the Ultron you researched. Don't be stunned, call Banner together. After Levi finished speaking, he went straight to where Ultron was, perhaps sensing danger. When Levis arrived, all that was left was a useless shell. Tony also arrived at this time and saw the mess inside and the injured people wailing on the ground. Tony didn't dare to look and twisted his head to the side. Levis looked at the scene in front of him and turned to look at Tony. Tony, look at the good things you've done. What have you researched? Tony was also very remorseful at this time. He originally researched it to protect humans and did not expect that the result would be like this. I don't know, I thought he would be something to protect humanity. I don't think it's useless to say anything at this time. Well, now is not the time to say this. We have to get him back as soon as possible. Sakego, can you find out where he is now? Levis can't be sure of the location right now because things have changed and he doesn't know where the thing will be now. It still feels very responsible. Hearing what Levis said, I went to investigate. At this time, Banner and the others also arrived and saw the mess in front of them. Here's what's going on. Captain America is ignorant of the current state and is a little puzzled. Levis didn't want to explain and his eyes fell on Tony and Banner. You should ask them about this. Banner checked it around. He knew why, but he still couldn't believe it. After checking it out, the result was the same as Benna thought. Hearing Levi's words, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them and Tony looked pained. I don't know, and I don't know why things are the way they are. Then Tony told others about his plan and the origin of this thing. The others didn't quite approve of Tony's idea. Why didn't you start this project with us? Tony, who was being questioned, was speechless, and Banner was also very guilty at this time. He should not have helped Tony at the time. Sakyu investigated and came back. I'm sorry, Master, I didn't find a clue either. Levis then remembered a place in the movie, a place where Ultron would definitely go, because there's what Ultron needs most to craft his body. Investigate where Citrical is now. Let's go over. Sorry, the host, I didn't find information about this person. After investigating on the internet, Sakyu did not find relevant information on the internet. Several other people looked at Levis. Don't worry about this for the time being. Let's go to Nick Fury first. It was Black Widow who spoke, and the others had no opinion, acquiescing to Levis's words. I'm not going with you, I think I know where he is. Levis rejected their words and disappeared in place. Tony and Banner immediately burst out, let's go with you. Levi had no opinion. If you want to go, just follow and go. After saying that, Levis disappeared in a blink of an eye, and Tony and Banner followed in Levi's footsteps and disappeared in place. The rest of the people looked at each other. Are we going to follow or go to the chief? Steve looked at the rest, waiting for their choice. Let's go to Nick first. Nick doesn't know about this yet and we'll have it easier with Nick's help. The Black Widow still insisted on his idea, and Hawkeye thought for a while. My opinion is the same as Natasha Romanoff. Steve nodded when he heard the choice of the two. Okay, we'll go find Nick now and then go support them. As soon as they said and left, the three disappeared in a blink of an eye and headed to Shield. Nick was looking at the information in his hand when they arrived and was a little surprised to see the three. Why are you here? Did something happen? This matter is still Black Widow, and the other two added some in due time. Nick Fury also learned the ins and outs of this matter at this time, and he was a little angry after listening to it. What exactly is Tony doing? Don't discuss such a big matter with us. Black Widow anticipated his anger and didn't speak now, waiting until he calmed down before speaking. They have rushed to stop it. We need your help, and now they have rushed to Wakanda. Black Widow knew their location, but the question left the few people wondering, what are they going to do there? Is there anything there? There's the hardest alloy in the world. Nick Fury answered the question and his eyes fell on the shield beside Steve. Hearing this, they also understood why they went there. This robot wants to make its own body out of vanadium alloy. Oh my god, the idea town is really crazy. Well, now is not the time to sigh. You guys go to support them first. Nick Fury interrupts their conversation. Tony has researched this thing is too dangerous, and he is in charge of Tony's robot army. It's a huge amount of hidden danger, and Nick Fury feels a bit of a day now. The others did not hesitate and rushed over according to Tony's position. And Levi's side has been matched with Ultron's robot, and Ultron has met Levis. I know you, the strongest mutant Levi. Why are you protecting those hypocritical and weak humans? Ultron recognizes Levi's ability, but doesn't understand why Levi did it. They are indeed quite weak, but whether they should survive or not is not a decision for them. The first half of Levis still agrees with Ultron's words, and the second half is completely different. Ultron's electronic eyes looked Levis up and down. I think we should be a good partner, and I seriously invite you. In Ultron's search, Levis is an infinitely close to invincible person, and Ultron needs such a partner. In this way, his plan will definitely go very smoothly and destroy all the humans here. I don't think it's a good plan, and I won't work with you. Levis didn't have that idea and wouldn't agree to Ultron. Banner and Tony were nervous at first, really worried that Levis would be brainwashed by Ultron. If there's anyone else in the world who knows them all, it's Ultron. Knowing everything about them, Tony regretted it at this point. Ultron saw that Levis was not in this way and knew that it was hopeless to recruit him, and Ultron would not pretend to be there and directly attacked them. In that case, then we have nothing to talk about. Ultron's attack on Levis was ineffective, and Levis went straight up. Ask for flowers? And Ultron is not stupid, knowing that he has no chance of winning against Levi now. The attack was just a false shot and his target was still vanadium alloy. After taking the vanadium alloy, he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the sea, and by the time Tony caught up, there was no longer a figure. Seeing this scene, Tony angrily hammered the wall next to him. Damn it, let him escape. After Tony finished speaking, he looked at Levis, trying to get a solution from Levis. Hey Gray buddy, are you all okay? We're here to help you. The Hulk nodded. That's right, we didn't catch it. Sakyu was a little unhappy. Master, you have something to do now. Zhang Wuyan, nothing to do. Summer to welcome spring. The one in Levi's hands has its own emotions, and it looks very similar to people. Jarvis is also very powerful, but it has no sense of autonomy. Neither Levis nor Tony answered, and Black Widow had to focus his inquiring eyes on the Hulk. Didn't catch Ultron? Or let him escape? Tony stared at the phone in Levi's hand with a burning gaze, and Hulk also reacted. Just as Tony was about to ask Levis, Steve walked in from outside with Black Widow. Thinking of this, Levis took out his mobile phone. Sakyu, can you monitor the abnormalities that appear on the internet? Please tell me this information if you can. He saw that Levi's Sakyu was very human, something that could not be seen in Jarvis. 0.0. Levis laughed when he heard this. Saku, where did you learn this word? It's not right to use it like this. Tony didn't care about the reaction of the rest of them and kept his eyes on Levis. I don't know where he is, but he'll still be moving. Weiss, what do we do now? Tony's eyes were straight as he watched from the sidelines, and Sakami's current state was what he wanted most. Breaking the current stalemate, Black Widow walked in and felt that something was wrong with them before. Levi spread his hands. He was also helpless about the network and could only rely on Saku. They hadn't noticed it before, but now they had the mind to pay attention to Sakago's situation. Weiss, can you give me a look at your Sakago? Tony couldn't help but ask Levis. Levis knew what they wanted to do when he saw the look in their eyes and refused without thinking about it. No, you need to ask Saku about this. I have no opinion if he agrees. Levis didn't treat Saku as an artificial intelligence a long time ago and gave Saku a lot of choices. Saku knew they were talking and he didn't talk during this time. Hearing Levi mention his name, he made a voice. I refuse this matter. Saku doesn't want to be studied. Levis put away his phone without saying a word when he heard this. You guys better deal with your mess first. Now is not the time to say this. Tony was a little sorry, but he also knew that now was not the time to study. When he is done with this matter, he can pester Levi to ask for it, and now he will deal with his own mess. So can we just wait for the rest of our plans? There's no other way. Steve brought the topic back in a timely manner, and several people's attention turned to the matter. There's no way, unless you can find his data circulating in the online world. Levis shrugged his shoulders and lifted his feet out of the cabin. The outside was still the same as before they came, and this happened so quickly that nothing even changed outside. Others followed Levis out of the cabin and walked along the shore. Let's go back to Shield now, there is no other way. Seeing that they were all frowning, Black Widow suggested that they first meet Shield. Then goodbye, I will go back to the academy first. Levis also didn't want to get involved with their Shield and disappeared from place after saying goodbye. When he reappeared, he was back at mutant school. The students who were on the playground recognized Levis at a glance. Good afternoon, Mr. Weiss, are you coming back from outside? Hello students, don't you have to go to class now? If Levis remembers correctly, they should have had physical training in the afternoon, and now they are all outside. When the student heard Levis ask, he knew what was going on and explained, well, my college has just been hacked, the teachers are rushing to the meeting. Levi's face turned bad when he heard this and he didn't have to think about who it was. Okay, goodbye students. Levis said goodbye to them and disappeared to Cyclops' office. Cyclops was in a meeting at this time and everyone else was there. Seeing Levis appear in the doorway, hey. Weiss, you're back, look at you like this, you must know what's going on, right? I know, it has something to do with what I want to say. Levis found himself a stool to sit on and told them everything he had just known. So we were attacked because of this Ultron. Levi nodded when he heard Cyclops' words. This is indeed the case. Has our academy lost anything? If there is a loss, Levi will definitely find Tony to come back and Jivis must not suffer a loss. We checked and there were no major losses for the time being, as if one party protected us. The person in charge of this piece answered and showed them the results of the data they processed. Hearing that someone had protected their school, Levi looked into his pocket, and this matter must have been handled by Sakago. Otherwise, the loss of the academy would not be so little. Levi looked at the data on the screen thoughtfully. Okay, I know this matter, and the safety matter will be entrusted to you. At the end of the meeting, everyone has been assigned tasks and it is almost time to end. The huge office and inside were Levis and Cyclops looked Levis up and down. What are you going to do with this matter? Surely you're not going to end up like this, are you? Cyclops knows what kind of character Levis is, and this is certainly not the case with Levis. Tear him down. Levis spat out a sentence without a javelin and the laser instantly understood what he meant. Cool, it's really Weiss, it's really reassuring to say this. Okay, you go about your own business, I'll go find Tony. Although the loss was not huge, Levis still had to ask Tony to reimburse the loss, otherwise their school would be thankful. But there was another, more important thing before that and Levis took out his phone. Misaka, are you okay? Master, I just found out that someone has launched an attack on the Academy's network and I just went to fend off it. Sakyu still hadn't changed his tone, but Levi didn't know why he heard a little tiredness. It's hard for you, Sakami, thanks to your help in this matter. It's what I have to do, I'll be fine. Sakyu disappeared after saying this, and Levi knew that she might have gone to take care of the rest. I put away my phone and went to Tony's company. When Levis arrived at Tony's company, he found that it was also a mess. Ignoring them, Levis walked upstairs as he remembered and saw Tony sitting in his office chair. Oh. Tony, what's going on with you? My company just got attacked by Ultron and now something is wrong. Tony was similarly attacked, but Tony was not so lucky. He didn't have Jarvis help. Looking at the whole company now, it should be in a stagnation. Are you okay now? The loss is serious. I'm looking for you to talk about this. Tony took a sip of the coffee 0.1 coffee in his hand. I don't feel very good right now, Weiss, you know. I can see that you really don't look very good now. But Levis didn't pity him, he had made it up himself. While the two were talking, Levis noticed fireworks rising in the east. What's going on over there? Soon Levi learned that it was Tony's legion of robots flying in the air. Tony also noticed, hey damn it, what is this guy doing? Levis spent this to complain, and a flash appeared where it happened. The panicked people saw that Levis had calmed down a lot and Levis stood above the crowd. Everyone leave in an orderly manner, don't panic. According to Levis, everyone began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Seeing that they had begun to evacuate in an orderly manner, Levis went up against the crowd, his figure very light and flexible. Rushing towards the place where the accident occurred, Levi saw the destruction of the two siblings. There were also some robots made by Iron Man behind him, and Levis recognized who these two people were at a glance. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. It seems that the plot here has not changed, and the two of them still choose to work with Ultron. At this time, he saw a robot about to smash the huge amounts of stones in his hand into the fleeing crowd below, and he immediately used ability to eliminate the Chicken Man. Robots of this strength have no effect at all, but the large number can be regarded as completing the shortcomings of a single ability. At this time, Iron Man also hurried over in his own clothes and flew past Levis. Hey, we need to evacuate the people inside this building quickly. Levi nodded, I know this, you go to evacuate, I will meet those two people. Tony didn't pause when he heard this and flew directly towards the damaged area, and Levis also deftly shuttled between the buildings 10 constantly to get closer to Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch was also paying attention to Levi, and Scarlet Witch had noticed it since he appeared. Now that Levi is moving, she knows right away, talking to her big brother Quicksilver next to her. Be careful, he appeared, his ability is too weird, pay attention to safety. Quicksilver knew who she was talking about and nodded solemnly, well, you should be more careful about this yourself. After speaking, the two no longer stood together but began to split into two ways, and the two flew in different directions. Levis didn't react to the duo's movements and rushed straight in the direction of Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch, who was on the run, took the time to look back at Levis and saw that he was chasing after him. Scarlet Witch feels a little bad and tries to shake off Levis with the surrounding buildings. Levis didn't actually use his ability but followed Scarlet Witch not far away. He just wanted to know where Scarlet Witch was going, and the two of them obviously had a plan. Quicksilver high-speed movement for a while, finding that Levis hadn't followed at all, knowing that Levi was chasing his sister. Standing in place and thinking for a moment, he knew how strong Levi's was, and Scarlet Witch definitely couldn't do it alone. Finally, Quicksilver gritted his teeth and turned his head to run in the direction of Scarlet Witch, who was not sure how much faster than Scarlet Witch. After running for a while, he found the two figures, and Quicksilver sped up to catch up with his sister. Wanda, how are you now? Scarlet Witch didn't expect his big brother to return, and the expression on his face changed dramatically. What are you doing when you come back at this time? Didn't I say we would meet at the agreed place? Scarlet Witch is very angry now. How can Quicksilver just disrupt the plan? I can't rest assured of you, you know, Levi's ability is very strong, hurry up, pull me, I'll take you to run. Quicksilver looked at Levis, who had been following them infertilely behind him, and knew that he was not using the calendar at this time. Now that things have come to this, Scarlet Witch knows that there is nothing to change and reluctantly hands his hand to Quicksilver. I'll use ability to pause Levis for a moment, and you need to seize that time to run away. Scarlet Witch said that there was already movement on her hands, and along with her movements, red energy was circulating around her. This is her ability. Quicksilver nodded when she saw this scene. Her expression was very solemn. Okay, I know. With the dance of Scarlet Witch's fingers, the last good can rush towards Levis. Levis, who was chasing behind, sensed that something was wrong and looked up to see a ball of energy rushing towards him. He used the teleportation ability to move himself to a safe place and saw that it was all in a static state. The falling rubble was frozen in midair, and Levis understood at a glance that this was Scarlet Witch's ability. Quick, let's go. Quicksilver didn't say a word when he heard this and raised his speed to the fastest, and the person was an afterimage that instantly disappeared into Levi's line of sight. Looking in the direction they left, Levi mused, Scarlet Witch is a potential high-level mutant, but now it seems that her ability has not been fully aroused. While Levis was thinking, Iron Man appeared behind him. What are you standing here thinking? The ones who just escaped are 2 mutants and the girl is quite strong. Levi answered Tony's words. Tony saw Levi like this and had a guess in his heart. You're not going to have a crush on that girl, are you? I think you might be having some trouble collecting the 2 of them. You know, they just attacked the mansion. As soon as Levis finished speaking, he disappeared in place, and by the time he appeared, he had appeared near the abandoned factory. In just a few minutes, I had arrived at a place on the outskirts where the red dot had stopped. Everyone was staring at this moving red dot too fast. Who knows if this is not some trap left by that scheming Ultron? Be careful and always don't go wrong. Are the casualties coming out now? You're coming, and reinforcements have arrived over there. Levis took out his phone, pictured, and there was a red speeding moving on it. It was reinforcements that the crazy robots were all under control. Then what are you still stunned about? We're on our way now. Levi looked back at Tony. I'm not a stallion, okay? I won't look at one and love one, but the affirmation of ability, entering the academy, may be a good help. He didn't know the structure of this, so he walked here very carefully. By this time the others were late. Weiss, how are you doing here? Tony also knew what Liu Heng meant when he heard this, and also looked at the place where the 2 left. Tony knew the place and recognized it at a glance. Here I know that it is an abandoned military factory. Levis nodded to indicate that he knew about the 950 things, but that the problem was not very serious. People fled, but I left a little thing on them. Black Widow, who fell to Levi's side, patted Levis on the shoulder and asked Levis about the situation. When Levis walked in, the rest of the people were also nearby. This guy still likes to go it alone. If it weren't for his ability, I would have been there. Tony complained a little when he landed, but after being glanced at by several other people, he withdrew and closed his mouth. Okay, don't look at me with such eyes, I know it. Tony and a few others walked into the factory, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver appeared in front of Ultron. We're back. Ultron is looking at the body he made, and there is still one last step before this body can be used. You're back, and you've brought back some mice. Ultron pointed out a screen from his side, and on it was Liu Heng's face. Scarlet Witch was surprised to see the face on the screen. How did they keep up? Ultron's eyes swept around Scarlet Witch's body and immediately found the narrowing of the problem. Stretching out his hand, Quicksilver on the side saw that he was very nervous and protected Scarlet Witch behind him. Ultron saw Quicksilver in action. Don't be nervous, I'm just taking a little thing. After speaking, he took down the little thing standing behind Scarlet Witch and crushed it, and then looked at the screen next to him. Their eyes lingered on Tony's goddess for a long time, and Quicksilver and the Red Witch looked at each other when they saw this scene. I don't know what Ultron means by this action, but neither of them speaks. Just as the atmosphere was silent, there was a huge amount of explosion outside. Scarlet Witch saw Tony on the screen and they were attacked by a robot, and the huge amounts of explosions came from that. That alone wasn't enough. Ultron woke up all the robots. However, their target this time is not Tony and Levi, but the city not far away. Ultron's joy was evident at this point, especially when he saw Tony tapping the edge of the screen with pleasure when he was hit by a robot he had made. Compared to the other 4, Levi's side is much easier. No matter where the robots came from, Levis directly manipulated ability to change the molecules in them. Soon the robots became a pile of broken copper and iron on the ground, and after cleaning up, Levis continued to go here. The movement on Levi's side attracted Ultron, and seeing Levi's movements increase his attack on him. Source constantly sent robots to slow Levi's footsteps, and Ultron's own body has also entered the end at this time, and the progress is 99%. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver stood silent, watching Ultron move. You two are still going to the city to attract their attention. I'll be here soon. Ultron definitely didn't forget the two and gave his own instructions, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver had no opinion. Quicksilver took Scarlet Witch and disappeared into the same place, heading for the city. At the same time as they left, the body behind Ultron was completed, and Ultron immediately gave up his current body. Transferring his consciousness to the newly made body, the mech opened its eyes after a while. The first to move his body, this body Ultron is very satisfied. Stepping out of the production pod, he glanced at the screen around him and immediately left to keep up with Quicksilver and the Red Witch. When Levis appeared in this place, he noticed that something was wrong. There was no one in it. Levis immediately thought of what Ultron wanted to do and disappeared in the city in a blink of an eye. Sure enough, it was not the same as he thought. There are now a large number of robots in the city. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch stood in the distance and looked at the scene below. Scarlet Witch couldn't bear it and looked at his big brother. Big brother, are we really doing this right? Quicksilver saw this scene in front of them. They just wanted to take revenge on Tony, but they couldn't control it. What is happening in the city attracts a lot of attention, and Cyclops stands in the office with a solemn expression. Come, send out the capable people of our school to resources, and the rest protect the school. Definitely also has a headache for Nick Fury, who is now getting calls accusing him of being ineffective. Nick Fury turned off his phone directly in a fit of anger and was very angry watching the broadcast on TV. What about Tony? Why haven't I come back now? Ultron began to wreak havoc when he arrived in the city, and he had no scruples about showing his power in the city. The people sent by the X Academy soon arrived at the scene and began to clean up the robots that were being destroyed here. Levi appeared beside Scarlet Witch. Is that what you two want to see? Levi's sudden voice startled the two, and Quicksilver disappeared with his sister. Standing at a very far distance and watching Levi vigilantly, it was simply terrifying if two people were two corpses on the battlefield. If it weren't for the fact that the current Levis didn't have killing intent, they wouldn't know how many times they had seen death. This matter has nothing to do with you, it's our own choice. Levis didn't entangle with the two men and rushed to Ultron. Ultron was standing on a tall building watching at this time and felt a trace of not very good breath. Levis didn't move when he heard this and stood in place and looked at Ultron quietly. Levis took his mind gem and wiped out that last bit of backup. It seems that the first time they faced Levis, he didn't use his full strength. Ultron wasn't surprised to see Levis. You're here. It just so happened that I wanted to try my new body. Ultron seemed to have expected it and easily avoided the boat. He had just seen quite a few people in the academy here, and Levis knew that Cyclops must have sent them to help. But this laser was not effective against Levis, and when he was close to Levis, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Ultron. You really know the same as I know. It seems that such an ability can't hurt you. Levis didn't want to talk nonsense and used his ability to imprison Ultron, and the person disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind him. Levis didn't want to talk nonsense with him either, and now just wanted to go back after dealing with this matter. Levis, you are too crazy. It is not certain who will let whom surrender then. Instinctively dodging to the side, Levi's figure appeared in front of him. Do you lie, surrender yourself, or wait for me to do it? Ultron was irritated by Levi's tone and grinned. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver felt a little weak when they saw Levi contribute to Ultron so cleanly. Reaching out, he directly took out his core and crushed it. He had known Ultron's backhand and backed up a copy of his own data. Ultron raised his left hand as he said this, and a laser shot from his left hand rushed towards Levis. Quicksilver saw that things were going to be like this and immediately decided to leave with Scarlet Witch. After dealing with Ultron, Levis looked at the remaining body of Ultron in front of him and did not rush to chase Quicksilver. He took out his mobile phone. Sakyo, can you still use this body? It just looks a little ugly now, but Levis has a way. Sakyo himself probed his body on the ground, a little unhappy. It can be, but Master, he is also too ugly. Can I not go? Just kidding, robots are also aesthetic, although Sakyu wants a body, but this one on the ground is too ugly. If Ultron were alive to hear this, he would definitely want to beat these two up. He is dead, and this has to be pulled out. Levis was also a little crying and laughing when he heard this. You're quite picky, you look. After that, Levi began to use his ability and began to make new bodies for Sakyu according to his own aesthetic. After some operation, a very perfect but at the same time compatible with the high level of mechanical sense robot appeared on the ground. Levis made detailed adjustments and took back the 753's own ability. How? Now you're satisfied with this, right? I have to say that Levis's aesthetic is still online, and anyone who sees the robot on the ground now will marvel at the perfection. Sakyu liked the body made by Levis very much and happily entered this body. Thank you, Master. But after Sakyu entered this body, there was no sound, and Levis felt that something was wrong. Sakyu. Sakego. Levis didn't hear the familiar electronic sound, and Liu Heng had a feeling that something big was wrong. Pick up the robot on the ground, flash, and disappear in place. It was in the Academy's lab when it appeared, and Levis placed the robot in his hand on the table. The people around who were dealing with their own affairs all gathered around when they saw this. Mr. Weiss, is something going on? Let's see how she's doing now. Levis doesn't know what happened to Sakami, and this matter still needs to be checked by a professional person. Hearing Levi's words, the people around him also moved, and all kinds of testing instruments were used on Sakyu's body. The computer is linked, and everyone gathers around the computer to check the problem. Levis couldn't read what was scrolling on it. How's it going? What's the problem? The expressions of the people who were observing in front of him were very strange, and they spoke up after watching for a long time. Mr. Weiss, it seems that the remnants of the data and the new data are vying for command of this body. After speaking, the number of people sitting in front of the computer looked at Levis, wanting to know what Levis planned to do. So is there any way to help Sakyu now? Levis knew that this matter was quite serious, and if he was not careful, Sakyu would disappear. He was still to blame for this matter and let Sakyu in without careful inspection. Yes, no, Mr. Weiss, we have no way to deal with this matter for the time being, and once we intervene, it may cause irreversible damage. Levis didn't speak when he heard this, and kept staring at the two fluctuating data on the computer. The student next to him was a little worried when he saw Levi like this and looked at his face carefully. Mr. Weiss, are you okay now? If you're tired, you can take a break and we'll watch for you. Levis looked away from the screen and shook his head. I'm okay, it's okay, I'll leave it to you here, I still have a little business. Everyone in the research room nodded. Mr. Weiss, if you have something to do, leave first, here we are. After they finished speaking, Levis disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in the place where Ultron was hiding before. Now it's empty, baffled and empty. Levis rummaged through it. I saw the computer in front, opened it and started checking it inside. He wanted to know if there was anything useful to Sakyu, but he also knew little about it. It is still necessary for professional people to know if this thing is useful. Liu Heng thought of Tony. Since Ultron was made by Tony, Tony must know what to do with it. Liu Heng thought for a while and felt that this was the most reliable thing, and now he set off to find Tony. Now Tony is still on the battlefield, helping to deal with the follow-up. Levi startled him when he appeared behind him. Weiss, why don't you speak? Suddenly appearing behind my back is to scare Deadman. Levis ignored his words. I have something I need your help with. Are you free now? I have time now. What do you need me to do for you? Tony glanced at the battlefield now, and he was almost no longer needed. When Levi heard his promise, he took Tony's hand. Before Tony could finish his words, Levi disappeared in place, and when he appeared, he was already in the research room in the academy. Hey man, can you talk to me next time like this? I'm not feeling very good right now. Look at his current situation, Sakami. Levi brings Tony to the computer and asks Tony to see how Sakami is doing. Tony's eyes were glued to them after only one glance, and his mouth kept praise. It's amazing, she's more perfect than Ultron, it's just what I want it to be. Levis didn't come to listen to nonsense and interrupted Tony impatiently. Now is not the time to say this, I want to ask you how to pay it back now. Tony remembered his business when he came here today. Don't worry, Sakyu has no problems now and he should wake up later. After Tony finished saying this, his eyes fell on the screen in front of him again and he was amazed at this Sakami. If it weren't for the fact that Hulk wasn't there now, Tony would have wanted to share it with him. He believed that the Hulk would definitely react the same as his, and after watching it for a while, Tony had a thought in his mind. Looking at Levis, who was frowning at the computer next to him, "Weiss, I have a request." "What do you want to say? To put it bluntly, don't look at me like that." Levis was numb by Tony's scalp, and he was very unaccustomed to such eyes. "It's just if you can borrow your Sakyu to give me research, you can rest assured that I will definitely pay you back a complete one after it is over. You better wait for Sakyu to wake up and ask her yourself." "I don't know about this." Levi definitely knew what Tony was thinking and didn't agree to it. Tony was also very helpless when he heard this. "Okay, then I'll wait for her to wake up." Levis ignored his current lost look, his eyes watching the dynamics on the screen. After a while, all the data stabilized and Levis knew it was over. Liu Heng walked to Sakyu's side and stood on the side to look at Sakyu. The robot Su Xing was still very fast, and Sakyu soon woke up and opened his eyes to look at Levis. "The host, I came back and seemed to have gotten a little bit of other calendars." Levis was relieved to see that Sakyu still knew him, and he thought it would really be like it was written in the novel. He was ready to destroy, and if it wasn't for Sakami, Levi would destroy it without hesitation. Sakyu got up from the platform and moved his limbs to make sure there was nothing wrong before looking at Levis. "Director, I can control Tony's machine army as well as his bank password. Sakyu knows it. If the master needs it, he can give it to you now." Sakyu now looks like a child who wants to praise his relatives, telling Levius all his newfound abilities. Levis was a little crying and laughing when he heard this, and it didn't come to Sakyu to wake up and give him such a big surprise. "Okay, I know, Sakyu is very powerful. But Tony is not so happy, and the functions he set for Ultron are now all leaked by Sakami." This thing was so unpleasant that Tony coughed twice and interrupted the chat. "Are you two ignoring my presence? You are still talking at the door in front of the parties." Tony is very unhappy now, it's just too bad. Sakyu glanced at Tony without speaking and looked at Levis. Levi knew about this. Tony's heart must be uncomfortable and changed the subject to divert his attention. Sakego Jarvis are finding the picture. Levis knew that Jarvis had been attacked by Ultron as he fled, so Tony was now in a situation where he lost his wife and broke back. Sakyu heard Levi's words and began to search and finally found a backup of Jarvis in one place. Sakyu uploaded this backup to Tony's phone. "Okay, Master, I have found and uploaded it to Tony's phone." Hearing this, Tony took out his phone and turned on the screen. Jarvis, who was replied to the data, was very happy to see Tony again. "It's really happy, it's nice to see you again." Tony is also very happy to see Jarvis again. "It's great, old man, I'm very happy to see you again." As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. Jarvis has been with him for a long time and helped him deal with many things. During this time without Jarvis, Tony always felt like something was missing in his life. It's amazing to hear Jarvis electronically again, and Tony has found a small part of himself. Jarvis analyzed Tony's current mood and spoke in a very relaxed tone. "Am I not coming back? Don't be sad." "I'm not sad, you're mistaken." It was a bit humiliating to shed tears in front of so many people, so Tony didn't admit it. Tony hadn't forgotten what he was thinking about now and looked at Sakami. Sakyu was a little puzzled by Tony's enthusiastic eyes and blinked his mechanical eyes in confusion. Tony's eyes became even hotter when he saw Sakyu making such a complicated expression, and Levis knew what Tony was thinking when he saw Tony like this. But he didn't say anything about this matter. Levi respected Sakyu's choice, and it was better for her to decide this matter herself. "Mr. Tony, why are you looking at me like this? Is there anything you want to say to me?" "Ah yes, here's a little request. Can you give me a copy of your data?" Tony doesn't hide it now and speaks directly to the castle lord. "No, Mr. Tony, don't you understand how important core data is to a robot?" As soon as Sakyu heard this, he immediately refused. This kind of thing is like loosening his own handle to someone else's hand. Sakayuki will not do this kind of thing, and even if he does, it will only be Levi alone who can make Sakayu willingly expose his weaknesses. Tony was already prepared in his heart, and now he was not sad to be rejected. After all, this matter has been familiar with Tony, who is used to being rejected by these two masters and servants. Ask for flowers. In that case, then forget it, I'll go back first. Tony is now in a hurry to go back and do a good check on Jarvis, hoping that Jarvis has not been irreversibly damaged. Okay, goodbye, Tony. Levi said goodbye to Tony cheerfully, and Sakyu waved his hand and stood behind Levis. After Tony disappeared, Sakami spoke. Master, my weakness is in me, and if I do anything unforgivable at that time, you can let me die just by attacking me here. Okay, let's go back first. Clarice must have been waiting for me at home for a long time. Master, do you need Sakagoku to get these two back? This was said by Sakyu to Levi's ear, and only Levi heard it. Since it was Mr. Weiss who said so, we will definitely not be polite. Levi shook his head. We're not in a hurry about this now, let's slow down. A projection of the building appeared on Sakyu's hand, and there were two anxious expressions on it. Levis said and moved his wrist to walk out, and as he passed the researchers, Levi spoke. Walking out the door, Levi seemed to think of the Scarlet Red Witch. Sakago, find out where the Quicksilver brothers and sisters are. Give me the location. Thank you very much. This time, when the time comes, I will treat you. You can play casually. Levis was still very clear about this matter, and there was no reaction to this statement. Sakyu put away the image in his hand when he heard this. Although he didn't know what Levis thought, he didn't want to ask more. Now is not the time to subdue a person, definitely, is to reach out when they need help the most. They did help a little, and Levis didn't know about it. Everyone burst into laughter, and Levi walked out the door in this relaxed atmosphere. When Sakyu heard the order, he quickly called up the relevant information. Master, they are here now. I know, if you do something I can't forgive in the future, I will definitely not be soft. When there is only one way to go, they have no choice. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver escaped from the battlefield, and the two ran for a while to find that no one caught up. The two found a safe place to hide, with Scarlet Witch sitting inside and Quicksilver sitting in a chair. Neither spoke, looking out the window where they were back. Finally, Quicksilver broke the silence. Wanda, what do we do now? Scarlet Witch is also thinking about this, and now the two of them must be wanted. As Ultron's accomplices, it will definitely not be good to be caught in them. Both of them are at a loss now, and who knows that Ultron will not last half an hour in Levi's hands. It is a face-to-face effort, and it has become a broken copper and iron on the ground. Now that technology is so advanced, how long will they hide in the river? 577, and the two were racking their brains to find a countermeasure when they saw the bounty order about the two of them posted on TV. Scarlet Witch knew that it would never be so simple, and as she thought about it, Levi's face kept popping up in her mind. Finally, Scarlet Witch looked at Quicksilver beside him as if he was sure of something. Let's go to Academy X and find Levis. Quicksilver was very incomprehensible when he heard her words. Didn't we just escape from his hands? Why throw yourself into the net now? He didn't understand why Scarlet Witch was doing this, how to catch up with things that were too late to hide. Oh, big brother, do you listen to me explain to you? You will decide after listening. Scarlet Witch explains all the reasons why he did it, explaining it from all sides. Just borrowing Levis to shake off the current predicament. But isn't he a fool to believe what we say? I was still a little shocked by Quicksilver's ability to Levis, and I was by no means in favor of this temporary one. I know it's not easy, but big brother, you need to know what will happen if we are caught by other forces. Have you ever thought about it? Quicksilver knew that his sister was right, and that Levis was the best option for now. Despite some reluctance, Quicksilver reluctantly agreed with his sister. Okay, I know, let's go now. Quicksilver held out his hand to Scarlet Witch, and Scarlet Witch saw that his big brother had said yes and handed it to Quicksilver. We'll go to Academy X now, negotiate with Levis, and if something goes wrong, we'll leave immediately. Quicksilver didn't react when he heard this, just silently carrying the Red Witch. X Academy is very easy to find, no need to inquire at all. Sakyu has been monitoring the movements of these two people, and when he saw the two moving, he immediately reported it to Levis. Master Quicksilver, the brother and sister began to move, and the two were coming towards the academy. Levis nodded when he heard this, indicating that he understood. Don't stop them, just let them in. Sakyu nodded and gave Quicksilver's siblings permission to temporarily open the pass. The Quicksilver siblings carefully came in from the outside and found that there were no obstacles along the way. Scarlet Witch knew at once that this must be Levi's order, and it seems that Levis has been paying attention to them. After figuring it out, Scarlet Witch stopped Quicksilver. "Big brother, don't need to hide, let's go straight in." The Quicksilver didn't know what was going on and did as his sister said. The two entered the academy smoothly and no one stopped them. After entering the door, they were shocked by the magnificent school in front of them, and they did not expect that the current college was built with such grandeur. Unlike what he had imagined, the two also saw that it was mutant. Inside, they also saw familiar faces. They had seen them before, and it was obvious that they were very happy here. The two did not speak and walked inside in silence, silently paying attention to the people in this school. When they passed by the training room, they heard someone chatting, and what they said also made the two very shocked. After listening, they had a deeper understanding of the academy and completely overturned their previous prejudices. By the time the two of them arrived at the office, Levis had been waiting here for a while. "I wasn't surprised to see the two of them enter the door. You guys are here, what do you want to tell me?" Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver sat across from Levi, but their postures were still defensive. 0. As long as Levis showed something unusual, they would jump away without hesitation. "Let's go now. If we are not accepted here, there must be other places that accept us." Quicksilver is a grumpy man who can't bear to look down on this at all. Scarlet Witch was dragged out the door by Quicksilver, and in the middle of the walk, Scarlet Witch shook off his hand. "During the time you protect us, you can order us to do things for you. Definitely these things are within our ability." Levis didn't talk nonsense and spread out these things. After all, this matter is still his side in the position of the Lord. Levis didn't care much about the guards of these two people and naturally talked to them. Levis does feel that Scarlet Witch's ability is very special, but what he wants is not a hidden danger that is always against him. Although this is what he said, Quicksilver's heart is still very unconvinced, and he ignores Scarlet Witch's words. 3.1 Scarlet Witch looked at Levi in surprise when he heard this and did not expect him to simply refuse. Quicksilver couldn't sit still when he saw this scene on the side and angrily got up and pulled up his sister beside him. Scarlet Witch knew that Levis had known why they were here, and he didn't want to talk to him about something unrelated. Scarlet Witch's confidence is her unique ability, which has not been seen in anyone else now. "Let's not play dumb riddles, let's get to the point." What he wanted was someone who was 100% oriented towards the school, and Levis really didn't like it with two hearts. "Well, you want us to protect you, right? What can you bring to our college? Why should we make this effort if there is no value?" "I'm sorry, I think the conditions you gave are not very satisfied. You go find other forces." "You calm down first, now we don't have a better choice, big brother." Levis didn't stop the two, just watched them get out of here. "Okay, big brother, now is not the time to be childish, let's go back." Scarlet Witch is still very clear about this matter, even if it is seen clearly it is not a thing. After all, Levis is better than them, isn't he? Levis has this ability. After the impulse, Quicksilver also sobered up, but he just didn't want to hear Levi's disparaging words now, not to look at Scarlet Witch standing in front of him. "I'm not going in, you go in." Scarlet Witch too got used to his big brother like this and without saying anything, re-entered Levi's office. Levis was looking at the documents in his hand and didn't look up. "You're back. Is there anything else you want to say?" "Yes, you can accept our previous conditions, so what kind of conditions do you accept?" Hearing this, Levi put down the document in his hand and looked at Scarlet Witch. Levi's eyes were not comfortable looking at him like this, as if he were a cargo to be evaluated. "I don't have to consciously follow and look at myself as if there is nothing wrong with it." Scarlet Witch suddenly looked at Levi in shock as if he remembered something. Levis also knows what Scarlet Witch's eyes mean. 10 Don't worry, I don't like to force people. Scarlet Witch thought for a moment, although there are a lot of peach news about Levis, but it seems that a lot of it is your will. Thinking of this, Scarlet Witch was relieved a lot and his eyes were firmly fixed on Levis. "It's very simple, it's loyalty. I don't need people with two hearts, and definitely I don't need a puppet." Levis could have controlled these two people through his ability if he wanted to, but Levi didn't. As if he didn't understand what Levis meant, Scarlet Witch looked at Levi in confusion, but Levis didn't explain but called Sakyu in. Sakego, you take them to the school. Scarlet Witch had a bunch of questions in his mind, but Levis clearly didn't want to say it. Scarlet Witch didn't ask anyway. She achieved her goal and the rest of the matter was not to worry. Quicksilver greeted her as he walked out the door, first examining her. After making sure that he saw some wound, he looked at Sakyu on the side. Wanda, who is this? Hello too, let me introduce myself. I am Mr. Weiss's assistant and butler. My name is Sakami. Now the two of you come with me. After Sakyu finished speaking, he walked in front to lead the way for the two. Quicksilver knew nothing about all this and looked at his sister suspiciously. What's going on now? Scarlet Witch shook his head, didn't answer, and pulled his big brother to keep up with Wanda. Let's deal with this side of the matter first and then talk about the rest. Quicksilver also knew what his sister meant and did not ask about it again. Sakyu took the two of them to complete the admission. Everything was arranged, and there were 2 people left in the room. This is the room assigned to the 2 of them by the school, very luxurious, and now X Academy is getting better and better, and the equipment on the definitely hardware is also upgraded. Now the places where students live are suites with a user-friendly allocation. Scarlet Witch looked around and was very satisfied with the place. When she looked at this place slowly, Quicksilver, who was standing on the side, was about to explode a bunch of questions in her heart. But he didn't ask and could only look at Scarlet Witch with his eyes. After looking at it enough, Scarlet Witch got down to business. I know what Big Brother wants to ask, but I don't understand what Levis thinks. She couldn't figure out what Levis was thinking, so she couldn't answer Quicksilver's question. Well, in short, isn't our purpose accomplished? Now let's live in peace for a while and take a step by step. Scarlet Witch was very relaxed at this time, as if he had lifted a burden. Quicksilver rarely saw his sister so relaxed, stopped talking, and found a sofa to do it. Analyzing this matter myself, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that my sister had agreed to some excessive request. I want to ask, but I don't know where to ask. After dealing with this time, Sakyu returned to Levis, and Levis saw her come back and asked casually, "Is everything done?" The hosts have all been taken care of, and both of them have arranged accommodation. After Sakyu finished speaking, he kept looking at Levis, waiting for Levi to speak. Levis looked at Sakego's curious eyes and knew what problem Sakyu wanted to know and felt a little funny. Sakyu wanted to know everything. Is there something you don't understand about this, Sakami? If so, just ask. Master, I don't understand the reason why you left them. Their ability is not very strong. Maybe that girl is a little more special, but the other is very ordinary. Okay, now that the matter is settled, let's go back first. Levi's purpose is here, otherwise these two really don't have a value of 250. These are all analyzed by Sakyu based on the information he knows, and Sakyu believes that his analysis will not be wrong. But at this time, Levi had disappeared in place and could only sigh helplessly. The human mind is really hard to guess. It seems that I still have to study hard. Sakyu muttered to himself, and Levis just laughed when he heard her. But how did the owner see that the girl is a level 5 mutant? I can't lie to people when I see this data, right? Sakyu still wanted to ask, but knew that there would be no answer if he asked. Resignedly, he took this document and went back to Levis. These things are in a hurry and they can't be delayed any longer. These 2 people can find a lot of people in our school. Why are you making trouble for yourself? Lee did not answer this question with a meaningful smile. It's so hard to get to work and Levis doesn't want to deal with papers, looking at the empty room, muttering to himself. Well, definitely is my secret, you don't need to know. Master, your affairs have not been dealt with yet, and there are still several urgent documents for you to see. After speaking, the Levis had already disappeared in place, and Sakyu still had nothing to say. Levi laughed when he heard this. Things don't have to be the same as the data says. That girl may be a hidden level 5 mutant. I'm just curious about how she will turn on. Levis went back to his room to give a sigh of relief. Who knew that the last time he returned to the office, he was given a pile of documents by Sakego, which took a long time to process. After settling in, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver began their life at the Academy, which was no different from normal classes. It's just that the classes here are different from ordinary courses, but both of them are very relaxed in such an atmosphere. Quicksilver was still faintly uneasy in her heart, but when she looked at her sister, she found that she was very comfortable in it. The longer they stay in this academy, the more they like it. There is no need to think about the outside strife or the pain of the past. Every day is a simple class. There is no intrigue. This is really another paradise. They also meet Levi's apprentice, Yuriko. The two accidentally saw what they looked like during training, and they were excellent in all aspects, although not as perverted as Levis. But she is still a rare genius, and she must not be despised because of her thin appearance, otherwise she will suffer fiercely. Yuriko had heard that the two of them were recruited by Levis, and she was only curious. Yuriko was not interested in meeting each other, and the two of them didn't seem to be anything special. Scarlet Witch was very interested in the girl and took the initiative to step forward and talk to Yuriko. "Hey, hello, I heard you're Mr. Weiss's student." Although Yuriko is not good at communicating with people, she still has basic politeness. "Hello, yes, do you have anything to do with me?" Scarlet Witch shook his head. "There's nothing, I just want to get to know you. My name is Wanda." Although Yuriko didn't know why she wanted to know herself, she nodded out of politeness. "Hello, my name is Yuriko." Other than that, Yuriko didn't say a word, looking at Scarlet Witch with big eyes. As if asking her about something, Scarlet Witch knew that being too enthusiastic would make people suspicious. "Since such a household, we also know each other. I still have some things, so I will leave first." Yuriko nodded, indicating that she knew about it, and stood in place watching Scarlet Witch leave. Scarlet Witch's figure disappeared behind the door, and Yuriko stared at her back thoughtfully. Levi quietly appeared behind Yuriko and was a little curious to see her staring at the door in a daze. Reaching out and touching Yuriko's head, Yuriko, who was taken aback, reflexively wanted to attack when she heard Levi's voice. "Yuriko, what are you standing here looking at? So fascinated." Yuriko controlled the hand she wanted to attack in time and looked back at Levi with some disgust. "Weiss, big brother, you didn't say anything about how you appeared. It almost scared me just now." Yuriko also thought it was a stranger. She didn't like strangers approaching her very much, and when someone approached, she wanted to reflexively attack back. But Levis is different, but it is still very scary to appear suddenly. Levis looked at Yuriko's angry face and knew that he was really angry, and he also knew that it was really scary for him to appear suddenly sometimes. Good, this time it's my fault, I apologize to you." Yuriko was reluctantly satisfied. "Well, I forgive you if I have a large number of adults. Is there anything wrong with Weiss, big brother, looking for me today?" Levis was a little crying and laughing when he heard this, and flicked Yuriko's head. "If the people are small, how old are they? And there are a lot of adults." Yuriko covered her forehead, a little unconvinced. "I'm an adult. No one in the school can beat me now. Am I not an adult?" "Oh yes, it's all showing off in front of me now, right? Let's try. I'm standing in place, using only one ability to see if you can touch the corners of my clothes." Levi raised his eyebrows when he saw Yuriko's proud look, not expecting Yuriko to improve so quickly in this short period of time. Yuriko was a little eager to try when she heard this. She hadn't found an opponent for a long time, and now she had such a good opportunity as Levis. Yuriko definitely agreed without thinking. "Okay, do you want to start now?" "Yes, start now." Before Levi could finish saying this, Yuriko had already attacked. Liu Heng did not use the ability to move in space but used the same ability as Yuriko, standing in place and not moving. Yuriko's figure can't enter at a distance of about half an inch from him, and no matter how hard Yuriko tries, the distance at this point is very good and difficult to cross. Levis stood in place and smiled at Yuri's hard work, and her face turned red, and Yuriko saw that the strong attack could not work and began to switch strategies. Began to be constantly at Levi's side to test for weaknesses and find a way to crack them. In the end, Yuriko began to pant but still couldn't find a way. Levis stood in the middle a little bored and yawned. "Yuriko, have you found a way?" Now Yuriko is like a sticky eggplant, knowing that she was still too complacent before, and now in front of Levis, her little ability is simply not enough. Levi glanced at Yuriko after speaking, and Yuriko silently followed Levi's footsteps. Everyone is in good shape, and Levis is quite satisfied with the current development. Kyan Lee's. After washing his hands, Levis sat down at the table and scanned the dishes on the table. Yuriko admits her failure in frustration and Levi takes back her ability and walks to Yuriko's side. Take Yuriko and slowly walk to her home, observing the current students along the way. Master, everything is ready, you can enjoy the meal now. Touched Yuriko's head. Okay, now go to my place. Clarice has prepared a lot of delicious food, just wait for me to go back to the door. Then Clarice pulled them towards the restaurant. Dang, this is what Sakyu and I have prepared for you, isn't it? Yuriko was very expectant, and Levi answered. Clarice looked at Levi's back from behind, her eyes full of happiness. Levi nodded and pressed Clarice to the front of the meal. Sakyu just brought a dish to the table after the rain and he was very happy to see Levi return. Hearing that Yuriko was eating was less sad and happy. Really, the dessert prepared by Sister Lissy is delicious, let's go now. When Levis returned home, he enjoyed a big hug. Definitely wants to eat for our heroes first and I'll take Yuriko to wash my hands and come back soon. Weiss big brother, I throw in the towel. It's all to their liking and Levis knows they must have done it well. When Scarlet Witch was doing it, Quicksilver saw Scarlet Witch come out and started asking, "Why are you talking to that girl? Don't you know her relationship with Levis?" "I know, but it's not important." Scarlet Witch knew what Quicksilver meant, but she had her own considerations, and Scarlet Witch didn't want to talk to Quicksilver. In that case, okay. Quicksilver felt the gap between the two, and now the Red Witch wouldn't talk to him about anything. I don't know when Scarlet Witch became what it is. Quicksilver was no longer expecting an answer from Scarlet Witch, and now he plans to find out for himself. Scarlet Witch was immersed in his own world and didn't notice the changes in Quicksilver. Quicksilver glanced at Scarlet Witch and walked out the door. His goal was to find Levis. Quicksilver had already heard about Levi's residence and stood at Levi's door. Levis, who was eating with Yuriko, received a reminder from Sakami. "Master, someone is waiting outside the door, do you want to meet?" Sakamoto said as he released the image of the doorway, and Levis recognized the person standing in the doorway at a glance. "Is he?" "You let him go to the living room and wait for me." Although Levis did not know the purpose of his visit, he planned to meet him. Sokka's order was arranged, and Levi finished the last bit of the bowl and looked at Clarice. "I'll go busy for a while and I'll be back later." Clarice nodded in understanding. Levi kissed Clarice's cheek as she left, and Clarice, who was a little embarrassed by Levi's action, pushed Levis. "Yuriko is still here, what are you doing?" Yuriko didn't lift her head as if she didn't see the movements of the two. As soon as Levis entered the living room, Quicksilver looked at him. "Did you come to me today about something?" Ignoring his burning gaze, Levis sat down on the other side of the couch and looked at Quicksilver. "I want to ask you what kind of ecstasy soup you gave my sister, she doesn't look like herself now." Levis felt a little baffled by this. He didn't do anything, how could there be this inexplicable accusation? "I don't understand your words, I've never done anything to your sister." Levi Stein is frank, he hasn't done this, definitely not back weak-hearted. Quicksilver didn't believe Levis. "Then my sister has become strange since the last time she saw you, not because of who else you can have. Why don't you ask your sister directly about this?" "I'm afraid you won't get the answer you want." 1. Levis felt that he was a little strange, questioned himself for no reason and said strange things for no reason. Levis Rao's good temper ended here and his face was a little unhappy. "If you say these inexplicable and wonderful words, I forgive me for not accompanying you." Levi stood up when he finished this sentence and spoke to Sakyu behind him as he walked. "Sakego, send off." Sokka's reaction was very fast and he immediately stepped forward to stop Quicksilver, who was trying to catch up with Levis. "Sir, stay behind, you are not welcome here now." Quicksilver flashed behind Sakyu using his super ability, trying to catch up with Levi to make it clear. Sakyu's reaction was not slow and the next second he appeared in front of Quicksilver. "Sir, did you hear what I said? Otherwise don't blame us for doing it." 11. There was no emotional fluctuation in Sokka's words, but the threatening taste in his words was very heavy. "I just wanted to know something, why didn't he answer me? It must be his weakness." Levi's avoidance was a weakness in Quicksilver's eyes, and it also confirmed the guess in his heart. The most unpopular thing for Sakyu is that others have framed Levis and now he does not maintain a semblance of tranquility towards Quicksilver. Sokka raised his hand, and a chain shot out of his arm binding Quicksilver. Quicksilver tried to break free, but the chains on his body didn't move. Quicksilver looked at Sakyu in shock. "What did you do to me? Hurry up and let go of me." Sakyu moved his wrist and walked towards Quicksilver. "What am I doing to you? I'll teach you to be a good person." After speaking, Sakyu punched Quicksilver, and the strength of this punch did not converge, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of Quicksilver's mouth. Quicksilver controlled the force, grasping a force that hurt but did not make Quicksilver faint in pain. Quicksilver was given a good lesson, and then Quicksilver was given away in a package. Quicksilver's character, who was casually thrown on the ground like garbage, hurts everywhere on his body and there is no good meat. Scarlet Witch, who heard the news, saw Quicksilver on the ground, his pupils shook and he threw himself at Quicksilver's side. "Big brother, how are you?" Scarlet Witch glared viciously at Sakami, who was standing on the stairs. "Why did you attack my big brother?" "I'm going to see Levis." "You should ask what big brother did. If it weren't for our master's kindness, what you saw would be your brother's corpse." After speaking, Sakyu turned his head and entered the room and locked the door behind him. He decided that the two siblings would never appear in front of Levis after that. Scarlet Witch looked at Quicksilver with doubts in his eyes. "I didn't ask now, I didn't plan to say it now. I'm going to wait until the dorm room to ask Quicksilver, and the priority now is to see a doctor. I investigated this matter, and if it were for you, I would not plan to end this matter just like this." After Scarlet Witch let out the harsh words, he left the hospital with Quicksilver. Sakyu counted his strength, and this wound was a little scary and painful, and there was no problem with the rest. Sakyu was quite happy about the departure of the two, clapped his hand and turned his head into the house. Levis sat back in front of the restaurant and saw Sakyu come back and asked, "Back, is it settled?" Sakyu was in a good mood. "Master, everything has been settled and I have sent him away well." Levis felt that Sakyu seemed to have a deep meaning when he said good, but it was not an important matter. Levis did not take this matter to heart and nodded lightly. "Okay, thank you, Sakami." "You're welcome, master, this is all I should do." After Sakyu finished answering, he went into the kitchen and sorted out the contents. Scarlet Witch took Quicksilver to the hospital, where the doctor checked it out and nothing was wrong. Scarlet Witch breathed a sigh of relief at this conclusion and looked at Quicksilver, who was bandaging. "Big brother, don't you explain this to me properly?" Faced with his sister's questioning, Quicksilver immediately became angry. "I don't have to explain anything to you, do I? Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Scarlet Witch was asked inexplicably. "What do I have to say to you? What you see is what I do, and I don't hide anything from you." Scarlet Witch didn't know how Quicksilver could have asked that and was so prejudiced against her. "What dissatisfaction have I had? Just say it if you have something to say, but big brother, do you know how impulsive you are to go to Levis right now? If Levis had been unreasonable, you would still be here yelling at me. You're a corpse now, you know. I don't care what I'm going to do." Quicksilver doesn't listen to Scarlet Witch at all right now, and he's very grumpy. Scarlet Witch saw that Quicksilver was speechless, turned around and walked out of the room. "Whatever you want." When Scarlet Witch walked out of the room, it was completely silent, leaving Quicksilver alone. Sitting on the hospital bed for a while, Quicksilver also calmed down, feeling that what he had just said was very excessive. But now that Scarlet Witch is gone, Quicksilver can't find anyone to apologize. Scarlet Witch walked out of the hospital and stood in the doorway thinking for a while, feeling that it was indeed his big brother who was wrong. She had also threatened Sokka before, and Scarlet Witch was thinking about whether to apologize. After all, they are still under Levis, and if Levis wants to target them, their life will not be easy. After thinking about it for a while, Scarlet Witch decided to go to Levi to apologize so that Levi would not care. After Levis finished eating, he took Clarice and they planned to go to the beach, and now it was a good time to go to the beach. Yuriko watched Sakyu sort out her travels, and after packing up, Levi set off with them. Now it is a matter of minutes to the beach, and the Sakagoto has already arranged the hotel in advance. They could have a place to stay, and Scarlet Witch at Levi's house was empty. Sakyu detected it at the hotel and told Levi about it. "Master, Wanda is at the door and should want to see you." Levis thought of Quicksilver before and didn't want to see the two now. Refused, saying that I was not at home. Sokka nodded, sent a message to Wanda that they were not home, and then ignored Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch didn't think about how long he had been away and went off. After lingering in the doorway and seeing that there was indeed no one in the house, Scarlet Witch went back. By this time, Quicksilver had returned to his dormitory, waiting in the living room for Scarlet Witch to return. Quicksilver, who heard the sound of the door opening, looked towards the door and saw Scarlet Witch push the door in. "Wanda, you're back. I apologize for what I did before. I was really angry before." Quicksilver admitted his mistake very quickly and changed his attitude at once. Scarlet Witch saw her soften like this and she wasn't really angry with Quicksilver. "I can forgive you, but I need to at least know why you're like this." The two chatted calmly and Quicksilver did not hide it, telling Scarlet Witch all his reasons. "So you think I'm brainwashed by Levis? Big brother, what are your strange ideas?" Scarlet Witch himself was in disbelief and he couldn't find the right words to describe it for a long time. It was simply outrageous and the two completely calmed down after talking to each other. "I think the person you should apologize the most now is not me, it's Levis." Who knew that when Quicksilver heard Levi's name, the expression on his face changed, and he turned away from looking at Scarlet Witch. I'm not going to apologize." His body still hurts and Quicksilver doesn't want to see Levis. When Scarlet Witch saw his big brother like this, he knew that he was stubborn like a donkey now and he would definitely not go. "Okay then I'll go by myself. If something happens to me, you can just escape." Scarlet Witch said and was about to open the door and walk out. Quicksilver reacted and stopped Scarlet Witch. "Wait, I know, I'll go in 2 days." Hearing Scarlet Witch's words, Quicksilver was anxious. You know that he is just this one sister and definitely does not want her to have an accident. Ask for flowers. Satisfied with the answer she wanted, Scarlet Witch released her hand holding the doorknob. "Then say okay, you can't back down then." Quicksilver nodded, Scarlet Witch smiled, and the relationship was back to before. Levis B is surfing on the beach and his posture has completed one difficult and beautiful movement after another. This makes the people on the shore very enjoyable to watch and Levi himself is very enjoyable. This activity surpasses golf here in Levis and surfing is much more exciting and gives Levis a sense of conquering nature. After exercising, Levi walked over to Clarice and Yuriko, who were resting under an umbrella and now both of them are wearing swimsuits. Levis didn't mind, so the two of them must get into the water and went nearby to prepare swimming rings for them. 0.0. "Weiss, what are you doing? Why don't you two go swimming just lying here? You two be careful, hold me, don't get overwhelmed." Then I walked inside step by step, carefully testing myself to wait for me. "It's okay, I'll buy you a lifebuoy, you guys hurry up and play in the water." Clarice blushed a little when she heard Levi's words. "I won't, I haven't had time to learn to swim yet." Standing, Levi's reaching hand carefully pulled his arm step by step and carefully walked a little deeper. Levis walked down the chair next to the two and sat down. Seeing that both of them were lying safely, he felt a little bad in his heart. Yuriko is an ordinary conjoined one and looks cute. Seeing that they were both relatively comfortable, Levis swam up near the two of them. Levis stood on the side and watched the two, afraid that something would happen to them. Clarice is wearing a suit with polka dots on it, which is also very eye-catching. Throwing all the water on her body onto the two of them made Clarice scream at once. Clarice nodded, "Okay, we'll be careful." Yuriko was a little eager to see it, but Clarice was still a little scared. Yuriko didn't touch this piece either, but she still watched others swim with relish. Clarice looked at Levi in the water so calmly, a little envious, and after swimming for a while, Clarice couldn't help it. "Weiss, can you teach me to swim?" Levi swam nimbly in the water and heard Clarice's words. "There's no problem, definitely, start now." Yuriko heard the words of the two on the side and raised her hand. "Weiss, big brother, I want to learn too." "Oh, let's come one by one, it's very simple, you're sure you'll learn it quickly." Levi had no problem teaching and started teaching Clarice. Took her to a slightly shallower place and removed the swimming ring from her body. After a few words about the essentials of action, the class officially began. Clarice was still relatively talented and waited for me and quickly grasped the point. 273, but not very skillful. Levi stood by and held Clarice's stomach with one hand, letting her get used to it slowly. There are also many love paths around, but everyone's eyes are easily attracted by the two of them. No way, the combination of handsome men and women is very eye-catching everywhere. Some girls dislike their boyfriends even more after comparing them, and Levis doesn't look very secure like Levis. Standing in the water is very stable and the day point is not affected by the waves. Clarice swam in the water for a while and became a little more proficient, so she wanted to try it herself. Weiss, I want to try it myself. Hearing this, Levi slowly withdrew his hand holding Clarice. There is no problem, definitely, you try. Levi stood by and watched Clarice's movements, and if there was any problem he could help him immediately. After swimming around, Clarice was already very skilled and a little more daring. Weiss, I learned. Levis looked at her, smile, and gave her thumbs up. Very good, very fast learning. Clarice was very happy to hear the compliment and swam twice in the water to return to Levis. Seeing that she was almost there, Levis called Yuriko, who was standing on the shore, and changed to a shallower place. No way, Yuriko's current height is not enough because of her safety. Yuriko came down from the shore when she heard Levis call her name, standing beside Levi in anticipation. Levi retaught me the same way she had just taught Clarice, and Yuriko was quick and savvy when I learned. After studying for an hour and a half, I have almost mastered it. Levis saw that the situation was about the same and let the two go swimming on their own, and he went ashore to rest. Levis went ashore and sat on a beach chair not far away to drink water, and from his left came a boldly dressed, hot-haired blonde girl. Walked straight to Levi's side. Handsome, are you alone? Levis knew what he wanted to do when he saw the woman's eyes and unceremoniously refused. It's not. But the woman's goal is Levi and definitely won't just give up. Biting his lower lip, his expression was faintly seductive, but it was very high level and a feeling of wanting to say goodbye. Levis knew from the look of her that she must have hooked a lot of men with this trick, and Levis could not be interested in such women. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. When the woman saw Levi like this, she knew that he might be angry if she went on, and she didn't continue to entangle. He took out a business card and couldn't help but stuff it into Levis's hand. If you need it, you can contact me, hungry. Then he threw Levi a wink and left. Levi glanced at the business card in his hand and felt a little unappetizing. He crumpled it up and threw it into the ashtray next to him just as Clarice came over with Yuriko. That girl just now, do you know Weiss? Clarice saw the back of the man and woman leaving, and from the back she knew that it was a very bold person. I don't know, come to ask for directions. Levis made an excuse to prevaricate, and Clarice didn't ask when she saw that Levis didn't want to say. Let's go back, I'm a little hungry. Levis picked up the large bath towel next to him and covered the two of them, no opinion. Let's go back. 0119111101813835551. It was strange that Scarlet Witch waited in front of Levi's house for 2 days without seeing Levis. But even so, Scarlet Witch didn't give up and waited for Levi to come back. 0. Quicksilver watched his sister for several days and was a little upset about Levi's move. You don't have to go to see it every day, he will definitely have news at school when he comes back, not to mention that Yuriko also went with her. She hasn't come back now. Levi definitely hasn't come back either. Quicksilver still understood this matter, and now Yuriko is not at school, thinking about where she went. Okay, I know, but we'll have to go to Levis as soon as Yuriko comes back. I know, I'll pay attention to this matter. Quicksilver nodded and agreed to come down. Scarlet Witch was relieved that he didn't go to Levi's door every day. Cyclops felt a little more relieved when he heard this, and the topic shifted away from this matter. I'll definitely try it when I have the chance, but I'm not bad now. It's great, teacher, you should try. Properly relax, and relax yourself can also be regarded as a recharge. And the others also handled it well, and Levis was relieved of them. Coaster glanced at Levis, knowing that he was saying this to coax himself. Levi took Yuriko and them to play here for 3 days before the giant returned to school. In this way, your ability is much more than mine, and these things should be handed over to you in 5.5. Levis heard this and began to act. Mr. Coaster, how can I compare to you? I am not all taught by you. As soon as they got back to school, Cyclops knew, and Cyclops came to them. Oh, you're having fun, Weiss. Do you know how much work you've left for me? Levi picked up the conversation and said to Cyclops. Levis was indeed a little distracted when he heard this, but he really didn't want to deal with these things. The teacher feels comfortable. Do you want to stay and eat? Cyclops also doesn't handle a lot of things and such days are rare. Levis asked in passing and it's almost time for dinner. Now Cyclops is not very busy and things are now shared by other people. Mr. Coaster, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and I am very relieved to hand over these things to you. Hey, are you going to the beach for fun? It feels like it should be a good game. Cyclops had no opinion and nodded. Since you have all invited, I will definitely not refuse. Sakami, prepare an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks and Coaster-sensei lunch. Sakyu was processing ingredients in the kitchen, and when he heard this, he moved and walked out of the kitchen. Good master, my side will prepare it. Sakyu seemed to sense something when he finished saying that he was about to go back to the kitchen and stopped his steps to continue to the kitchen. Master, someone at the door seems to want to see you. After speaking, Sakyu showed Levis the monitoring at the door, and the two people standing at the door Levis also knew. Now Levis has the energy to see these two men. You let them in, I'll see what they have to say. After Levis finished speaking, Sakyu let the two in and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver appeared in front of the audience. Scarlet Witch didn't expect Cyclops to be here and he was a little nervous at the sight. Cyclops didn't show anything and 100,000 to 2 people also sent a hello. Hey, I know you guys, Weiss recruited you, right? Are you still used to it at the Academy? If there is anything unaccustomed to it, we can boldly say that our school can make appropriate adjustments. Cyclops is very human on this point, accepting input from students and synthesizing and making adjustments when the time comes. Thank you, we are very happy with the place, no opinion. Cyclops laughed a little. Oh, that's great, it means we're still doing pretty well. Levis didn't know when he saw Cyclops continue chatting and interrupted the chat of the three of them. Did you two come to me for something? Let's go to the conference room now. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver looked at each other when they heard Levis, then followed Levis to the study. Levis sat down at the coffee table placed in the study and motioned for the two to sit down together. Say, what do you want to do? What are you coming to me for repeatedly? Scarlet Witch heard this and pushed Quicksilver, who was not moving beside him. Hi. Quicksilver originally is a little unconvinced, but now that he is pushed by his sister, there is no way but to force it. Quicksilver stood up, walked straight to Liu Hang and bowed a very perfect bow. Sincerely apologized in front of Levis. I'm sorry, I apologize to you for what I did before. After speaking, he kept his head down and did not look up, waiting for Levi's response. Levis was stunned by Quicksilver's sudden action and glanced at the two when he heard Quicksilver's words. You guys came to apologize. Quicksilver was a little angry at Levi's hesitation, and Scarlet Witch saw a precursor to Quicksilver's anger. Stepping forward and standing in front of Quicksilver, he looked at Levis. Yes, we came to apologize to you, it was indeed us who were wrong before. Levis had no other reaction when he heard this. Knowing that these two people will not apologize because of their conscience, it must be because they are worried that he will target them. He knew this in his heart, but he didn't say it clearly. Sometimes proper concealment is also a virtue, mainly because Levi feels that this matter is not very important. The two parties are not in an equal position, and in the end, what they want to do is up to Levi alone. Well, just. Levis did not say whether he accepted or did not accept the apology, and after an ambiguous response, he pushed the door and planned to go out. Scarlet Witch saw Levis like this and tried to reach out to stop him, but Levi passed by as if he hadn't seen Scarlet Witch's hand. He walked straight past her and walked to the door. I suggest that if you have nothing to do, you should go back as soon as possible and I will leave first. Quicksilver was a little confused to see Levi go like this. Did he forgive him? Quicksilver didn't expect it to end like this, and he had planned to suffer some humiliation. Scarlet Witch was also a little confused as Levi waited for me to think, watching his back as he left. Let's go back first and talk about it later. Quicksilver nodded. That's all for now, and for the rest of the case later. Levis returns to the restaurant. Cyclops sees Levi alone and it's always strange. What about your two students? They have something, so they go back first. Cyclops didn't ask much and nodded in greeting Levis. Don't say it, you hurry up, we'll wait for you alone. Levis was a little amused when he heard this. Mr. Coaster, are you in such a hurry? No way, the lunch prepared by Sakyu looks so tempting, I can't wait. Cyclops didn't take Levi's teasing to heart, and his eyes were on the plate in front of him. I'll be here right away, you guys wait for me. After saying that, Levi's body disappeared into a room which made Cyclops very curious. Fortunately, there was a thrill along the way and Levis did not follow him when he saw that he arrived home safely. Although Cyclops is also strong, Levi is still worried that something will happen to him on the way. After asking, Cyclops saw Levis reappear in sight holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Cyclops took the bottle from Levi's hand and carefully examined the font on it. Staggering towards his house, Levis stood on the sidelines and watched a little worried. "Teacher, is there really no problem with you doing this? Do you want us to send you back?" Seeing this, Levi was a little helpless and followed Cyclops far behind. What did that guy do? Sokka on the side moved, took the bottle from Cyclops' hand and opened it and found a utensil to sober up first, so that the best taste of the wine could be brought out. "Hey, this wine is not cheap, then I will not be polite today. This is a long time that I have treasured for many years and everyone will taste it today." 717 Levi nodded in agreement with Cyclops. "I must be using good wine to entertain you, open it and try it." Levis is still generous in this matter and by the end Cyclops walked away, the soles of his feet were not a little vain. After saying that, Cyclops waved his hand and continued to move forward, just not letting Levi send them. "If the teacher likes it, don't be polite, drink more." Pinch the time and pour a glass for each of them, and Cyclops takes a sip of the wine in his hand first. "As I expected, very good wine." Cyclops shook off Levi's hand. "I'm alone. There is no problem, you guys go back quickly." Levis plans to return to his home after seeing that nothing is going on here. He is a little drunk now, just a little blushing, nothing else. Levis returned home to find a new visitor to the house and he recognized it immediately. "Thor, why are you here? You've taken care of everything about Asgard." Thor frowned and did not answer Levis's words immediately. He felt something bad in a few words. There must be nothing good about Thor every time this expression comes and Levis is used to it. This guy is a big moving trouble, but no way, the first thing Thor thought of must be Levis. "Don't show that expression, there is something you just say." Levis interrupted Thor's thinking and asked him to answer his own words first. "It's a trouble, but I see that you seem to be useless and everyone can only watch who comes out of this matter." Thor said this very pessimist, but there are some things that affect the mood very much. "As long as it's not listening to your and Jane's story, I'm not good." Levi shrugged his shoulders and Thor visibly stunned when he heard Jane's name. But he quickly reacted, "This is my business, I will definitely protect you." After Thor said this, Levis wanted to laugh a little. Thor's previous embarrassing escape to Earth, Levi has not forgotten it. Thor said this today and Levi really wanted to laugh. "Okay, you just pull it down, grind and chirp, you can quickly say what it is." Levis then realized that Thor did not have his usual hammer by his side. "Oh, what the hell is going on with you? Why is your hammer missing?" Levis had weighed his hammer before and Thor was inseparable, and Levis felt a little strange. But a guess also appeared in his heart and he looked at Thor, who was sitting and did not speak. "Hela, did you see Hela?" Thor did not expect that Levis knew Hela and looked at Levi coldly. "How do you know? I haven't told you about this person, have I?" "Now this matter is not the point, you talk more, I will listen to what the situation is now." Thor told Levi everything he knew, and Levi nodded after listening. Hela's ability is indeed strong, but the weakness is also obvious, and Levis is afraid to make a decision now to meet him. Tony looked at Levi like this, a little curious. "Weiss, you look like you found something." "It's not that I know anything, it's not that simple to know about it. How are you now? Are you going back?" Thor shook his head. Now was not the time to go back, and now he couldn't go back. When Levis saw her like this, he knew that Asgard's situation was too early and it was definitely not Jin Hao, otherwise how could Thor have this expression? "Don't talk, I think I know what's going on, you really have a big trouble." Levis didn't even listen to this now, interrupting what Thor was going to say. He was going to talk to Cyclops about it, but he had just sent Cyclops back. Now that Cyclops definitely hasn't woken up, Levis thought for a moment and didn't go to Cyclops. "You are like this now, do you know if Heyer will come to the planet?" Thor shook his head. He didn't know what was going on with Hela. He couldn't even contact Asgard's people right now. Levi felt as if there was an extra shadow on his head. "When I looked up, I saw a pair of very strange pupils, but those eyes were not looking at Levis now. It was Thor who was sitting next to him. Thor and Levis reacted similarly and did not, thinking that people appeared so quickly. Very wary of Hela's movements, worried about her shot. So you hid here, you are really humiliated, have you reached such a point? Hela spoke unceremoniously with disparaging words from Thor, and then glanced contemptuously at Levi, who was standing aside. You can only survive with these weak humans, goodbye, the defeated men. With that, Hela disappeared into the air and the shadow that enveloped Levi disappeared. Only then did Levi shift his gaze from the sky to Thor's. Man, are you okay now? Thor didn't answer, just stared at Hela leaving the place, with some concern in his eyes. I'm definitely very good, I'm just a little worried about Father and Emperor now, I still plan to go back and take a look. But Weiss, I don't think Thor can afford to wait, let's make a quick decision, right? Tony patted Thor's shoulder comfortingly, reassuring him. Hela can become the goddess of death definitely has its own advantages, not to mention crushing Thor's hammer. Levis stood on the side and watched the interaction between the two. Okay, now everything is false, let's go back and think long-term. Hey you two, are you all right now? I just saw that there is a situation on your side, so I came over to take a look. Levis saw Thor like this and knew that he definitely didn't have the energy to explain this now, so he integrated what he knew and told Tony. Tony also appeared next to the two and he noticed the situation here earlier, so he came over to take a look. You know, Thor's hammer was not picked up by anyone except Levis. Thor, if you have something to say, let's all help you solve it together. Levi knew what he wanted to say when he saw Tony's eyes. Hela's recovery ability or the strength of her body are outrageous. And we can't do anything about it for a while. Levis quickly grabbed Thor. You don't have a weapon now, what are you going back for? Can you save them when you go back now? It's okay Tony, we help you, you don't have a weapon. But we still have to help you. Tony also looked at Thor, and he could tell at a glance that it wasn't very good. Tony looked at Levis. You must know that the ceiling of combat power must be Levis, but I don't know what chance Levis has won against him. I feel good, but Thor is not very good like this, you can see it. After saying that, Thor planned to leave here and go back to Asgard to see what was going on. Levis didn't have anything to do, and it was clear that Hela's purpose was not them this time. Levis said this politely, directly questioning the most core matter. Thor was in a state of loss after seeing Hela, and he didn't hear what they said. Thor, are you okay now? Tony noticed Thor's distraction and patted Thor's man on the shoulder. Thor was slapped by Tony to find his thoughts. I'm going to go back and take a look, Hela's presence here doesn't bode well. Thor, who had said this, was about to leave, but Levis stopped him. Wait a minute, I'll go with you too. Thor knew that Levis was worried about himself and he was now very grateful. Thank you, Thor couldn't find a better word to say other than those two words. Let's go, now is not the time to say thank you. Tony saw that the two were about to leave and hurried out. You guys wait, take me too, I want to see it too. Thor had no opinion and nodded, then let's do it together. After saying that, the three of them all rose to the ground and disappeared in place, becoming a black spot in the sky. The three arrived near Asgard, which was heavily guarded and full of patrolling soldiers. But Levis could tell at a glance that this was not Thor's men at all. These soldiers all carried an aura of darkness of 833, which was incompatible with this temple of light. The three did not recklessly but carefully observed the gap between their patrols, intending to find a good time to explore inside. After observing for a while, the three of them also understood the gap between the patrols and followed Thor to explore carefully. No one here is more determined to understand than him, and the few people have reached their destination without danger. Thor, what is this place? Tony whispered to Setter in the front, and the man carefully dodged a group of patrolmen. This is where my father lives, I want to see how they are now. Thor took the time to answer Tony's words behind him. Tony would feel like he was somehow wrong. Sorry, shouldn't I ask? Levis remained silent and did not speak. Tony felt that something was wrong and looked at Levi in front of him. But it's a special time and Tony still hasn't asked. Following the two of them, they saw them put down the two guards at the door. These two people seem to have a very tacit understanding and their movements are exactly the same fast. After dealing with it, they looked at Tony behind them. Tony, what are you still stunned about? Hurry up and keep up. Tony didn't expect the two of them to move so quickly, so he dealt with it at once and followed behind the two. Pushing open the door, Odin sat inside, looking out the window. Hearing the movement at the door, he did not look back and did not say a word. "Father, I came to see you. Are you okay now?" Odin thought he was hallucinating, and he seemed to hear Thor's voice. Immediately, he looked back at Thor standing in the doorway and Levis behind him, and he was sure that he was not hallucinating. This was Thor. "Thor, why did you come back? It's not safe here. You go to someone else for help." Thor stood in place and did not move. "Father, I can't leave you here. Where is the queen?" "We went to her together and we walked together." "You're not a child anymore. Don't play with a child's temper." Odin didn't agree with Thor's words and kept letting Thor go. Levis saw such a stalemate between the two, and something would definitely happen if it went on like this. "Well, now is not the time to argue. You better take a step back. We can't go when we are discovered." Odin knew Levi was right, and the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for them. "Thor, I order you, leave quickly. Don't delay. I won't have an accident now." Seeing Odin's resolute attitude, Levis knew that he would definitely not leave and reached out and dragged Thor. "Let's go first, and the rest of the matter will be long-term." The dragged Thor knew they were right and stopped clinging beef to let Odin and him go. "I see, let's leave now." When the three of them were about to leave, they found that there was a group of soldiers standing outside the door at an unknown time, and it was Hela who was the leader. "I'm afraid you won't be able to leave now. It's really a coincidence." Levi and Thor tensed up when they saw Hela. Hela didn't care about their vigilance at all. Kang City took 2 steps forward. "You guys are really bold. Just 3 people dare to come here." Hela casually conjured up 2 weapons and rushed towards them. The undead soldiers standing behind Hela did not move, standing in place and watching Hela's movements. Thor has now lost his hammer and can only go up with his bare hands in the face of such a scene. 7. But it's clear that with Asgard, Hela's abilities are infinite. Thor was clearly down and Tony and Levis joined the battle, but their addition did not change the situation. Hela played with the 3 of them so well that even Levi could see that she was teasing them. Levis knew that fighting like this would only be very bad for them, and he was always looking for time to escape. During the 3-person fight, Tony was thrown out by Hela with a mistake and smashed his body against the wall. The wolf behind Hela was already ready to bring the prey back. "What if I have to?" Hela probably didn't think it was interesting after a while and stopped standing back in her original position. "I don't know what is set up here. Levi's spatial teleportation can't go out directly." Levis thought of this Bifrost. Levis had already approached Thor after speaking and disappeared in place with the 2. Levi keeps an eye on Hela while he approaches Thor constantly, intending to take Thor directly. Near Bifrost, Levi showed up with 2 people who now wanted to leave Asgard. Hela saw Levi's movement and looked at Levi very oppressively. "You're too weak for you to be Asgard's heir. Tony, are you all right?" Levi looked at Thor, who is now completely pressed and beaten by hail. "They can't go far, so give me more searches." As the 3 of them walked, Tony's words never stopped. I advise you not to act rashly." Hela was in no hurry and let her men go down to find Thor. "Thor, is that your sister?" "It's also too strong. What are you going to do next?" "I'm fine, it's fine so far." Levi teleported to Tony's side and lifted Tony up from the ground, and Tony coughed twice. Thor was still stunned and hadn't heard Tony's words. "Hey, Tony, now is not the time to talk about this. Now is the time to think about how we get out." There were so many patrolling soldiers on Bifrost that Levis knew they would be noticed as soon as they went out. "It's really a troublesome thing now." Tony also looked in the direction of Bifrost, and the undead soldiers on it flew very much. And there were more people searching the surroundings, and Levis watched intently for a long time. "There is no gap in their patrols. It seems that we only have to force a breakthrough now." Tony agreed. "Well, I don't have any opinions." After Levi was sure, he began to plan, finding the weakest point of his forces and planning to storm from that place. After arranging it, Levis waited for the gap in their patrol. "Okay, it's now, let's go." After Levis finished speaking, the person became an afterimage and rushed out, and Tian crisply solved all the soldiers around him. At this time there was also a gap in the encirclement. "Hurry up, there is not much time." Tony and Thor escape as planned, and the 3 exit Asgard and return to the Blue Star. Levis went back to his house and drank a glass of water, then poured a glass for each of them. "Let's rest first, and I'll think about the rest when the time comes." Levis saw Thor meditating and did not bother, knowing that he was thinking of a way. Tony had a lot of questions and had always wanted to ask Thor, but now Thor clearly didn't look in a good mood. Weiss, do you know what's going on? Is that woman really Thor's sister? Levi nodded, yes, but the specific things depend on whether Thor is willing to tell you or not. He didn't say what he knew, after all it was Thor's own secret. He also asked Tony to ask Thor himself, and Tony saw that the two of them had something to hide from him. After thinking for a while, I decided not to ask about it and took a sip of the water cup in front of me. I'm going to find someone, maybe he can help me now. Thor thought for a long time and didn't know what good way to think of it and suddenly stood up. His action, very suddenly, blinded Tony. Wait, who are you looking for? Want us to help? Thor didn't look back, no, I'll find it myself. With that, Thor disappeared where he wanted to go. Tony still hadn't finished speaking and looked helplessly at Levis, who didn't speak. How can he just go? Do we really not have to worry? Levis knew who he was looking for. It's okay, he'll be back then, it's not late. Seeing such a big-hearted Levi, Tony was completely speechless. Okay, then let's wait for Thor to come back by himself. Thor meets a spaceship on his way to flight, and a woman covered in alcohol comes down from the spaceship. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Thor in front of him. Oh, that's you, come with me. After speaking, before Thor could react, he threw the thing in his hand to Thor's neck. Took out the control mechanism and directly stunned Thor and hid him into the spaceship. Levis stayed at home all day without seeing Thor come back and felt that something was wrong. Tony found Levi the next day. Hey Weiss, did you see Thor back? Levi shook his head, a little bad guess, didn't Thor go looking for you? No, I didn't see Thor, didn't he come to you either? The two looked at each other and the answer was self-evident, something was definitely wrong. What the hell, let's get Thor back quickly. Quasi-Tony did not expect this to happen and immediately informed the others. The Captain and Black Widow soon appeared and the two arrived at Levi's residence. The two saw Tony's anxious look. Hey, what's going on with you? Why this expression? Levis said the matter from beginning to end, it took the owner a while to digest it. Isn't Thor dangerous in this situation now? But where are we going to look for him when the universe is so big? Black Widow asked something to the point and Levis looked around and saw that there was still someone who didn't show up. What about Banner? Why didn't you see him? Ask for Flower Zero. Disappeared after dealing with Ultron, we haven't found a figure now, do you see him? Levis didn't expect so much to happen during this time, and he didn't know it. I don't know, you haven't told me about this, how can I be clear? Finding what had fallen from Thor, Levis saw the drop and looked for it nearby. There were no traces of fighting, which was a little strange, so Thor voluntarily followed the person or was attacked from behind. This guy is really positive and very good at handling this matter. After all, Hela does not have a kind, protective heart like Thor, and it is thankful that she did not destroy it now. I know, so now guys, hurry up and get moving. Sorry, we're too busy during this time, we may not have time to talk to you about this matter. Levis doesn't have a conclusion now, he can only look at it when the time comes. Levis chose a direction according to his instincts and moved forward. Cyclops stood at the window to see the trail of the spaceship leaving and drank a drink from his hand. Levi interrupted their explanation. Well, now is not the time to explain to me, let's go to Thor first. Hela is not good for us after she sits on the throne. After he finished speaking, he found a spaceship and drove up, taking other people with him by the way. Levis knew about this and it was indeed a bit difficult to find Thor in such a large universe. If they hadn't said that Levis didn't know about this, how could they have known about Banner's tracks? Tony also knew the gravity of this matter and nodded. Levis first looked around the neighborhood, found no trace of it nearby, and then he expanded his area. Tony couldn't help but praise when he saw Levis disappear into the sky. This looks so cool, let's hurry up and follow along. Let's look for it first, but we can't expect much from this matter. Searching in the nearby galaxy began, passing where Thor had been caught yesterday. Halfway through, Tony also sent a video to Levis asking about Levi's current situation too. I looked for a clue about Thor and am now planning to look around. Levi's spaceship was handed over to Sakyu to pilot. Levis poured himself a glass of water and is still chatting with the two very leisurely. Tony and the captain were sitting on a spaceship and when they heard this, they planned to go to Levis. Where are you now? We'll go to you now. Levi said, "I'm right here, you can come now, do you want me to wait for you?" "No need, will come to you now." With that, Tony steers the ship to where Levis is, and Levis hears him say that he doesn't have to wait to slow down Saku a little. Tony's speed is not slow, and after a while Levi also saw the figure. His spaceship grazed Levis's spaceship and flew over, and the two said a 580 hello when they looked at each other. Saku also has his own judgment, and after seeing Tony follow, he starts to speed up. The two spaceships flew side by side, and Tony flew for a while and felt that something was wrong. "Weiss, are you sure Thor is in this direction?" Levis sat back in his chair, not sure, gut feeling, let's go and see first. He didn't know where it was, but he chose a place based on his instincts. Tony was a little hard to believe when he heard this, and he didn't find the right words in his head for a long time. "If your instincts are wrong, then we are not busy in vain. No, this is not for you to know a wrong option, you can avoid it later." Levi replied righteously, not feeling that anything was wrong. Tony was completely defeated, but now that they've come here, Tony decided to take a look. Maybe what if Levis is right? Tony could only console himself in this way. Following Levis and then flying forward, the two ships did not know how long they flew. In front of him appeared a planet with many cosmic passages around, and seeing this planet, Levis knew that this was his destination today. "Let's go, buddy, let's go over and take a look." Levi drove the spaceship and rushed up. Tony saw the planet is also a little strange. How did they get here? Just following Levis all the way, Tony had the feeling that he had been tricked and Levis must have known where. The previous thing was to tease them, and it was a little strange for the captain to see that Tony did not move. "Tony, are you distracted? Weiss is almost out of sight, let's catch up quickly." Tony hears a reminder to catch up with Levi's ship, and Levis has flown into a pipe. He also followed Levi into the pipeline, and after entering, a city appeared in front of their eyes. And in front of them were rows of ships that were aiming their guns at them, and Levis did not act rashly when he saw such a scene. Walking out of his spaceship, his attitude was still quite good. "You don't have to be nervous, we're just here to find someone." A person walked out of the spaceship at the head, and it seemed that he should be the leader of these spaceships. He stood at the front and looked Levi up and down. "Want to recruit? Go inside the prison and look for it." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony and they were already in a state of battle. The atmosphere immediately tensed, and Levis stood in place without moving. "I repeat, we have no malice, we just want to come to someone." Levis's words were vaguely threatening, and the leader winced, thinking that he was in his own home, and what else was there to be afraid of? "I don't care what you're here for, as long as you come to us, Sakar, you'll listen to me." After speaking, he waved his hand. "Everyone do it, grab them and give them to Gao Tianzun, he will definitely like it." After the people gave the order, the others also moved, pressing Levi step by step. Seeing their unreasonable appearance, Levis knew that there was no room for discussion on this matter and knew that a vicious battle could not be avoided. "Sakami, do it." After thinking it through, Levi decided to strike first and let Saku attack first. Sakami, who heard the command, controlled the laser on the spacecraft. The first to sweep the ship that had fallen over, and after Levi moved, Tony couldn't help it. This action of controlling the spaceship and attacking them undoubtedly aroused the belligerent blood of the people around them. Sakar's people also rushed towards Levis, and those who rushed in front were unusually fierce. 0. Seeing that he was approaching Levis, huge amounts of shadow hung over him. The huge amount of fist also swung at Levis with a sinister smile on his face, and he could think of how vulnerable Levius had disappeared under his hands. When he reappeared, he was already behind the leader, pinching his fragile neck. And the person in Levi's hands is now very instigated. "Wait a minute, we have something to say, don't get excited." "I can't do this thing, oh my god, we can see it if we want." Levi knew that this little soldier was useless, and still wanted to go to the High Tianzun in their mouths. This talent is an important person on this planet, and the person who was pinched by Levis showed a helpless expression. Levis calmed the rest of the people who wanted to rush up with this hand, and now there was some hesitation at this time, knowing whether Levis rushed towards Tony and them. After planning the route, Levi's figure disappeared in place. He was really worried that with one force from Levis he would die at the hands of Levis. After Levis dealt with the people around him, he looked like the leader standing last, a little impatient. His arm made a teeth-shattering noise. Levis shook his hand with ease. At that time, no matter how strong Levi is, there is no way, and he must obediently listen to them. Levi didn't hear these words. I don't care about this matter anyway. We are going to see this high Tianzan in your mouth now. Stop or your boss's life may be gone. But things were not what he thought. From Levis's body came huge amounts of anti-shock force, and the hand of Levis in the supply department was directly broken. That's right, what did I say before? I'm just looking for someone here. You guys have to compete with us. Now it's better to take me to meet your boss. The obstruction standing in front of him was waved away by Levis, who was thrown aside like garbage. In contrast, Tony is much weaker to watch, and as long as they hold Tony, they can use their lives as a bargaining chip. The soldier who heard the movement looked back and saw that his head was grabbed by Levis 1.9, and there was no movement in his hand. After thinking for a while, he thought of a solution. I have a solution. It depends on whether you agree or not. What way? You say come and listen. In this way, you pretend to let me catch it. Gao Tianzan likes you the most to participate in the arena. You pretend to be caught by me. I sell you to Gao Tianzan. You will not be able to meet Gao Tianzan. Levis would not believe his words and used ability to directly read the memories of the person in his hand. He did have his own careful thoughts, but this careful thinking was now clearly seen by Levis. It's useless. Levis checked the play and gave him instructions. Let this person only obediently listen to his own words. After some operation, Levi is much more relieved. Letting go of the man and returning to Tony's side. Let's go, guys, let's go find that Gao Tianzan. When Tony was about to ask how to find them, he found that the person who had been clamoring to arrest them before was now respectful of Levis, as if he had been brainwashed. Tony was stunned, not expecting that a person would change so much. Black Widow was the first to follow in Levi's footsteps, then the captain, and obviously they weren't surprised by the scene. The captain hugged Tony and took Tony, who was in a daze, with him. Following the people who led the way, they walked all the way to the tallest building in the middle, which was built very strangely. When they got closer, they saw several human faces on it, and the person who led the way to the front of the building stopped. A few, Gao Tianzan is inside. I really can't take you inside. Levis stood at the door and looked at the situation inside the building, but the glass did not know what material it was, and he could not see the situation inside clearly. Let's go in and have a look. Levis didn't look anymore and turned to look at the person behind him. Black Widow and Tony looked at him and nodded. Let's go inside and have a look. Levis is also unusual. He does not enter through the doorway. He flies to the highest part of the building and rushes towards the building like a shooting star. Black Widow also didn't expect Levi to be so fierce and not enter through the main entrance. Levi's movements not only attracted them but also alarmed the others in the building. A pair of trained men surrounded Levis and looked at him warily. After waiting for a while, the surrounding Levis soldiers separated a road and those behind them came to the front. Levis looked at this person and directly began to ask, "Are you Gao Tianzan?" "Yes, what's the matter with you coming to me with such a big move?" Gao Tianzan was already a little angry, and Levi's action was undoubtedly provocative. But now Gao Tianzan suppressed the anger in his heart and asked a reason. If Levi did not give him a satisfactory answer, he will let Levis know whose territory this is. Not everywhere can be thrown wild. We're looking for someone. It's a guy who can use electricity. Have you ever seen it? Gao Tianzan definitely has seen that. Some time ago he taught a good lesson to the hard bones who did not admit defeat. No, I haven't seen it. When Gao Tianzan answered, he directly vetoed it, and the kid he thought it was still a little interesting, and now definitely will not let it go. Levis didn't believe his words. You deceive, you must have seen it. I advise you to hand him over. If we do it, things won't end like this. Levis didn't want to do it, but there were some people who didn't have the ability to make him angry. I said I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. What do you think of me as a place? Since you don't want to leave, then leave it to me. Come. After Gao Tianzan finished speaking, the soldiers around him all moved and rushed to Levis, who was standing in the center. Black Widow, they also came up at this time, and all they saw was that everything rushed towards Levis. Like locusts, Levi was crushed under the ball, and Tony rushed directly to Levi's side to help Levi get out of trouble. Levis was shocked, and all the people who surrounded him flew back upside down and hit the floor heavily. Tony knocked away the man who flew towards him and walked to the side of Levis. Cool, well done. Levi nodded, so you're not bad. Gao Tianzun saw the two chatting like this and his face was red with anger. I want you to pay the price, none of you want to run. Gao Tianzun was really angry, for so long there was no one like Levis. This all hit him directly in the face and this matter is absolutely unbearable. Levis saw that he was unhurried and moved his wrist. Tony, are you all ready? Tony put on his mech and took a battle stance. I definitely, what about the others? Are you ready? Black Widow nodded, and the captain gave him a look to signal that he was ready. Gao Tianzun can sit in his position for so long and he still has his own skills. He can also telepathy, but he can only see 4 people on Levi's side and he can't feel Levi's. Gao Tianzun immediately understood that Levis might have the same ability as him, so he couldn't see it. Gao Tianzun, who could not see Levis, did not start from Levis's body first but from Tony's body. He didn't first take 227 hands from Levis's body, but he still kept an eye on Levi's movements. In case he is caught by Levis, it will not be easy to deal with it at that time. The fight between several people is very fast and the fight is not a few seconds and quickly separates. By the time they separated, Tony and Black Widow weren't in great shape, only Levi wasn't in good shape. Levis saw the 3 of them like this, and if it dragged on, these 3 would definitely be injured. He was more focused on looking for flaws in Gao Tianzun's body all the time, and his mind was like a high-speed computer. Calculating the flaws on Gao Tianzun's body in front of him, he tried to hit him with one blow. The two fought back and forth and various dazzling skills collided in the air. The brilliant colors are emitted and everyone is dazzled by it. Finally, under the attack told by Levis, Gao Tianzun revealed a flaw. This fleeting flaw was caught by Levis and a good blow hit Gao Tianzun's body. He suddenly flew out upside down and hit the wall behind him, knocking through many walls before he stopped his body. Levis stood in front of the broken wall looking at Gao Tianzun from afar. How? Would you like to give it to me now? Gao Tianzun stood up from the cave. What can you do if I don't give it to you? Do it. As soon as he finished speaking, a hole was burned in the floor next to Levi's feet, and it would fall on him if it was a few points higher. This was the naked threat, and Levis looked back to see the dense spaceships behind him, all the muzzles pointed at them. Gao Tianzun stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his body unhurriedly. Lifting his foot and walking out of the hole, you are quite arrogant, but don't forget whose territory this is. Tony and Black Widow are now looking at Levis, hoping for something he can do. But under such a scene, Levi did not show a very flustered appearance and even laughed when he heard Gao Tianzun's words. This little person, your subordinates are a little few. It's not important to have a lot less as long as they can catch you, they are very useful subordinates. After Gao Tianzun finished speaking, he walked past Levis and walked to the front of the Legion. Now capture them alive and I can definitely make a lot of money with them in my arena. Gao Tianzun saw their ability, especially Levi's ability, and now it is fragrant in his eyes. After Gao Tianzun finished speaking, this layered spaceship launched an attack on this Lu Heng and them. The overwhelming attacks rushed towards them, such an intensive attack, Tony, they were all ready to be injured. Black Widow had closed her eyes and waited for the pain to come, but she didn't feel anything unusual for a long time. That's when she opened her eyes and saw Levis standing in front of them. With Levi protecting them, all the attacks from the ship were reflected back. After destroying a lot of spaceships, the battle situation was turned around at once, and now it is the attacking spaceship that is starting to dodge. Gao Tianzun did not expect that Levi still had such an ability, and it was a little heartache to see his downed spacecraft. But things have gotten to such an extent that Levis can't swallow this breath without being taken down. Gao Tianzun increased the number of spaceships and launched an even more ferocious attack on Levis. Under such a battle, Levi's hair did not shake at all, and his eyes reflected the fire in the sky like a burning battle spirit. After defending for a while, Levis seemed to be tired of such movements and flames began to appear from his body. The flames looked like they could melt it all, but Tony and Black Widow, standing next to Levis, didn't feel any burning sensation. Gao Tianzun felt the taste of danger when this flame appeared and knew that after letting Levis use this ability, he would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. immediately stopped Levi's movements. Wait a minute, I know where your friend is. Levis looked sideways at Gao Tianzun. You remember now. Bring people to me, send them into my hands. What Gao Tianzun is afraid of is the flame on Levis, and now no matter how much he holds back, he can only honestly do what Levis said. Someone was asked to bring Thor over, and by the time the man returned, he had already brought a man in his hand. Thor was very happy when he met Levis. Weiss, you are really a big hero, I really want to love you. Thor was ecstatic, and now he wanted to hug Levi and kiss him, and he thought he couldn't get out. Now Levis and Tony are heroes, and he's going to thank them for going out. Levis looked at Thor, and apart from his hair being cut short and a device on his neck, he was not hurt. That device, take it, send it over, and we will end this matter today. Gao Tianzun looked at Levis with a venomous look in his eyes but did as Levis said. After Thor loosened his restraints without Levis, he used the people next to him to walk to Levis. Hey Weiss, I saw Hulk here too. Tony was stunned for a moment when he heard this and did not expect that Banner was also here, and Levi did not speak. His eyes looked at Gao Tianzun, and the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. Gao Tianzun is not stupid, he knows what Levi means, but it is already his limit to put one, and he doesn't want to put the second person. Don't go too far, doesn't this matter end here? I didn't say that, you defined it yourself, did you? Levis didn't admit it, but he didn't say it, it was all Gao Tianzun himself. KRs. Seeing that he was about to do something, Levis casually destroyed a spaceship not far from him. I suggest you better weigh it well, otherwise for the sake of two people you will lose so many battleships. I think it will hurt for those who think about it. Thor, who now has someone to support him, has the confidence to stand by and echo Levis's words. That's right, when you do it, weigh yourself well. Now the right to speak is completely in the hands of Levis, and Gao Tianzun is restricted everywhere. After thinking for a long time, Gao Tianzun waved his hand and let his hand go down to bring the Hulk. Levis is also very satisfied to see him so knowledgeable, but this does not mean that Levi is relaxed. He was still very vigilant and trusted Gao Tianzun Levi at all, not believing that he would agree so honestly. The Hulk was brought with him, but the current Hulk is very grumpy and hostile to everyone here. This irritability exploded when he saw Thor, and he wanted to beat Thor regardless of the people around him. Levi frowned when he saw the Hulk like this. What's going on with him now? Don't know us. I know, I am very grumpy, I don't know why I don't believe us very much. Thor knew some but didn't know why the Hulk didn't trust them. When Gao Tianzun saw the Hulk, some small smile appeared on his face and it was suppressed in a flash. The people who paid attention to the Hulk did not notice, and Gao Tianzun waved his hand to release the clothes. The Hulk, who was released from the huge amount of deep body, rushed towards Levis, very aggressive. Tony was frightened by the Hulk's hand and took 2 steps back. Hey Banner, what's going on with you now? Know us. The Hulk ignored Tony's words and rushed towards Tony with a roar. Without expecting to say a word, Tony rushed towards him, taking 2 steps back and dodging his fist. Levi frowned deeper, wanting to strike and knock him unconscious, which he would take back to deal with. As if sensing Levi's thoughts, Banner took 2 steps back and retreated to Gao Tianzun's side. With a threatening growl at Levis, Black Widow also saw the Hulk in action. You also see that it's not that I won't let your friend go, it's that he doesn't want to go with you. Gao Tianzun stood beside the Hulk and looked at Levis them. Thor had chatted with Hulk before, and now he was very incomprehensible when he saw his actions. What's going on with you now? Hurry up and come back with us. Hulk didn't speak, panting and looking at them unkindly. I'm not going back with you. Hulk answered Thor's words, and Thor was very incomprehensible when he heard this. Hulk, do you know what you're doing? Why don't you go back? The Earth doesn't need me now, I'm not going back. Hulk was very sure that he didn't want them to go back. Thor himself couldn't persuade him to look at Levis, wanting Levi to say something to make Hulk change his mind. Levis didn't say a word from beginning to end, watching Hulk's reaction. You want to stay here? Hulk. After saying that, it was Black Widow who walked out behind Levis. Hulk reacted to Black Widow's voice and looked at Black Widow. I don't know, Natasha Romanoff, that Earth doesn't need me. When the Hulk saw Black Widow, he calmed down a little and was not as grumpy as when he first saw it. Hulk, the Earth does not need you, 520, but we need you. You see, Thor's home is still waiting for us to save. We can't do it by ourselves, we really need your help. The Hulk on Black Widow's side hesitated, his eyes swept over them. Gao Tianzun knew that if he didn't do something again, the final whole card would be gone. Feeling out the mechanism and violently electrifying the Hulk who was suddenly shocked lost his mind. Growling viciously, Black Widow took 2 steps back and frightened by the Hulk's action. Levis supported Black Widow's body from behind, stood at the front and looked at the grumpy Hulk. He used his mental ability and wanted to appease the Hulk directly, but when using it, Levis felt hindered. Levi looked at Gao Tianzun on the side and he knew that this was Gao Tianzun's ability. Gao Tianzun met Levis's eyes, which would be a little proud. "How, I have brought you people, he himself did not want to go with you and now you also quickly disappear into my planet for me." Tony was a little excited when he heard this and wanted to rush out Baba to teach him a good lesson but was stopped by the captain next to him. "Don't be impulsive, this matter depends on how Weiss handles it." Levi nodded. "Then more of your hospitality today, we are indeed going back." The most incomprehensible when hearing these words were Thor and Iron Man, who looked at Levi in disbelief. "Weiss, how can you do this?" Now at this time, Levi did not want to explain, summoned Sakyu and took Thor on the spaceship. When Sokka came, he brought Tony's spaceship with him and Tony now has to reluctantly get on the spaceship. "I plan to wait until I go back and talk to Levis about how I can give up Hulk like this." Levi, who got on the spaceship, disappeared into the sky at once and Vanny's spaceship followed Levi's ship. "Weiss, what is the reason? You just gave up Hulk." Without a female voice, Levi steered the ship out of Sakaar. And just outside Sakaar there are countless warships waiting in flight. Levis took them out and saw these battleships and the unwitting Tony was very vigilant, thinking that it was an ambush under Gao Tianzun. But at this time, Levi's video invitation lit up and the castle automatically picked him up. Appearing above is Cyclops' face and he said hello to Thor when he saw that he was feverish. "Weiss, I have already called the battleship you need, what are you going to do?" Thor was stunned when he heard this and his eyes fell on Levis. "Weiss, why don't I understand what you said?" "It's simple, hit Sakaar." After Levi explained, he turned to talk to Cyclops, and Thor didn't think that Levi was here for real. "Weiss, should we think about it?" Thor hesitated and Levi skillfully let Sakami give instructions, distracting himself from talking to Thor while giving instructions. "Don't worry, I'm not trying to invade them, it's just that this Gao Tianzun I don't think it's suitable for this position." After giving the command, Levis rushed to the front in the spaceship and flew back into Sakaar with the fleet behind him. Levi's movements definitely Sakaar also noticed and quickly defended. But they were no match for Levi's fleet and Levis surrounded the edifice where Gao Tianzun had been before. When Levi came back, he came to Cyclops and Cyclops met Thor behind Levis. "Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, I have a choice in your heart and you all look at the same person." Cyclops stood in the office and smiled when he saw the battleship returning. "I don't know what he went to do, but it's good to come back safely." Levis saw Gao Tianzun come out and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Meet again, is this time okay? Since you have chosen, let's do what you come." For a while my mood was very complicated, and I didn't know where to start. Seeing that they had a choice, Levis did not interfere in the matter. People are slaves who are high in heaven and entertain, and there are many large and small wounds on their bodies. "You guys came back to see, Thor, you're back too. I haven't seen you for a long time, and Hulk, go home." When they saw the surrounded Gao Tianzun, they all showed joy and Levis let everyone out. The Hulk, who was standing in the crowd, heard these words and raised his head and looked at Levis, who was standing high. Things were almost done and Levi took the people back to the academy. Gao Tianzun looked at Levi with heavy eyes and now he couldn't wait to eat Levis. Levis didn't react to his gaze but looked at the freed slave. Levi didn't want to care about the planet and it was up to those of them who knew about it. The people standing behind Levis all looked at Hulk. "Man, you really should go home, go back and see." "You can go, definitely you can also let someone take the place of Gao Tianzun and the choice of person is up to you." When Thor heard Cyclops say this, he was a little embarrassed. He was taken away and then Levi they came to rescue him. Just as Thor was looking for an excuse, he suddenly heard Heimdall's voice. "Thor, where are you now? The people of Asgard need your help, where are you now? What's the situation now?" Thor was a little surprised to hear Heimdall's voice and did not expect to be unable to contact Heimdall. I'm in a cave in Asgard right now. I've moved ordinary people here and we need your help now. I'll go back right away, you don't have to worry. Thor heard this and knew that Asgard's situation must not be very good now, and Heimdall's voice sounded very tired and when Thor ended the conversation, he saw that everyone present was watching him. Guys, I need your help so far, the situation is not very good. Tony, who was fighting alongside Thor, was very understanding. We definitely will help you, the friend's business is our business, right, Weiss? Levis didn't expect this to happen to his head, and nodded as if he looked at Tony. Definitely, are we ready to go now? Thor looked at them with gratitude in his eyes, and it was nice to have a group of friends to help him at this time, not to be alone. Okay, let's go now, I'm afraid Heimdall can't wait for it now. Levi nodded, okay, let's go now. Thor nodded and the group went out again. Cyclops looked at their backs as they left and shook his head. It's good to be young and you can still have energy now. Once a few people appear in the clearing, Thor plans to use Bifrost to return to Asgard. But Bifrost did not respond. Thor tried a few times and did not respond. A little strangely, logically speaking, the Rainbow Bridge should not be closed. Thor couldn't figure it out and reconnected to Heimdall. Doll, why didn't Bifrost respond? I tried many times and didn't see him react. I took the big sword from Bifrost and prevented Hela from going to the Nine Realms. Otherwise it would not have been Asgard who would have affected the war. Heimdall explained why and Thor knew why, but there was no other way to go to Asgard right now. So what do we do now? How can we help you if we can't go? Don't worry, on Sakaar, the largest portal, you can't enter Asgard from there. Heimdall definitely prepared a rear hand, otherwise the civilians of Asgard would not have survived under Hela without Thor's help. I know, we'll rush over now. Levis stood aside and looked at Thor. Looks like a way has been found. How? Yes, we still need to go to Sakaar now, and the biggest transmitters go to Asgard. Levis had no problem hearing this, nodded, and called out his spaceship. Okay, now let's go, time waits for no one. Tony and the desolate man found a spaceship to sit on and Levi rode to the dust and rushed first. The people behind also followed and they all turned into arcs and disappeared into the sky. According to Heimdall, they came to Sakaar. When the current Sakaar is still recovering after the war, the Yin family is dealing with what Gao Tianzan left behind. Someone saw Levi's ship and they recognized the logo on Levi's ship. Their eyes were on the spacecraft flying over them, and when they saw them return, the leader they pushed thought they still had something to do. Just as they were wondering whether to say hello to them, Levi flew straight through them towards their planet's largest portal. Disappearing inside the portal in the blink of an eye, the leader was relieved to see them disappear and he thought they had come to the door because of something. Just passing by, he was a little relieved. Everyone go back to their own business, nothing happens here. Hearing this, others also turned their heads to do their own thing. Levi and Tony disappeared into the portal, passing through the portal and arriving at Adgarth. On Hela's side, she had asked where Heimdall was hiding. Ask for flowers. Surrounded the place where Heimdall was hiding with his men and the soldiers opened the hole. But there were already people going to the empty building and Hela was a little angry at being teased. Fenryu, hurry up and find them for me. The giant wolf that heard the command jumped out from behind Hela and sniffed the ground. Follow the smell to Heimdall's hiding place. Heimwall is in the deepest part of the cave. He leaned against the wall to feel the situation outside and behind him was a group of civilians with little ability. What's more, their opponents are still so strong, they feel even more hopeless. Probably Thor didn't expect the ease. Solving the last one in his hand, he looked up and saw Hela not far away. The movement on Bifrost's side was caused by Levis, who were dealing with the soldiers who came to stop them. Hela was quietly watching him and Thor also saw her and the two looked at each other from a distance with war intent in their eyes. And in this case, they heard another sound, huge amounts of explosions. The giant wolf approached them step by step and in the quiet atmosphere they even heard beasts' gasps. Hela touched her hair, which became a strange shape that I don't know if it was a horn or something, and two weapons suddenly appeared from her hand. Some people have even closed their eyes sadly, intending to bear the end of not being able to look at it directly. Thor knew she was ready to fight. The explosion was so loud that it immediately attracted Hela and them. Panic was written in everyone's eyes. They had never encountered such a thing before. You shouldn't be here, but it's okay, soon you and your partner will disappear. Their combat effectiveness is very strong, and after a while all the soldiers around them are cleared out. The rest of the people did not stand still and kept up with Hela. Now there is also a huge amount of panic surrounding them and everyone is very uneasy. Seeing the fire on Bifrost's side, Hela's face sank and in a blink of an eye she disappeared in place. Bleh. Thor himself took a battle stance, his eyes fixed on Hela. As everyone huddles, the Hulk follows Levi's plan and finds the civilians that Heimdall has hidden. Heimdall was very vigilant at this time and gave him a blow when the Hulk appeared, and after seeing the person he retracted a little force. But the Hulk was still hit. This time the Hulk did not expect. Banner, how did you find this place? Heimdall recognized the Hulk at a glance and withdrew his hand from pressing the Hulk. I'm here to take you away, you guys hurry up and follow me now. Hulk didn't talk nonsense and immediately said the purpose of his appearance here today. Thor, he's back, did Thor call you here? Heimdall beckoned the people behind him for them all to come out. Yes, now Thor, they dragged Hela 580, we are leaving quickly. Banner leads them to where they parked their ship and the people behind them are wary of the Hulk but they trust Heimdall. Followed in the footsteps of the Hulk and headed in the direction of Bifrost. Now Levi and Tony are cleaning up the surrounding waves of soldiers who have been like endless since Hela appeared. After killing one, you can be resurrected, which is too draining for everyone's strength. Black Widow was a little tired from this high-intensity battle and a loophole accidentally appeared. Levis reached out to help and cleared all the monsters around her. You hold on, just wait until you see Banner and they appear. Black Widow nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I know I can still hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Banner appear in line of sight with a group of people, and he and Heimdall closely protected the civilians behind them. Without letting them receive any damage, they reached Levi's side safely. Weiss were back. Banner was relieved to see Levis and it was much less stressful to have them. Levis dealt with the soldiers who followed behind them. You guys hurry up and send him to the spaceship to leave, we'll take care of things here. Hela, who was struggling with Thor, saw Heimdall and Levi underneath, and she did not allow them to leave. Fenny stopped them. Hearing this, the giant wolf's attention also shifted from Tony's body to Heimdall, who was about to board the spacecraft, and blocked their way with a slight jump. Banner will not hide his strength anymore and transform into a Hulk. Rushing towards the giant wolf in front of him, the Banner that turned into the Hulk not only changed in size. The same change in strength and size grabbed the giant wolf's tail, grabbed it in the air, and used it to the sea under the bridge. Heimdall took advantage of this gap to take civilians into the spacecraft, and Thor, who had lost his hammer, was now not on the same level as Hela at all. After fighting for so long, Thor's body was already scarred. In the end, Hela hit him hard and was knocked to the ground, landing right at Levi's feet. When Hela saw that Thor had lost his ability, she wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill Thor in one fell swoop. She also flew down from high in the air, quickly closing the distance between herself and Thor. This scene was seen by Levis, who stood in front of Thor to block the blow for him. The huge energy generated by the collision between the two cleared everything around, and Black Widow and Tony were thrown and rolled twice on the ground before stabilizing their figures. They stood up and looked at Hela and Levi in the center, and Hela saw that his attack was blocked by Levis, increasing his strength. Levis also felt a little strained, but this intensity was still in his range. Hela saw that this trick did not work and conjured a weapon from his right hand and flew towards Levis. But the weapon is the same in front of Levis and it does not move until a certain distance. Hela saw that one could not succeed, summoned a lot of weapons and rushed towards Levis. But like the first weapon, you can't advance half an inch around Levis. Levi casually returned the weapons and Hela saw this scene and dodged quickly. Evading Levi's return fire, Thor, who was about to lose consciousness on the ground, seemed to see his father in a trance. Thor at this time, as if he had found his faith, he threw himself in front of Odin.0. Father, I lost my hammer, and I can no longer use Thor's power. For Thor's crying, Odin is still the same as Thor remembers, and he opened his mouth to tell Thor. Kid, the real power of Thor is not in the hammer but in you. Thor raised his head when he heard this and looked at Odin. As if he understood something, in Odin's words, Wanger understood. Levi is confronting Hela, and the two are now in a state where there is no way to take both sides. This is Asgard, the source of Hela's power, and here Hela is invincible. There's no way to deal a heavy blow to Hela, and Levis is because of the multiple abilities he has. And Levi's biggest and most special ability, Hela found it a bit tricky. Neither of them moved first, they were assessing the other's strength and finding each other's weaknesses. And Thor's changes attracted Levi and Hela, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be brewing something. Levis thought Thor had fainted and woke up now, but the aura emanating from his body was somewhat dangerous. Thor suddenly opened his eyes, which flashed blue electric light and the sound of explosions. Thor, who stood up, looked at Hela not far away, and the thunderstorm brewing in the jade clouds in the sky had also reached your peak. The purpose of falling violently from the sky is Hela standing in the distance. Sensing something different, Hela raised her head 4.8 and looked into the sky, and at this time the thunder and lightning had already arrived in front of her. After a dazzling electric light, everyone looked at where Hela was standing. Hela, who was standing in place, was not hurt in the slightest and looked at Thor with an unkind look. "Good job, but for me, it didn't work at all." Hela's ability is derived from Asgard, and as long as Asgard remains, Hela won't die. Thor didn't expect his strongest blow to bring Hela a painless blow. Levis had expected it while everyone's attention was on Hela. Casting a look at Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff noticed Levi's look. Quietly disappeared into the battle like water droplets blending into the sea. But now the attention is on Hela's side and no one is paying attention to Black Widow. Levis used his psychic ability to communicate with Thor. "Thor, Black Widow has gone to your father's warehouse, are you ready?" Thor knew what Levis was talking about. It had been planned before they came, and Thor didn't have any hesitation. There is only one way at this time, otherwise with Hela's current strength, they will not be able to do it at all. None of his strongest blows hurt Hela, so there was no better way. Thor glanced at the civilians behind him. Now that he was completely on the ship, he already had a determination in his heart. "I know, now let's do it." After receiving a positive answer, Levi passed the news to Black Widow, who had safely slipped into the warehouse, and hesitation threw his things into the eternal fire. The flames licked the things in the fire and the Black Widow left without hesitation. This place is the most dangerous place right now, and that's when she shows up with Levis. Levi knew the plan had succeeded. Just as Hela was about to give Thor a 10-lesson, she heard a loud noise behind her, accompanied by a scorching heat. After the giant appeared, Levis knew that it was all coming to an end. "We retreat quickly now." Tony and Black Widow nodded when they heard this, and Levi Espeter stood still and shouted, "Thor, we have to leave right now, we can't wait." After the flame demon appeared, it began to wreak havoc on Asgard, and the source of Hela's power was Asgard. Hela's full eyes on his source of power was destroyed. Now he couldn't care about Thor and them and turned his head to fight the flame demon. Thor watched Asgard, where he had lived for so long, crumble inch by inch, and the building collapsed. There is still infinite sadness and discomfort in his heart, which carries countless memories of him. But he knew there was something more important now and followed Levi to them on the ship. After seeing everyone coming up, Sokka opened the spaceship and flew towards the Earth. Tony saw Thor's sadness. "Man, it's not that there is still a foundation, it's a big deal that we can take some time and rebuild it later, and it will definitely be like you were before." And just after Tony said this, the aftermath of Hela's battle with the flame demon destroyed all of Asgard's remaining ruins. Floating in the universe as rubble, Tony also saw it and opened his mouth for a moment to find a better way to describe it. After wanting to stop talking, he just reached out and patted Thor on the shoulder. "Man, it's okay, we can find a better place to live later." Thor didn't answer his words, only looked at the rubble floating in the air. Levis looked at this shocking scene in front of him, and sure enough, when the beautiful business was destroyed, he would exude a different kind of beauty. Levis couldn't describe it, but he also felt the sadness. Black Widow walked over to Levi's side. "Weiss, what are you thinking?" Hearing Natasha Romanoff's voice, Levi's gaze shifted from Asgard, who had been shattered in front of him, to Black Widow's body. "I didn't think about anything, it's just that Thor should feel bad now." Levi turned the conversation to Thor, who came back to his senses when he heard his name. "I'm okay now." "Then do you think about how to settle the people behind you? Now that Asgard is destroyed, It's a very troublesome thing to go now. Those who survived Asgard looked to Thor, who is now their current leader. Thor also looked back at the remaining people, and the remaining people had confusion in their eyes as well as trust in Thor. They believed in Thor and that he could arrange a very good place for them. Go to Earth, we settled there after that, Asgard can't go back to before. Levis was not surprised to hear Thor's decision, and there was no more suitable option now. However, it is a little more troublesome to deal with the check-in procedures, but with the help of SHIELD, this matter is not a difficult matter. The spacecraft weaved through the galaxy and finally reached their familiar place after a long silence. There were many people who came down from the spacecraft, and their appearance attracted the curious eyes of many people around. There is no malice in these eyes, just pure curiosity. And Yuriko, who was standing in the crowd, saw Levis and happily walked to Levi's side. "Weiss, big brother, where did you come from? I haven't seen you in a long time." "I went out to deal with a little something, and it wasn't that long, right? You little guy is still lying." Yuriko spat out her tongue when she heard this. "I don't have it. Doesn't Hua-Gyu have a saying that one day is not like 3 autumns? Yuriko is in such a mood. "Then this matter will trouble you. Thank you so much, I don't even know how to thank you." When everyone in the playground had dealt with it, there were only a few of them left. Thor counted the rest of the people and walked over to Levi's side. "Weiss, can you please do me a favor?" Levis touched Yuriko's head and felt that she was a small ghost. Levis nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'm just fine now. It's simple, treat us to dinner when you settle down." Levi smiled and didn't speak, and Tony, who came up from behind, heard it. Levi nodded. "If there is anything you need me to help with, you say, I will help you." 17. "Now that neither I nor them have a place to go, can you please take us in for 300 years? I will leave when I find a place to go." Levis looked at the crowd standing not far away. "I have to ask Mr. Coaster about this matter to see if I can arrange it for you." Levi said this Thor was a little touched after hearing this. If it weren't for these friends of his, he might have some difficulties. Thor nodded. "He would definitely do this. I will definitely not forget you. You will just wait for me when the time comes. We're all friends and definitely will help you with something. Weiss, I'm discussing with Banner for a drink. Are you going?" Thor heard this until Levis said yes and hammered Levis on the shoulder. Levi contacted Cyclops, who arranged for all the civilians of Asgard to be arranged and given them a record of ranks. Black Widow saw that the 3 of them were sure and took the initiative to sign up. "I want to go too, add me." The others definitely had no opinion and readily agreed and went to the bar they frequented most often. At this time there was no one in the bar, and there was a female singer on the stage, holding a guitar and singing a minor tune that I don't know where. It was very ambient and everyone found a place to sit down, and Black Widow sat next to Levis. After ordering something, several people began to make small talk, and it was Hela who was discussing. Although the battle was over, Hela left too much of an impression on them. Levis didn't get involved in the topic, just listened quietly to their discussion. Levi was drinking when he felt a hand on his thigh when the light was dim. Levis raised his eyebrows and looked at the owner of the hand, Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting next to Levis. Seeing that Levis was looking at him, he blinked his own eyes, pretending to be innocent and looking into Levi's eyes. "What's wrong? How do you look at me with that look?" Black Widow's voice attracted several other people who couldn't see what was going on under the table. "What are you two secretly talking about? Whisper behind our backs, huh?" Levis heard them ask and spread his hands. "What can we say? Normal chat, why are you so curious?" Tony gave a mocking smile. "Who knows, maybe there's something you can't tell us." "Drinking can't stop your mouth, hurry up and eat some fruit." Levi knew that Tony was just joking and also answered Tony's words jokingly. Levis said their attention was not there, Levi and Black Widow's body. Natasha Romanoff's hand became even more presumptuous after their attention was removed. Levis quietly held her hand to keep her from moving. The held Black Widow did not move, was much more honest, and began to drink the wine in his hand. They drank late, almost to the end, and Banner and Tony left together. The rest of the people also went on their own, and in the end they were left with Levis and Black Widow. Levis looked at her when he saw them go and looked at it with some meaning. "What are you going to do, so bold?" Natasha Romanoff showed a charming smile. "Do you really not know, or are you playing the fool? I thought you understood." Levis knew what she meant before and laughed. Shall we talk as we go? Black Widow had no opinion, skillfully hooked Levi's arm and walked out the door hand in arm with Levis. Weiss, you have no heart, I haven't seen you come to me for so long. Levis heard what Natasha Romanoff was saying, complaining about not seeing her properly for too long. You also see that this time is a little busy, I really don't have time, it's not that I don't come. Levis is also busy enough during this time, there are still a lot of big file size and small things, and sometimes he really can't be blamed for this matter. Is that so? I hope you're telling the truth. Natasha Romanoff was a little disbelieving Levis's statement, dubious. Levi put his arm around Natasha Romanoff's shoulders. Didn't you pretend not to know me in the first place? Okay, let's go. After saying that, he took Natasha Romanoff with his arms around him and went to his other residence, where the college house was now definitely. Levi's movements were known to Sakyu in advance, and the bathroom and the lights in the house were ready. Now the temperature in the room is just right and the relaxing lights in the room. You go wash up first and I'll wash it too because of the smell of wine on my body. Natasha Romanoff looked at Levi and nodded. Okay, I see you, hurry up. Levi nodded. Okay, you go quickly. Natasha Romanoff stepped back into the bathroom, and Levis turned to go up to the bathroom on the second floor. I took a comfortable hot bath and half an hour later I saw a figure walking in front of the toilet. Levis knew who it was and there was no reaction. By the time he came out, Natasha Romanoff was already waiting for him. Hello.
Yes.
As soon as Levis finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff hugged him. 01191110181423221. The next morning, Levi's biological clock woke him up on time, and Natasha Romanoff hadn't woken up yet, sleeping soundly next to Levis. Levi didn't wake Natasha Romanoff and went to the gym when he got up. While sweating profusely, he heard the voice behind him. Weiss, hurry up for breakfast. Levis looked back to see Natasha Romanoff, who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed, looking at him with a smile. Hey, I see, come now. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his face and walked over to Natasha Romanoff. What delicious food did you prepare for me today? Just go to the restaurant. Natasha Romanoff didn't say anything, just smiled and motioned for Levi to go to the restaurant. Okay, I know, I'll go check it out now. Natasha Romanoff followed Levis, her eyes boldly roving back and forth over his back. At this time, Black Widow looked like a rogue and exclaimed, "Not bad. Don't you know if I'm in good shape?" Levis heard her words, and it didn't matter that Black Widow came to the restaurant frankly. A very classic Western breakfast is prepared, toast omelet with milk and a dessert that I don't know what. Levis stuttered with his fork. Well, it's very good, it's delicious. Natasha Romanoff didn't prepare herself and sat on the sidelines watching Levi eat. Don't you eat it yourself. I'll make an appointment with someone later. I won't eat with you, I'll go out later. Regarding the private lives of others, Levis didn't probe too much, nodding his head to show that he knew. Okay, then I wish you a good time. Thanks, I'll go find the clothes tile. With that, Natasha Romanoff left the kitchen, and Levi finished eating and sent the dishes to the dishwasher. Go upstairs to see Natasha Romanoff, who is trying on clothes when he sees Levi coming up and glaring up. Hurry up and help me see which one is more suitable for me. The left-handed one looks more suitable for you. The one on the left hand of Black Widow is a long black dress, but the waist is very well cinched, and Black Widow wears a very temperamental. This one, I'll give it a try. Natasha Romanoff replaced the one Levis said and spun around in front of Levis. How is it appropriate? Levis touched his chin and looked around, then nodded. I think it's very suitable. The two of them looked tired and crooked in the room for a while before they came out of the room. Black Widow had taken care of himself. Levi had no plans to go out today and he was still wearing what he wore in the morning. I'm leaving, bye-bye. Black Widow gave Levi a farewell kiss as he said goodbye. Let's go, bye-bye, have fun. After seeing the person leave, Levis closed the door and went back to his room to lie down in his clothes. Sakami, help me contact Lorna Dane. When Sokka heard this, he carried out Levi's request and called Dane for the video. The video was connected after a while and Polaris' face appeared on the screen as if he was working on something. Weiss, how did you think of calling me today? Polaris was a little surprised to receive a call from Levis, and thought that Levis was busy during this time and did not have time to contact him. I haven't seen you for too long, I wanted to see you so I called you. Polaris' attention fell on Levi in the video not far away. You're really weird today. Strange. How come I don't think I'm weird? Where are you now? A person is being tracked down and is now on road 390. Polaris rode on his own locomotive, the wind blowing his dark green hair, accompanied by the roar of huge amounts of the mechanic. You're busy right now, right? Then I'll contact you later. Levis saw that she was dealing with things, knew that it was not a good time, and planned to hang up. Okay, I'll contact you after I'm dealt with here, goodbye. Polaris, who is also a neat person, hung up the phone at once. Levis looked at the disappearing screen for a moment, then went to the room to put on his own clothes and planned to go out. Ready to go to the academy to see the situation, when entered, Levis went to Cyclops to find them. Cyclops was in a meeting and Levis didn't interrupt them and found a place to sit himself. When Cyclops finished the meeting and everyone was gone, Cyclops walked to Levi's side. How did you get here today? Usually you rarely set foot here. When Cyclops knew why, it wasn't Levis who was afraid he would assign him a job. Definitely, I have some questions for you. Cyclops instinctively felt that there was nothing good about Levi getting here, whatever you say. Just ask how Thor brought people yesterday. Arranged, all arranged. If you can't arrange it, you can give it to SHIELD. Cyclops laughed after hearing this. You don't know anything about this piece, and with our current ability, it is more than enough to contain them. Levis really doesn't know much about this piece, so he came to ask today. Is this the case? If you can accommodate it, it's fine. Why did you suddenly care so much about this matter? Levis took a sip of the water in front of him and moistened his throat. I was very relieved to have Mr. Coaster deal with me, definitely, but I suddenly remembered, so I asked about the situation here. This matter is also Levi's whim to ask. Before this storage was handled by Cyclops and them. Well, I see. Yes, there is another thing, that is, about the pharmacy. We have now applied for approval, and now it should be able to be produced in large quantities. Very Cyclops laughed, haha, at this time remembered something about the potion. You can just handle this matter, don't go too far, and the management of the market should be stricter. Levis knew about the potion and he had not applied for it before, but now he applied for it, which made Levi a little strange. Why did you apply for it now? Wasn't the card very strict before? I don't know about this matter and their superiors don't understand anything, but we are not afraid that he will be okay now. Cyclops didn't take this matter seriously, and Batty Levis thought about it for a moment and felt that it made sense, so he didn't take it to heart. Levis talked to Cyclops about some recent updates and someone called him. Levi and Cyclops pointed to their phones and Cyclops understood. I see, there you go. Levis found a place where there was no one and answered the phone. It was Polaris. She saw the building behind Levis somewhat familiar. Are you in the academy now? Levi didn't hide it and nodded. Yes, I'm in the academy right now. Do you want to come over? Or did I go looking for you? Polaris thought for a moment. I'll come down and pick you up just so I can take you to a place. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Levis agreed, said goodbye to the North Pole and hung up. Levis saw Cyclops smile when he entered the door and looked at himself a little strangely. I don't have anything on me, right? How do you look at me with this expression? Who did you just call? Hurry up and talk to me. Levis didn't want to talk about himself to Cyclops and avoided the topic. I'll be there soon, you wait. Teacher, it's almost time, I'm going to go first. Levi walked out the door just in time to receive a call from Polaris. Where are you? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the campus. Seeing Levi come out and stand up straight, he handed the helmet in his hand to Levis. No one, Mr. Coaster, you are too curious. When Levis arrived at the school gate, he saw Polaris waiting for him, leaning on the motorcycle behind him. Levis said goodbye as he walked to the door, and his figure disappeared in the doorway in a blink of an eye. As they passed by, many people whistled at them and they didn't dare to glare at them when Polaris glared at them. Levis looked at the watch in his hand and felt that the time was almost up and it should be time for Polaris to agree. Well, you go about your own thing, bye. Cyclops didn't break the casserole on this matter either and turned to other things. Polaris was already riding a motorcycle waiting for Levis. His long legs straddled Polaris' motorcycle and then naturally hugged Polaris' waist. Polaris was acquiesced by Levi's action and rushed out without saying anything by twisting the throttle. Get in the car, I'll take you somewhere. The wind whistled past his ears and Levi's tall body in the back seat was completely able to envelop Polaris. When I used to study a bicycle, I liked this feeling. Levis didn't ask where it was and brought his hat to his head. Didn't I care about you? Look at what you say. Neither of them spoke, and after a while they finally arrived at Polaris where they wanted to take her. So that's where you want to bring me. Levis stood in the doorway looking at Polaris in front of him behind an abandoned warehouse. By the way, this is the place I want to bring you, Tilda. Let's go first. Polaris pushed open the somewhat broken door, the door in disrepair creaked, and the two walked into the warehouse one after the other. Opening the barn, there was nothing on Curry's face. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and the two walked by and left footprints. I thought I looked around inside, found nothing, and looked at Polaris. There's nothing here. What are you bringing me here for? Wait a minute, wait until it gets dark and you'll know. Now that it was still some distance before dark, the two of them found a place to sit everywhere. After sitting down, the two began to talk about their recent current situation and some things. Weiss, seeing how busy you seem to have been lately, I haven't seen you contact me for a long time. Levi nodded. There have been some things recently, and it is indeed the reason why I am busy, but won't we have a longer time in the future? Levi's words coaxed Polaris to be a little happy, so he didn't ask about it again. While the two were talking, time passed quickly and it was dark in a blink of an eye. A little light outside the purple can barely see the silhouette of the two. Seeing that the time was almost up, Levis looked at Polaris. It's already dark. I'm looking forward to what you have in store for me. In the darkness, Polaris gave birth to his left hand and began to activate his ability. Seeing this, Levis seemed to understand and also stretched out his hand, tentatively overlapping on Polaris's hand. Then I also activated the ability I signed in from the eclipse, similar to the sun's sunspot, waiting for my ability which can store and convert solar energy. When the hands of the two overlapped, an aurora phenomenon began to appear from the palm of the hand. When such stunning colors appeared, Polaris smiled with satisfaction. That's my surprise for you, like it? Thought it was the constantly fluctuating aurora of doing things. I love this gift, thank you. Hearing this, Polaris rested his head on Levi's shoulder, and the two quietly looked at the aurora around them for a while. The rare scenery can be seen casually from them, and if anyone else is here, they can see such a shocking and beautiful scene. Wrapped in colorful and brilliant aurora, the two sat quietly. After watching for a while, Polaris withdrew his ability, but the folded hands of the two did not let go and they still held each other intimately. Well, it's almost time, we should go back too. Polaris stood up first, then went to drag Levis, who was still sitting on the ground. Don't sit down a little longer, take a look at this aurora. Didn't you say we had a long time? There will be time to see in the future, so don't rush at this time. Polaris quickly found a reason, thinking that he had heard this, and also stood up from the ground. Well, since you said so, then let's go back. Walking out of the warehouse, Polaris' locomotive was still parked in front of the door, not moving. Levis took a step ahead and got on top of the locomotive. Let me drive you now, beautiful lady. Speaking, Levi also gave birth to his own hand, a very gentlemanly invitation to the back seat of the Polaris seat. Polaris also accompanied Levi to act, pretending to be very surprised and covering his mouth. Oh, I'm so lucky to have such a handsome male companion. After saying that, he put on his helmet and sat in the back seat of Levis and put his hand around his waist. After making sure that the Polaris was done, Levis twisted the throttle. The locomotive with good performance sped out very quickly, bringing up dust all the way behind. Levis took Polaris to his room, pushed open the door and walked in. Polaris stood in the doorway without moving, looking at Levi's back. What's wrong with you? Why don't you come in? After walking for a while, Levis noticed that Polaris was not following and stopped to look at her. Polaris looked at the place. I don't seem to be here before. Well, yes, this is my newest house to buy. What's the problem? Zero, begging for flowers. I thought it was very frank and admitted this matter without the slightest concealment. After watching for a while, Polaris also withdrew his gaze and walked into Levi's door. No, there is no problem. I am just a little curious. Why did you suddenly think of buying a house? When Levis entered, he opened the refrigerator door and turned to ask Polaris if he wanted water or a drink. Plain water is fine, thank you. After hearing the answer, Levis took a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and threw it to Polaris. Polaris is 100% connected. That's when Levi replied to Polaris, "It's not sudden, I've planned it for a long time, it's only recently started, do you want to visit?" Point 00. Polaris heard Levi's invitation and nodded, "Well, I want to see what your taste is like." Levis placed his drink on the table and took Polaris around the room. I personally prefer a simple style, so most of my decoration is also relatively simple. I don't know if you will like it. Levis said as he walked him around the house. The second floor was the room where Levis lived and some guest rooms. The decoration is also simple and clear and it looks very spacious. Looking down from the second floor, you can also see a back garden with a swimming pool. The pool has crystal clear water and a beach chair and parasol on the side. Levis saw that Polaris was fascinated. "Do you like it here?" Polaris, who was looking at him, heard his words and nodded. "Well, it's not bad, the decoration here is more in line with my preferences." "Oh yes. Then it seems that the two of us are very lucky." After Levis said this, Polaris looked at him with a little smile on his lips. "We are indeed very lucky to look at it this way, but if we don't have it, we won't meet it." "No, we must have a fate, we will definitely meet," Levi said very firmly, and Polaris was a little curious. "How can you be so sure? How are you sure that we will have a fate?" Levi definitely wouldn't say why but smiled. "I think we're just lucky." Polaris was quite satisfied when he heard this answer, and more smiles appeared on his face. "That is Providence, Providence will let us meet." Levi nodded, and now the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Polaris took 2 steps forward, both almost attached to Levi's arms. I thought I was looking down at Polaris, but I didn't speak, but I just looked at him quietly. Polaris grabbed Levis by the collar and tugged down. "What are you waiting for?" Levi spread his hands. "I'm not waiting for anything, I'm just waiting for you." "Is it? Then we will." Polaris' next words didn't come out, but the meaning was already obvious, and Levis understood Gyulu at once. It's so obvious that Levis definitely doesn't pretend not to see it. In the morning, before Levi woke up, he was woken up by Sakago. "Master, someone is contacting you now, do you want to receive the video now?" I thought I had found clothes to put on, and went to the living room to pour myself a glass of water. "Now connect it." As soon as his voice fell, the video was connected and Thor appeared on the opposite side. "Hey man, where are you now?" Thinking that he did not expect Thor to contact him, he took a sip of water and asked him what was going on. "It's about the resettlement of civilians in Asgard, and I want to talk to you about it." "Oh, what do you have to talk to me about now? Have you found the right place to go?" "I haven't found a suitable place yet, so I want to talk to you about it." Levis looked at Thor like that, definitely encountered a problem, thought for a while, and agreed to his invitation. "Okay, I know about this, I'll come over later." After getting the desired reply, Thor said the address and hung up. Levis went to the room to find the right clothes to put on and saw that Polaris had not yet woken up and left a note on the table. When he was ready, Levi set off for the place Thor had said. The two met in a cafe with good secrecy in which Thor sat. Levi waved as he saw him come in through the doorway. "Hey. Why's here?" "I thought I was walking up to Thor and sitting down and the deceased came up to inquire." "A glass of plain water, thank you." After deciding what to drink, Levi looked at Thor. "You come to me to discuss something, now talk about it." "I also have a hard time saying about this matter, and I have also discussed with Shield about how my people will deal with it." Talga told Levis all about the situation he encountered now, and after speaking he looked at Levis, hoping that he could give himself some advice. "I know the place you mentioned, it's just a little remote." The location that Levis had heard Thor say was a bit remote, but it was also quite suitable for the Asgard. "I don't think there's any problem. What is the problem you have now?" "It's about construction. There are no houses there that we need to rebuild ourselves, but they don't give much funding." Thor voiced his troubles and hoped that Levi would give him a little opinion. "In terms of funding." Levis touched his chin and thought, and Thor looked at him expectantly. "For this money, well, I can discuss with the Academy and lend it to you first." Levis is also not charitable and these days definitely will not say to give, and it is not a small amount. But Thor was slightly dissatisfied with the result, want to say something to Levis. Levis saw what Thor wanted to say and interrupted him. "Thor, you know the Academy is not mine, this amount of money is not a small amount, I can't decide to give you a lot." Thor heard this and took back what he wanted to say. After all, Levis had helped him before. Oh, sorry, I was greedy, I'm sorry. Thor is also a person who immediately admitted that he had something and immediately apologized to Levis. It's okay, I know what you think in your heart, let this matter be like this, I'll go back and discuss it with Mr. Coaster. After saying this, the two chatted about other things for a while, and then Levi returned to the Academy.0. As soon as he arrived at the Academy, he received a phone call from Polaris. Why can't I see you in the morning, where did you go? When Polaris got up, he didn't see Levis, looked around the room and made sure that the person had left, so he called Levis. Oh, sorry, I didn't wait until you woke up, I had some things to deal with on my side, so I left first. Polaris also recognized that Levis was now inside the Academy and knew that he might have really had something to do before leaving. But as it happened, Polaris was still a little unhappy and Levis could see her unhappiness. He came to Mexico and appeared in Riva's office. Then we'll make up our minds, I'll go find you at night. Levis agreed and the speaker had arrived at the door of Cyclops' office. We're all right, has the director been busy lately? We haven't seen you for a long time. Reaching the door of Cyclops' office, Levis stopped and didn't go any further. Yes, how are you doing? Wait, let's get down to business first, I have something here. Levis hadn't appeared for a long time, and now the sudden appearance really surprised them. Polaris is not a stalker either, and when he heard this, he hung up the phone and asked him to go about his own business. Okay, I'll wait for you here at night. Levis first asked about the recent situation of the company and talked about the company's affairs. The Cuckoo sisters are still a little resentful about this, they haven't seen Levis for a long time. After standing in the doorway and thinking for a while, Levis turned and went somewhere else. For the appearance of Levis, the Cuckoo sisters were very surprised. Levis thoughtfully commented and Polaris wasn't so angry. Master, my god, I'm not dazzled, am I? I still have something here, hang up first, bye-bye, see you in the evening. Sorry, I will definitely accompany you next time I have a chance, or let's go have a good time tonight, where do you want to go? Levi definitely wouldn't say why but smiled, I think we're just lucky. Polaris was quite satisfied when he heard this answer, and more smiles appeared on his face. That is Providence, Providence will let us meet. Levi nodded and now the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Polaris took 2 steps forward, both almost attached to Levi's arms. I thought I was looking down at Polaris but I didn't speak, but I just looked at him quietly. Polaris grabbed Levis by the collar and tugged down. What are you waiting for? Levi spread his hands. I'm not waiting for anything, I'm just waiting for you. Is it? Then we will. Polaris' next words didn't come out but the meaning was already obvious and Levis understood Gyulu at once. It's so obvious that Levis definitely doesn't pretend not to see it. In the morning, before Levi woke up, he was woken up by Sakago. Master, someone is contacting you now, do you want to receive the video now? I thought I had found clothes to put on, and went to the living room to pour myself a glass of water. Now connect it. As soon as his voice fell, the video was connected and Thor appeared on the opposite side. Hey man, where are you now? Thinking that he did not expect Thor to contact him, he took a sip of water and asked him what was going on. It's about the resettlement of civilians in Asgard, and I want to talk to you about it. Oh, what do you have to talk to me about now? Have you found the right place to go? I haven't found a suitable place yet, so I want to talk to you about it. Levis looked at Thor like that, definitely encountered a problem, thought for a while, and agreed to his invitation. Okay, I know about this, I'll come over later. After getting the desired reply, Thor said the address and hung up. Levis went to the room to find the right clothes to put on and saw that Polaris had not yet woken up and left a note on the table. When he was ready, Levi set off for the place Thor had said. The two met in a cafe with good secrecy in which Thor sat. Levi waved as he saw him come in through the doorway. Hey. Why's here? I thought I was walking up to Thor and sitting down and the deceased came up to inquire. A glass of plain water, thank you. After deciding what to drink, Levi looked at Thor. You come to me to discuss something, now talk about it. I also have a hard time saying about this matter, and I have also discussed with Shield about how my people will deal with it. Talga told Levis all about the situation he encountered now, and after speaking he looked at Levis, hoping that he could give himself some advice. I know the place you mentioned, it's just a little remote. The location that Levis had heard Thor say was a bit remote, but it was also quite suitable for the Asgard. I don't think there's any problem. What is the problem you have now? It's about construction. There are no houses there that we need to rebuild ourselves, but they don't give much funding. Thor voiced his troubles and hoped that Levi would give him a little opinion. In terms of funding, Levis touched his chin and thought, and Thor looked at him expectantly. For this money, well, I can discuss with the Academy and lend it to you first. Levis is also not charitable and these days definitely will not say to give, and it is not a small amount. But Thor was slightly dissatisfied with the result. Want to say something to Levis. Levis saw what Thor wanted to say and interrupted him. Thor, you know, the Academy is not mine. This amount of money is not a small amount. I can't decide to give you a lot. Thor heard this and took back what he wanted to say. After all, Levis had helped him before. Oh, sorry, I was greedy, I'm sorry. Thor is also a person who immediately admitted that he had something and immediately apologized to Levis. It's okay, I know what you think in your heart. Let this matter be like this. I'll go back and discuss it with Mr. Coaster. After saying this, the two chatted about other things for a while, and then Levi returned to the Academy.0. As soon as he arrived at the Academy, he received a phone call from Polaris. Why can't I see you in the morning? Where did you go? When Polaris got up, he didn't see Levis, looked around the room and made sure that the person had left, so he called Levis. Oh, sorry, I didn't wait until you woke up. I had some things to deal with on my side, so I left first. Polaris also recognized that Levis was now inside the Academy and knew that he might have really had something to do before leaving. But as it happened, Polaris was still a little unhappy and Levis could see her unhappiness. He came to Mexico and appeared in Riva's office. Then we'll make up our minds. I'll go find you at night. Levis agreed, and the speaker had arrived at the door of Cyclops' office. We're all right. Has the director been busy lately? We haven't seen you for a long time. Reaching the door of Cyclops' office, Levis stopped and didn't go any further. Yes, how are you doing? Wait, let's get down to business first. I have something here. Levis hadn't appeared for a long time, and now the sudden appearance really surprised them. Polaris is not a stalker either, and when he heard this, he hung up the phone and asked him to go about his own business. Okay, I'll wait for you here at night. Levis first asked about the recent situation of the company and talked about the company's affairs. The Cuckoo sisters are still a little resentful about this. They haven't seen Levis for a long time. After standing in the doorway and thinking for a while, Levis turned and went somewhere else. For the appearance of Levis, the Cuckoo sisters were very surprised. Levis thoughtfully commented and Polaris wasn't so angry. Master, my God, I'm not dazzled, am I? I still have something here. Hang up first. Bye-bye, see you in the evening. Sorry, I will definitely accompany you next time I have a chance, or let's go have a good time tonight. Where do you want to go? Levi definitely wouldn't say why but smiled. I think we're just lucky. Polaris was quite satisfied when he heard this answer, and more smiles appeared on his face. That is Providence. Providence will let us meet. Levi nodded, and now the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Polaris took 2 steps forward, both almost attached to Levi's arms. I thought I was looking down at Polaris, but I didn't speak, but I just looked at him quietly. Polaris grabbed Levis by the collar and tugged down. What are you waiting for? Levi spread his hands. I'm not waiting for anything, I'm just waiting for you. Is it? Then we will. Polaris' next words didn't come out, but the meaning was already obvious, and Levis understood Gyulu at once. It's so obvious that Levis definitely doesn't pretend not to see it. In the morning, before Levi woke up, he was woken up by Sakago. Master, someone is contacting you now. Do you want to receive the video now? I thought I had found clothes to put on, and went to the living room to pour myself a glass of water. Now connect it. As soon as his voice fell, the video was connected and Thor appeared on the opposite side. Hey man, where are you now? Thinking that he did not expect Thor to contact him, he took a sip of water and asked him what was going on. It's about the resettlement of civilians in Asgard, and I want to talk to you about it. Oh, what do you have to talk to me about now? Have you found the right place to go? I haven't found a suitable place yet, so I want to talk to you about it. Levis looked at Thor like that, definitely encountered a problem, thought for a while and agreed to his invitation. Okay, I know about this, I'll come over later. After getting the desired reply, Thor said the address and hung up. Levis went to the room to find the right clothes to put on and saw that Polaris had not yet woken up and left a note on the table. When he was ready, Levi set off for the place Thor had said. The two met in a cafe with good secrecy in which Thor sat. Levi waved as he saw him come in through the doorway. Hey. Why's here? I thought I was walking up to Thor and sitting down and the deceased came up to inquire. A glass of plain water, thank you. After deciding what to drink, Levi looked at Thor. You come to me to discuss something, now talk about it. I also have a hard time saying about this matter, and I have also discussed with Shield about how my people will deal with it. Talga told Levis all about the situation he encountered now, and after speaking he looked at Levis, hoping that he could give himself some advice. I know the place you mentioned, it's just a little remote. The location that Levis had heard Thor say was a bit remote, but it was also quite suitable for the Asgard. I don't think there's any problem. What is the problem you have now? It's about construction. There are no houses there that we need to rebuild ourselves, but they don't give much funding. Thor voiced his troubles and hoped that Levi would give him a little opinion. In terms of funding, Levis touched his chin and thought, and Thor looked at him expectantly. For this money, well, I can discuss with the Academy and lend it to you first. Levis is also not charitable and these days definitely will not say to give, and it is not a small amount. But Thor was slightly dissatisfied with the result, want to say something to Levis. Levis saw what Thor wanted to say and interrupted him. Thor, you know the Academy is not mine, this amount of money is not a small amount, I can't decide to give you a lot. Thor heard this and took back what he wanted to say. After all, Levis had helped him before. Oh, sorry, I was greedy, I'm sorry. Thor is also a person who immediately admitted that he had something and immediately apologized to Levis. It's okay, I know what you think in your heart, let this matter be like this, I'll go back and discuss it with Mr. Coaster. After saying this, the two chatted about other things for a while, and then Levi returned to the Academy.0. As soon as he arrived at the Academy, he received a phone call from Polaris. Why can't I see you in the morning? Where did you go? When Polaris got up, he didn't see Levis, looked around the room and made sure that the person had left, so he called Levis. Oh, sorry, I didn't wait until you woke up, I had some things to deal with on my side, so I left first. Polaris also recognized that Levis was now inside the Academy and knew that he might have really had something to do before leaving. But as it happened, Polaris was still a little unhappy and Levis could see her unhappiness. He came to Mexico and appeared in Riva's office. Then we'll make up our minds, I'll go find you at night. Levis agreed, and the speaker had arrived at the door of Cyclops' office. We're all right, has the director been busy lately? We haven't seen you for a long time. Reaching the door of Cyclops' office, Levis stopped and didn't go any further. Yes, how are you doing? Wait, let's get down to business first, I have something here. Levis hadn't appeared for a long time, and now the sudden appearance really surprised them. Polaris is not a stalker either, and when he heard this, he hung up the phone and asked him to go about his own business. Okay, I'll wait for you here at night. Levis first asked about the recent situation of the company and talked about the company's affairs. The Cuckoo sisters are still a little resentful about this, they haven't seen Levis for a long time. After standing in the doorway and thinking for a while, Levis turned and went somewhere else. For the appearance of Levis, the Cuckoo sisters were very surprised. Levis thoughtfully commented and Polaris wasn't so angry. Master, my god, I'm not dazzled, am I? I still have something here, hang up first, bye-bye, see you in the evening. Sorry, I will definitely accompany you next time I have a chance, or let's go have a good time tonight. Where do you want to go? Master, now the company's affairs are going smoothly, and there are no great difficulties. The Cuckoo sisters reported everything to Levi about the recent company, and all the recent developments and financial reports to Levis. Levis lay back in his chair and pondered after listening to all the reports. How much activity funds does our company have now? Master, are there any other plans? I thought it was Thor's business, told them about it, and then saw what other opinions they had. I think there is still some loss in this matter. If we charge interest, we can still consider it. The Cuckoo sisters summed up their minds and told Levis what they thought. This matter, I will let Thor contact you when the time comes and you will discuss it with each other. Don't look at what preferential treatment will be given for my sake, just follow the normal procedure. Levis thinks he is not a good person and it is still up to the cuckoo to deal with it, and it is not a thankless task. Several people discussed some details and the matter came to an end. 10. That's when they have time to talk about themselves. Master, did you hear what we said earlier? Sufei lied at Levis. She hadn't seen Levis for a long time. Now Levis shows up and says she wants Levi to stay. I've been busy a bit lately and I've only been free for this time. Levis touched Sufei's head and explained. Then why did the master talk about work? Do you miss us at all? Sufei is completely the gesture of the younger daughter wanting to get attention from Levis. No, don't worry. Sufei's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he pestered Levis even more. Then can the master stay today? We miss you so much. Levis was a little moved to hear this, but he had made an appointment with Polaris in the evening, and he was afraid that he could not stay here now. There are still things that I need to deal with at the academy. I will go back later. Will I come to see you later? Levis didn't agree. After all, he promised Polaris first, and it was hard to regret it. Sufei was also a sensible person and did not say anything more to let Levis stay. Okay, then you have to talk and count. You must come when the time comes. Yes, I'll come see you when I'm not so busy. Levis agreed. This matter is not difficult. Levi definitely will agree. Things were almost over and Levis saw that it was not very early and planned to go back. Goodbye, I still have something to go back to. Goodbye, master, you must remember to come and see us when the time comes. Levi nodded, turned and disappeared out the door. The Cuckoo sisters stood behind him and watched his departing back, their faces full of reluctance. Levi went back into the academy and sat down in Cyclops' office. Hey, why did you have time to come to me today? It's really unusual. How Teacher Coaster doesn't welcome me. Levis teased Cyclops with a little smile, flipping through a document from Cyclops' desk. Seeing this document, Levis turned 2 more pages. Our academy is going to buy vibranium with Wakanda. Does King Wakanda agree? Levis didn't even know they had this cooperation and began to look at what was written on the document in earnest. You said this matter, it is still under discussion and it is not clear what it will be like at that time. This document has not yet been implemented, it is just a proposal. Levis flipped through it for a while and saw that it was indeed just a plan and it had not yet been perfected. Is that so? I know you plan to contact the people like this plan. Levi thinks that the people of Wakanda may not need any money. After all, they can be rich for a long time by selling a little. This is just a rudiment, definitely will not follow this plan. Let this matter be handled by them. Cyclops took the document from Levi's hand and glanced at it, then put it back on the table. Someone will deal with it and you will definitely be asked about the plan when the time comes. Levi nodded. Okay, I see. After saying this, Levis raised his arm and glanced at his watch, and the time was almost up, and Levis estimated that Polaris was about to appear. Cyclops saw his action. Look at you like this, there must be an appointment today. I won't leave you to go quickly, don't let the beauty wait. How do you know it's a beauty? I didn't say that, did I? Levi stood up and sorted out his clothes, then walked to the door and opened the door to go out. I don't know what you kid is like, hurry up and go. Cyclops doesn't find it strange that heroes match beauty and there is always no shortage of excellent women around people with ability. Then goodbye, teacher, and I'll bring you a gift later. When Levis walked to the door, Polaris hadn't arrived yet, and he stood on the side of the road and took out his phone to write back to the others. None of them are very important things, some of them have already been solved. While checking these messages, a roar of locomotives came from far to near and finally stopped in front of Levis. Levis heard whistles and familiar voices before he could look up. Handsome, 10 people, 750. When he looked up, he saw Polaris, who had removed his helmet, looking at him, waiting for his answer. Levis was a little funny about Polaris' action, but he didn't expect Polaris to be so fun-loving. Pretending to cooperate, he put his phone into his pocket and answered Polaris seriously. No, I'm waiting for a beautiful woman, it's just that she hasn't come at this time. Oh, is it? How do I think the person you're waiting for has arrived? Polaris handed Levis the helmet in the back seat and raised an eyebrow at him. Hurry up and get in the car, we'll go now. Levis put on his helmet. Since it was your invitation, I am really honored. As soon as he got on the locomotive, Polaris immediately twisted the accelerator and rushed out. Apparently, Polaris had planned ahead and took Levi to other places today. The place where the two of them go today is a coast, and few people come to this coast. The humid sea breeze and the waves lapping the harness. Levis is not surprised to see this. Polaris wants to experience the feeling of dating in love. He doesn't have any opinions, and it's not bad for Levis. Do you like it here? Seeing you like this, you seem to enjoy being here. Levi saw Polaris walking slowly, relaxed. Yes, I quite like it here, and when I encounter something more troublesome before, I will come here to sit down. Polaris walked and found a reef to sit down, his short green hair blowing in the wind. At this time, Polaris unloaded the high cold he saw on weekdays and was very relaxed. Just like an ordinary girl in love, turn your head sideways to look at Levis. What about you? Do you like it here? Polaris' question wasn't like asking here, but rather asking him if he liked himself. Definitely, it's beautiful here and I love it too. After Levis said this, Polaris didn't speak again and Levis didn't find a topic to talk to her. They were all silent, but the atmosphere between the two was not rigid, just as if they were enjoying this beautiful scenery together. Only she knew what Polaris was thinking, and she knew that Levis couldn't be the only one by her side. It was impossible, but love was selfish and she wanted Levi to be the only one by her side. During the time that Levis didn't come to her, she thought a lot about it herself. In the end, all this is relieved. There is nothing worth considering. Weiss, do you think you're happy now? After being silent for a while, Polaris suddenly spoke and asked a headless question. I'm very happy now. I think everything is fine. What's so unhappy about Levis? Now things are going in a good direction and things are basically taken care of. On days like this, Levis was very happy. Happy, it's good to be happy. Polaris said and rested his head on Levi's shoulder, then turned his head sideways and lightly nodded Levi's face. Let's go back now, I feel a little cold. Levis didn't think the difference in temperature but took Polaris back to his home. When he arrived at Levi's house, Polaris was very self-cooked and found a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets from his wine cabinet. Do you want to drink some, Tilda? Levi nodded, no problem. Polaris sat down next to Levi with a wine glass and poured Levi a glass of red wine. By this time, Polaris was already washed and wearing Levi's shirt. The shirt was noticeably much larger, loosely wrapped around his body, and his 2 long, smooth legs were exposed. After taking a bath, there was still the smell of shower gel and moisture, and there was temptation written next to Levis. At the moment, the living room is playing a love movie and the lights are dim. The two drank glass after glass and they were a little drunk for a while, but they were still conscious. Levis got up refreshed the next day and went downstairs to find a bottle of water in the fridge. After moisturizing his throat, Levi got better, sat in the living room and turned on the TV. The content on TV is still the same, there is no other news. Levis changed a few stations, still a little bored, so he casually found a station to watch. I got up to wash and get dressed. While he was shaving, a hand reached out from behind his back and hugged Levis. Why did you wake up so early? Don't call me. Levis shaved the last bit of stubble off his face and put down the razor in his hand. You were also tired last night, so it's good to rest more. Polaris heard what Levis meant and laughed. I have something to do in a while, I have to leave for 2 days and you won't see you during this time. Polaris told Levisto everything he needed to do recently and he nodded to show that he knew about it. Be careful yourself, don't be too reckless, just contact me if something happens. Levis brushed her folded hair and told Polaris. Don't worry, I've been dealing with it alone for so long and this little thing doesn't matter to me. Okay, but you still need to be careful. Levi knows that Polaris is quite strong and ordinary people can't help her. You wash up first, I'll go prepare breakfast and you can eat it when you come out. With that, Levis left the bathroom and walked to the kitchen. Polaris left in a hurry after eating at Levis, and it seemed that things were really in a bit of a hurry. Levi finished his breakfast slowly and then went out not far away. A person Levi felt a little bored, thought for a while and disappeared in place. When he reappeared near King Kong, Levis was now like a retired old man wandering around. When he appeared on the island, King Kong immediately sensed Levi's breath. Looking up in the direction of Levis, Levi was standing on a very high reef. King Kong, I came to see you, are you okay lately? King Kong stood feeling a little tired, sat on the ground and looked at Levis and let out a low growl when he heard his words. Levis also understood the meaning of this and also sat on the reef. It seems that you have been doing well recently and you haven't encountered anything difficult, right? Where else will there be any difficulties? Now the threatening things on Skull Island have been cleaned up by King Kong. Now King Kong is a little bored, but there is nowhere else to go except this island. Although the two have different languages, they can still communicate without barriers. Chatting and chatting, King Kong suddenly looked at a place. Levis saw King Kong like this. Something strange must have broken in. Levis told Kong not to move and spoke for himself. What man? Don't hide, come out quickly. After Levis said this, there was a crack in the grass and someone walked from inside to the clearing. Levis was very surprised when he saw the person. San, why are you here? Shan also heard a very familiar voice and looked up at the person standing tall. Against the sunshine, she saw the person standing on well with a very surprised expression. Weiss, I've been looking for you for a long time and there has been no news since you left last time. Shan hadn't seen Levi since the last parting. When she woke up, she saw a strange woman. She didn't stay long and left after waking up. But she always remembered Levis and wanted to find Levis. It was also a coincidence that she was here today and she didn't hope to see Levis here. Levis was too busy behind to forget about Shan, and now he remembered when he saw Levis. Have you been looking for me for a long time? Levis was now at Shan's side, and Shan hugging him and nodding. I searched for a long time. I also saw your news on TV, but I went and didn't find you. Levis was a little weak when he heard this. He seemed to be a scumbag at this time, but he had asked the Cuckoo sisters to take good care of him before. Then why are you here today? How did you get here? Levis remembered that the place was quite remote and Shan had no memory of how she found it here. I don't know, I just think this place is very familiar, but I am very scared to come here. Shan didn't know what it felt, but that's how she felt when she came to this place. Levi definitely knew what was going on, but it was very strange that she could find it here. She has obviously erased her memory. How can she return here? It sounds a little mysterious, but Levis didn't figure it out. It's okay, we don't want to go if we don't want to. Let's introduce, this is my partner King Kong. Levi took Shan to stand in front of King Kong, and King Kong looked at Shan beside Levis. Tentatively stretched out to look at his huge amounts of palm. If it remembers correctly, this is the meaning of friendly communication. Shan was still a little scared when she saw King Kong subconsciously. After all, King Kong looked too big and a finger was thicker than her. But Levis still settled down in her heart here, since it was Li Wei's partner Shan who suppressed the fear in 463's heart and tentatively held one of King Kong's fingers. Hello, I'm Shan, Chenwei's wife. Levis was a little heady when he heard the word. He hadn't thought that it had been so long and Shan hadn't recovered his memory. But it didn't seem very good to refute in person, and Levis chose to be silent. King Kong didn't move his wife's meaning anyway. Whatever she said, whining, he roared. Shin was even happier when she got the response and turned to look at Levi behind her. Weiss, is it responding to me? It's amazing, it can understand us. Levis saw San's surprised look and replied, yes, King Kong is very smart and he can understand what you say. Shan was very curious about King Kong and looked Levi up and down to ask Levi, as if he was curious about the baby. Levis had no other emotions, patiently and carefully explained. The two spent a long time on the island and Levis got bored and wanted to leave. Let's go, we should go back now. Shan was still a little reluctant and looked at Li Bok Weiss in confusion and said, where are we going now? I don't seem to have nowhere to go. She couldn't remember where she came from, so she assumed that she had nowhere to go. Come with me, I'll take you. Shan was covered in dust and looked like she hadn't taken care of it for a long time. When Levis saw this, he didn't know how to start a good little girl mixed up like this. Hearing his words, Shan didn't hesitation at all and kept up with Levis. You wait for me, you're going too fast. Goodbye King Kong, we'll play with you next time. Sam didn't forget to say goodbye to King Kong as she left, and Kong sat where he was and Levi waved them. Watch them disappear in front of you, looking at the island that has not changed much as in your previous life. Levis took Shan into a high-end image design store, pushed Shan out, and found a sofa to sit on himself. You guys take good care of her, how to look good and how to come. Levis knows everyone here and the service attitude is very good, and he brought Shan in. Mr. Lee, rest assured we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Levis nodded, did not speak, and flipped through the magazines beside him. The magazine is full of some of the season's new styles as well as some entertainment reports. Levis felt a little bored after turning it over for a while, but fortunately it didn't make him wait long. Shan, who had already taken care of her, was brought out, and they dressed Shan in a cheongsam to reveal her figure. A very expensive shawl was draped outside, and it was burned with a long black straight. With the two of them brought in by Levis just now, the current Shan is very noble if she doesn't speak, and her every move looks like a file-sized sister with a very good birth. Levis was much more satisfied to see such a Shan, and the designers around him were constantly praising him. This young lady is too suitable for this cheongsam, and she is often good-looking. Levi nodded. It was indeed very suitable, very oriental. This body made Shan's appearance directly rise several notches, and it was more in line with Levi's aesthetic. When Shan came out, she took Levi's arm. She was a little uncomfortable, and the people around her looked at her. Only standing with Levis did she feel a little calmer, and she was a little wary of unfamiliar environments. Levis was quite satisfied to see Shan sticking to himself like this. After all, it felt very good to be treated as the only one. Thank you, the bill is on my account, let's go first. Levis sensed Shan's uneasiness, and at this time he was also going to be hungry and planning to find a place to eat. Shan, are you hungry? What do you want to eat now? Shan didn't feel anything yet, but when she heard Levis ask, she felt a little. Touching his stomach, yes, I'm hungry, I eat what you eat, I'm not a picky eater. Husband, are you disagreeing? Why don't you eat it? Definitely, we'll talk about this later, and Levis is now going to take it one step at a time. You come with me, let's go now. No, distracted. No hurry, we won't go back for the time being, do you want to go back now? Levis got used to it and accepted the word. Hearing this, Levis took her to the place she frequented most often, ordered a table, and when the dishes were served, Levis began to greet Shan. Curiously, Shan asked Levis that she really didn't know where Levi lived. Having begun to enjoy the food in front of you beautifully, Levi looked up at him without eating. After eating, Levis led her out of the dining room, and Shan still put her arm around Levis. Levis didn't use ability but dragged Shan to run normally. Levi was blinded by Shan's husband's shout, did not expect her to be so natural. Shan did not feel that there was anything wrong. Where are we going next? Go back. It's just that I don't know when she will be able to recover her memory, and I don't know what will happen if she recovers her memory. Shan definitely had no opinion. No, I listened to you, so where do we go now? Shan looked at the table full of food and was very happy. Thank you, husband. Husband, you are so good, then I will not be polite. Come, don't be stunned, aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Shan had no opinion and let Levi decide. Caught off guard by Levis, Shan ran with her, and the two ran through the crowded streets. Attracted some people's eyes. After all, girls with a very oriental charm like Shan are very rare. Everyone looked curiously at where the two were going, and Shan, who ran, was very happy. By the time Levi stopped, Shan was already panting with a thin red color from exercise. Levi's breath did not change at all. Levis did not use all his strength but ran a few steps casually. Looking at Shan, who was panting on the side, he teased her with a smile. Shan, your body still needs to exercise, it's only been a few steps to pant like this. Hearing this, Shanbai glanced at Levis. Her physique was already very good among ordinary people. You think everyone is like you, don't you? This body is as strong as a cow. Shan was a little unhappy and glared at Levis. Good, it's me who was wrong, let's go in now. Levis took Shan to an amusement park, and now it was completely dark, but the amusement park was still brightly lit. It's a little strange to see the amusement park. Why did you bring me here? Kids love it here, right? Why don't you like it here? I thought it was fun here, so let's go ahead and check it out. Without waiting for Shan's answer, Levis pushed her into the amusement park. Shan was taken into the amusement park by Levis, and Levis took her everywhere to experience the amusement park. After playing around, Levis felt very bored and not very fun, but Shan became interested at this time. Just said at the door, what is fun here? Shan, now the most high while playing roller coaster. Levi yawned. This thing is not as fun as the spaceship, and Shan next to him is excited. Ah, Tilda, it's so exciting. Weiss is really fun. Why aren't you happy? It's just a little boring. I want to go back. Levis said what he thought in his heart. He thought it could be as interesting as before, but he didn't expect that he overestimated the amusement park. Now this level is really not suitable for him, but he did not expect Shan to have such a good time. Didn't you say earlier that the child only came back to the land? You are as happy now as the children around you. Levi's attention fell on Shan's side, and it was a little curious to see Shan's fun so much. Hearing Levi's question, Shan was a little embarrassed to think of what she said when she walked in the door. Hee hee, I'm naive, but I haven't played enough. Shall we play a little longer, husband Tilda? Shan hugged Levi's arm coquettishly, and her tone was sweet. Well, if you say that, I'll agree, then we'll play a little longer. Levis is still more eaten and agrees with Shan. Okay, thank you, husband. Levis had gotten used to Sam's name and didn't try to correct it. After playing for a while, Shan also enjoyed himself. It's fun, let's come back next time. Levis didn't want to come, but he didn't say it directly and put it in a different way. The next time we play more exciting than this diploma feels average. In Levi's eyes, it was pure boredom. Levis felt that he would not come a second time and he would not come for anything. Shan was still a little disappointed when she heard the first half, but she was happy again when she heard Levi say that it would be more fun to take herself to play. Really? Great, I'm waiting for you to take me out when the time comes. Levi smiled when he heard this. Definitely, let's go back now, it's not early in the morning. Although there are still many people on the street, the shops on the street are still brightly lit. But it's really not too early, and the nightlife of bustling cities is always just starting at this time. Shan hugged Levi's arm, very clingy to Levis. Levis also doesn't know why Shan is so clingy after amnesia. He remembers that his personality before amnesia was not like this. But Levis is not a doctor either, and he has not thought about things that he cannot figure out. When he returned to the door, he found that the lights in his house were on, and there were only a few people who could enter his room. Levis thought for a moment and estimated that it was only them, opened the door and walked in. Sure enough, on the couch were the Cuckoo sisters, all waiting for Levi to return. Ask for flowers. Hearing the door open, they all looked to the door and saw Levis and the Oriental woman behind him. Master, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only coming back now? Su Fei said as he walked up to Levis and hugged Levi's neck affectionately. Shan was stunned on the sidelines, not understanding why there were so many girls in Levi's house. And very affectionate to Levis, Shan was a little overwhelmed and gently pulled Levi's arm. Husband, who are these people? Are they your friends? Hearing Su Fei's words, Shan looked at the others. She had indeed seen a few of them. She had seen them when she woke up before. Why don't you introduce them? Shan was very clear about this matter and thanked them politely. We are facing the master. You are very busy every day. You don't come to us. We have to go to you. Okay, how did you find here? They all walked to Levi's side, and one of them called her husband. Su Fei didn't take the credit and named Levis. Help is life, but these women are still unhappy to appear beside Levis. This sister has met between us. How did the master meet her? No need, you should thank us for not being by your side. It was he who saved you. We just took care of you according to what he said. Levis listened with a big head, knowing that the Cuckoo sisters were just trying to tease Shan. The Cuckoo sisters heard Shan call Levi as if they knew something about the new world. Levis pushed them into the room, all standing in the doorway like they all looked like. Levi didn't take this matter to heart, and Shan was still a little unhappy to hear the news. Yes, we have met before, and I have not said thank you to you for the previous things. It's all women. Su Fei heard the dissatisfaction in Shan's words and immediately understood what kind of mind Shan was. Su Fei explained why they were here and then looked at Shan beside Levis. Nothing, not a big deal. No need for Weiss's introduction, let's come by ourselves. What do you want to know? Su Fei interrupted what Shan wanted Levi to introduce and offered to raise the topic. I want to know what the hell is going on now. Oh baby, I know what you want to know, and it's the same as what you think, but you should know that there is no shortage of women around quality men. Su Fei's point of view is more open, and how many lovers Levi has does not affect them. Shan couldn't accept it a little and looked at Levis, who was not speaking. I think I need to be quiet, I'll go first. Without waiting for Levis to speak, Shan picked up the bag beside her and went out the door. Levis knew this would be the result and without saying anything watched Shan leave the room. Su-Fei also saw Shan leaving and looked at Levis after seeing the figure 980 at all. "Hey Weiss, she doesn't seem to be very happy, don't you go check it out?" Levis sat on the couch and didn't move. "It's okay, she needs to think about it alone now." Seeing Levi like this, Su-Fei spread her hands. "Okay." Levis knew what was going on in Su-Fei's little head when he looked at her eyes and knocked on her forehead. "What are you thinking? Don't think so badly, you didn't tell me when you came tonight." Su-Fei pitifully covered his forehead and looked at Levis. "Ouch, master, you are so heavy, my head hurts so much, you coax me quickly." Levis didn't use force at all, how could it hurt, and was amused by Su-Fei like this. I didn't even use my strength. Su-Fei will not care about this matter, but I just hurt so much, master, don't you coax me. "Esme," they interrupted Su-Fei coquettishly. "Well, it's not too early. Let's all rest." Levi stood up and moved his shoulders. "You're tired from rushing over, it's time to rest." Su-Fei, who was interrupted, was a little unhappy, but Levi spoke, and Su-Fei reluctantly followed the others upstairs. Levis watched the back of their departure and touched his forehead. Sometimes it is not a good thing to have more women. There were more people and a little noisy, and after doing it here for a while, he felt that his head was big and he also went upstairs. Levis showed up at the academy punctually in the morning and he promised Yuriko today to help her see the results of her recent training. Coming to the academy, Levis saw a somewhat familiar figure at the entrance of the school. After walking for a while, he was stopped. "Levis." Levis determined who the person in front of him was. It was Shan, who left yesterday, and today's Shan seemed to be a little different from yesterday's. His new only had a guess in his mind, and by the time Shan spoke, Levi was sure. 11. "You recovered your memory." Shan nodded yes. After speaking, Shan lowered her head. "This matter is really a little humiliating." She first hugged Levi to call her husband. "What did you remember? Is there anything important?" Shan told Levis everything she remembered and then waited for Levi's reaction. Levis also thought that she had resumed her time on Skull Island, and now it seems that she is only remembering some of the previous events. But to be on the safe side, Levi deleted everything about King Kong and Skull Island. Shan only felt herself in a trance for a moment and then she came to her senses. "Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. What did you just say?" "I didn't say anything, just asked what do you plan to do next." She must have come to find herself for a reason, otherwise she would not have been guarding the entrance of the academy. "Yes, I do have something to say, that is, we both have reasons for the previous things and now we are clear." 17. Shan said this first and then pinched her fingers. "Also, I'm going back to say goodbye to you, and the Research Institute and Bin is urging me to go back. This thing then I know bye." Levis was not surprised to hear that she had come to say goodbye. She looked at Levis as if waiting for some other answer from Levis, and Levis noticed her eyes. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" "No, then I'll see you later." Shan shook her head, waved goodbye to Levis, and the figure disappeared into the street. She was still wearing the cheongsam that Levis took her to change yesterday, and nothing changed, only people. After she left, Levi walked into the campus and saw Yuriko.0 standing not far away. Yuriko looked at the two and looked at Levi with some puzzlement. "Big brother, that girl doesn't seem to be very happy. What happened to you, mom?" Levi shook his head. "It's nothing, children don't want to be curious about adults." Yuriko, who heard this, was a little unhappy. "But big brother, I'm not a child anymore, you can see that I have grown a lot taller." Levis heard Yuriko's words and looked at Yuriko seriously. He had not looked at it seriously before. "It seems to be taller, but you are too thin, eat more." Even though Yuriko is taller, she still looks very thin and she can blow down when the wind blows. "I can't do anything about this, big brother, no matter how I eat it, I don't know why this happens." Yuriko also thought about this matter, but after a long time with a nutritionist, it is still no different from now. "It's okay, just be in good health and the rest has nothing to do with it. Let's go and let me see if you've improved lately." In fact, Yuriko has improved a lot from the beginning of the period, and now those who are close to her will no longer be injured. It's only a slight impact, but it doesn't affect normal life anymore. So during this time, Yuriko also made a lot of friends and the person 3.5 was visible to the naked eye. HMPH, I'm ready, Visco will look at me in a few days. Yuriko has been preparing for a long time and she plans to show her hand in front of Levis. It seems that you have been prepared. I will take a good look at what surprises you will bring me today. Levis didn't think about Sans affairs anymore, and his attention shifted to Yuriko's body. Yuriko bounced along the way, meeting familiar people and greeting them. Morning, Ace, I was about to train you together. Yuriko is not only much more cheerful, but now she also knows how to invite others. The girl named Ace was pleasantly surprised. Oh, Yuriko, can I really? Mr. Weiss doesn't mind. Weiss' big brother is not so stingy, definitely will agree. Ace was very surprised and agreed to Yuriko's invitation. Thank you so much, honey, then let's go. Ace hugged Yuriko very affectionately and went to the training room with Yuriko. The training room is just a few steps away and it will soon arrive. Levis unfastened his coat and put it on a chair next to him. How are you going to test it? Any comments? Yuriko heard and said her plan for the day, and after listening to it, Levis finally knew why she invited her classmates to come with her. It turns out that you are colluding, so come as you say, just to see how well you cooperate with your teammates before. Levi and the two walked to the middle platform and waited for the two to attack. I don't use ability, and you win whatever you can touch in my corners. Yuriko and Ace, who were standing opposite Levis, looked at each other, and the two already had a plan in their hearts. From the left and right sides rushed towards Levis. Levis saw that the figure of 10 to the two rushed up did not move, waiting for their attack. The first to strike was Ace, who used his ability to trap Levi for a short time. After determining that 100% hit Levis, Yuriko's ability caught up in the next second. This imprisoned ability Levis felt, but not enough for Levis. He dodged in a very difficult position and the attack of the two failed. And Ace's confinement ability is also limited. The three are now a position swap and Levi stands where they used to stand. In such a competition, Yuriko and Ace were both a little tired and gasped. But he still didn't touch a little corner of Levis's clothes and Levis saw that the two were almost at their limit. The competition was stopped, otherwise these two would definitely not be able to get up tomorrow. Okay, let's try here today. It's not good for you two to go down. Still losing, but Yuriko is not discouraged. She learned a lot of very useful things while fighting Levis. After all, in terms of combat experience, Yuriko is not as skilled as Levis. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, teacher, you have worked hard. Ace is the most excited today, knowing that there is usually nothing to meet Levis, and today is Levi personally taught. Such an opportunity was so rare that Ace was thrilled. Come on, your cooperation is still okay. If you run in more, it will be stronger. Levi picked up his coat and headed out the door. Yuriko caught up with Levis from behind. Weiss, big brother, what are you going to do? I'm going to be with you. Do you want to go too? Okay, let's go. Levis stood in place waiting for Yuriko to catch up with him and the two walked side by side. When leaving, Yuriko did not forget to say goodbye to her friend. Goodbye, Ace, we'll make an appointment later. Ace waved at him too. Goodbye. Levi took Yuriko to the place where she used to play golf. That's it, let's relax. Yuriko didn't expect Levis to have this hobby and looked at how Levis played with some curiosity. After Levis shot a shot, he saw her looking at him curiously. Do you want to try it? Yuriko took the club from Levi's hand and swung it twice. Any rules? Just hit the ball into the hole. Levi said simply about the rule. In fact, there are not many requirements, just one or two. After listening to it, Yuriko understood. This matter is simple, I understand. I understand, you try it now. I told you about the action before. Li Wei stood on the sidelines and watched Yuriko play to see how she would score. Yuriko did as Levis said with precautions and posture and confidently swung her club. Under Levi's watchful eye, Yuriko forcefully knocked out a piece of turf in front of the ball. Levi's gaze followed the turf far away and then fell to the ground. The force was still mastered and the turf covered the hole. Levis didn't hold back and laughed. Ha 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 ha, how did you manage, Yuriko? Yuriko was laughed at by Levis and her face turned red all at once, which was indeed too embarrassing. Fortunately, Levi is the only one here, and if there are outsiders in Yuriko, she will want to leave now. Saying something, a voice came from a distance. What are you laughing at? I heard your laughter over there. The person who came was Cyclops, who passed by just in time to see Levi and Yuriko here. When I walked in, I found that there was a missing piece of turf next to Yuriko, which was a little strange. Why is there a missing piece of this turf? No one should steal it, right? After speaking, Cyclops seemed to think of something and looked at Yuriko, who was standing next to him. Cyclops nodded. Good, very good, I'll try it too. Levis still had a smile on her face, watching Yuriko wait for her to show them a hand. Yes, yes, the front is all mistakes. This is the real strength of our Yuriko. Yuriko didn't want to talk now, and silently picked up the turf to fill the gap. Levi knew that the child still had to coax a little, otherwise he would be really angry and would not be able to coax it at that time. Cyclops took a pole and swung twice towards the lawn. Cyclops and Levi watched as Yuriko hit the ball and the perfect parabola flew out. Yuriko's face was smoking now, and it was too late to stop Levis from speaking out. Finally falling into the mouth of the cave in the distance, Yuriko breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the hole. Laughing tearfully, Levis held Cyclops by the shoulders. That's right, as you think, Yuriko did it. Levis told Cyclops about it, and Cyclops laughed twice when he found out. 957 saw Yuriko's shy appearance and comforted her. It's okay, this thing is normal, let's practice more. Yuriko, this turf. Yuriko got better after making it up. I definitely won't make such a low-level mistake this time, just watch. Looking at Levis, how's it going? I just made a mistake in front of me, and that's what I really do. Yuriko is now full of confidence and ready to show a hand to both of them. After placing the ball, I estimated the position and made a perfect post. At this time, Yuriko was really attentive and her little face was full of seriousness, planning to wash away her shame. Cyclops didn't say the latter words, but the meaning was obvious. After the three of them played for a while, they went back. Levi returned to the room. The Cuckoo sisters had prepared dinner and were waiting for him to return. Several people were preparing a large meal, and Levis looked at the table a little strangely. What day is it? How did you prepare so much food? And they said in unison, guess what, if you can remember. Now it was Levi's turn to get out of his head, and he went through all the days in his head, and none of them matched today. I really didn't think about it, it seems like nothing special. The Cuckoo sisters also showed such an expression. Actually, it's all lying to you, there is no special festival, we want to make you food. Su-Fei decrypts Levi and presses him to the table. Sit down, let's eat together and don't think about anything. Levi sat down, poured wine in hand. The food was fed to Su-Fei and Levis, and Levi finished dinner. He was still a little uncomfortable like this, and after eating he sat in the living room a little suspicious. You really don't have any other requirements. We do have one if you say that, do you want to hear it? Su-Fei is very ghostly. Levis heard this and knew that the few of them seemed to have premeditated. Talk about it, I can try it if I can. Levis didn't say it very much and asked Su-Fei to speak about their request first. It's that we want to see your dragon form, and it would be better if you could take us out to play. Levis had only taken them out once, and they had been looking forward to it for a long time. Now in the city, this matter is not easy to handle. I'll take you to other places later. It's not a difficult thing to do, and Levis will take them to play if they are happy. Su-Fei hugged Levis excitedly, and by the way, 2 mouthfuls came to Levi's face. It's amazing, I'm going to share it with them. After speaking, he turned his head and went into the kitchen. Levi sat in the living room and watched their figures in the kitchen, seeing them excited and a little incomprehensible. But he didn't dwell on this matter and turned to watch TV. The Cuckoo sisters, who had cleaned up the kitchen, sat down around Levis. When the time was almost over, Levis appeared on Skull Island with a few people. When Levis stepped into this place, King Kong felt it and found Levis, who had just landed. Levis saw Kong's huge, bright eyes in the dark night. Did we disturb you to rest? Giant Jingang shook his head, indicating that he was not disturbed. It's okay, you go back to sleep, I don't need you here. King Kong did not leave when he heard this, but found a place to sit down very clearly. That is, I am watching you from the sidelines. Levis didn't want to drive him away when he saw him like this and went with him. The Cuckoo sisters were a little curious about King Kong, and they hadn't seen him yet. Before he looked at it for long, Levis had transformed into the form of a dragon. King Kong subconsciously became vigilant, and the dragon Levis turned into gave him a little pressure, but he sensed that there was no malice towards him. It's not so nervous, looking at Levis, who is about the same size as himself. After spreading his wings, Levis carried the Cuckoo Sisters onto his back. A wing flew up and the Cuckoo Sisters looked very excited at this time, making a cry on Levi's back. Levis' flight was still very fast, taking them around the sky a few times, feeling that the time was almost the same before they landed on the ground and changed back into a normal human being, straightening out his clothes. King Kong looked very fascinated, but he didn't seem to be able to fly, and he was a little envious that Levi could fly. The Cuckoo Sisters were now satisfied, and one of them kissed Levis. "Weiss, you are amazing, I like you so much." Levis was a little helpless and walked in front of King Kong. "King Kong, I'm leaving, goodbye." It's not too early, Levis wants to go back, and Kong understands what Levi means. Following his look, he waved at Levis. After saying goodbye, Levi left with the Cuckoo Sisters, who were very curious about Kong. "Weiss, what is your relationship with him? You guys look familiar." "King Kong is fine, provided that you don't provoke him, and when there is a chance to let you get to know him." Levis didn't say much else and said 2 important words, and then let them know when he had time. During this time, Levis was like a retired uncle, visiting everywhere and playing in the homes of people he knew. Time flies and Asgard's side is settled. Susan had seen them, and this Banner was watching a few people chatting well, but now standing at the door, she urged them to go in. "I know you guys, I see you on Lee's TV a lot." Everyone got together again and Levis came alone. "Hurry up and go in, don't wait at the door, Thor is still waiting for us to enter." "Hi, my name is Jennifer Susan Walters, you can call me Jennifer or Susan, I don't mind." Thor was already waiting for them, and Thor's place now was far from comparable to where he had lived before. Once settled, Thor invited Levi over to celebrate along with Danetly and others. Seeing their curious eyes, Banner also knew what they were curious about. "Hello, our cousin's partner, my name is Tony and his name is Levis." But Levi tacitly did not say anything about it, and it was Thor's sadness. Tony also felt that it was not good to stand at the door at this time, and several people walked in together. The girls all spoke, politely retreating. Tony also replied, "This is my cousin because of some accidents, so she studied with me for the time being. You guys are here, hurry in, I have a lot of things for you." On the way in, I also saw Tony and Banner had a woman with him. Thor was still happy to see them, and Ha beckoned them into his home, which was already a small house, which seemed a little crowded after a few people entered. Everyone found their own place to sit. "This is my gift for you, I hope you like it." Banner didn't say the detailed reason. The girl next to him greeted the two of them generously, Tony said, and handed the things in his hand to Thor. And after Tony moved, Levis also handed Thor what he had sent. "It's a little bit of our heart." Thor was very happy to receive the gift and put it on the table. "When they arrive, we can start eating." Thor is very happy now. After all, the people of Adgas have really settled down now. No longer people who had nowhere to go. The joy at this time diluted Thor's sadness and depression some time ago. Several people sat on the sofa and chatted, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. After a few people chatted for a while, the others almost arrived, and the last one to arrive was Black Widow, standing at the door and looking at several people in the house. "Everyone, I'm not late, am I? The time is just right, and we are ready to start." Black Widow handed Thor the gift he had prepared in his hand and sat down next to Levis. "It's okay if I'm not late, let me see what I ate today." Black Widow swept around the table, very satisfied. "Thor, you really work hard, it's all delicious." Thor, who received praise 633, couldn't see his eyes anymore. If you like it, we can get together later. If you say that, we won't be polite, let's hurry up." With that, Tony opened the wine he had in his hand and poured a glass for everyone. "Cheers, I wish you all a better and better." Everyone took a sip, and after Susan finished drinking, her body suddenly became larger and moved the top of the table to the opposite side. Everyone at the table looked at Susan in shock, and they didn't drink the wine in their hands. Susan also knew what was going on and was stunned for a moment. "Sorry everyone, did it scare you?" "Not really, after all, the Banner transformation is scarier than you." Tony, who has seen many times Banner transformation, laughed and eased the atmosphere on the table, and everyone laughed after hearing it. "Indeed, no, we'll not be able to eat our meal tonight." Banner, who was teased, was not angry at all and smiled and took a sip of the wine in his hand. "You're exaggerating, be careful that Hulk retaliates against you." "Don't, we're just telling the truth, not lying." Susan can't change back like this for the time being, so she can only continue to eat with them like this. Well, we're here for today, so let's not talk about my cousin. The conversation turned from Banner to Thor. What's Thor's plan after that? What are you going to do in the future? Several people chatted about it, and now all that was left in Asgard were civilians. To live on Earth, there is still a long way to go in the future. Look what kind of law they need, and I will protect them well. Thor's words were like an oath and a promise, and there was silence on the table for a while. Levis patted Thor on the shoulder. Man, don't be discouraged, the future must be good after all. Are you still there? Okay, let's eat quickly, otherwise it will be cold later and it won't be delicious. In the end, Thor and Banner are drunk, the two good brothers hug each other, and the bullhead does not chat with the horse's mouth. Levis sat on the sofa. He drank a little more today, but his consciousness was still there, but his reaction was a little slower. Black Widow Levi poured a glass of plain water and handed it to him. Are you feeling okay now? For now, I'm fine. Levis took a sip of plain water from Black Widow's hand and recovered slightly. Looking at the messy ground, are they okay? They all looked drunk. I don't think they're very good. Bagg will definitely wake up tomorrow with a headache. Black Widow answered Levis, and Levi got up from the couch. I felt a little stuffy inside the house, so I went out for a walk and came back later. Black Widow also stood up when he heard Levis's words. I'm going with you, I also feel a little bored. Levi nodded and walked out of Thor's house first. Outside his house was an open space and fresh air poured into Levi's nose. Levi's mind became clearer and the smell of alcohol on his body began to dissipate in the breeze. The two walked slowly on the grass. Neither of them spoke first but walked quietly. Weiss, I'm in. What's wrong? Levis heard Black Widow call his name and replied subconsciously. There was a long silence on.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.